All right, everyone, let's try this again. I'm John.
Time is the charm.
This is Jack, and we are here bringing you the new Tyranid Codex. A little bit of green screen action on this one.
A little bit of green screen.
Got like a nice bluish green color to it that I actually really like.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
It is a handsome book.
It is a handsome
book. All right, everyone, we are here, ready. We're live. We are bringing you our new Tyranid Codex review. Perhaps you were here an hour ago. You may have noticed that we tried this once. Unfortunately, our internet service provider was messing with the wires. There were nerdlings in the machines, and they're like, oh, no one uses their internet on a Saturday. Let's just turn it off for a little bit and mess with it. And unfortunately, we wanted it.
Yep.
But now we've got it. Now we're back. Welcome, everyone in the chat.
I think it was the Order of Xenos trying to stop Tyranid's expansion by any means necessary.
Exterminatus is not enough to keep a good bug down. Sometimes on those destroyed planets, you can even find a couple Tyranids that went to ground, lived, and they're going to go on the explorer fleets and start new cults.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Love to see it. Jack, my favorite army. They're my first army. They're back. Tyranids and Genestealer Cult are my favorite. We already got Genestealer Cult Codex, and now Tyranids are getting up into 9th edition as well. I am so excited.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. So, let's address a couple things first. Yes, the book leaked. Yes, we're going to read it anyway. No, we don't know whether or not Crusher and Leviathan are going to work in this. I'm assuming that they won't.
I am hoping that they won't.
I'm assuming because this book is very different from the previous version, that they're just getting a clean slate. This is the rules we use. If we find out later that Leviathan and Crusher Stampede are legal for this, well, it won't make the rules worse.
No,
it won't be worse.
It certainly won't.
Yeah. So all
right, let's jump right in.
Let's do it. All right. I'm going to start off by actually going over a couple of the good old special rules that I think people should know about. So
we're
first,
skipping around.
We are. We're going to try to do just like the data sheet abilities. So first up, Synapse. Synapse, it went from 12 inches to 6 inches. So it's just a 6-inch aura of auto pass morale checks. And yes, Jonathan,
that is actually my role here.
Yep.
Eventually, I will get a codex of my own to review.
You could have done the other one. You just didn't want to get up that early.
No, I was in.
You were in New Jersey.
In New Jersey.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So Synapse, a little bit of.
Also, I was okay with Nick getting up at like 5 or whatever. That's cool, man. Yeah. You do you.
So Synapse took a slight hit. It went from 12 inches to 6 inches of auto pass morale, but still kind of nice to have. Shot in the Warp changed. It's the exact same as before. It's an 18-inch aura of -1 to cast. But now, if you perils in shadow range, you take an additional mortal. Just a nice little, not a huge deal, but a nice little buff. More special rules. Death from below is Deep Strike. It's exactly what you think it is.
They just want to type Death from below instead of, rewriting the rules
just,
15 times.
Deep Strike 9 inches away.
Yeah.
Swarming Masses. This is a fun one. So this is for like Gaunts, Jormungandrs, not Genestealers, Gargoyles. Basically the typical horror units that you think of. Basically, they can fight if they're within 2.5 inches of enemy units, but the unit still has to be in engagement range.
Right. So it's every time the unit. I heard people talking about how you can fight when you're 2.5 inches away from an enemy. You can't.
You have to be chosen to fight.
You have to be every time this unit fights, which you can't fight unless you're in engagement range. So that doesn't work. It does mean that you get rank after rank after rank after rank of bugs because they all can just be within 2.5 inches of you. And
yeah, there is a hilarious interaction here where if you get charged, you can fight something 2.5 inches away. You don't have to fight the unit you're within 1 inch of. Yeah,
that's going to be weird every time.
It's going to be weird.
That's going to be real weird.
Swarming Masses, though. It's cool. I like that it just lets more bugs fight, which is what it looks like it's trying to do. I don't think it's going to be a huge deal because honestly, the little bug attacks are nice, but they're not OP or anything.
Yeah, and also, its models can fight if they're within 2.5 inches. So it just gives you a little extra because 1/2 inch of 1/2 inch.
It's still there.
It's still there. So it only gives you, if your base is an inch, that only gives you an extra 1/2 inch.
Basically, normally when you crash in a bucket of Gaunts, 2 ranks fight, this is going to make sure that 3 ranks fight.
Yeah, I think they picked 2.5 because that's.
Yeah, because 3. Yeah, because if it was 3 inches, then 1, 2, 3, 4 layers of 25 mil bases would fight. This basically means that a 3rd rank can fight.
Yeah, which is a nice quality of life, because you take a 30-man Jormungandr squad and you charge somebody with it, and you fight with half of it. It doesn't feel good. Does not feel good.
Yep. Also, it's clearly there to compensate for the fact that getting the bases of gargoyles near each other is a pain. You're not wrong. Those are difficult models. Synaptic link range. This is going to be referenced a ton. It's actually why I wanted to go over this first in review part 2.
Yep.
So synaptic link range is the exact same as it was in Octarius, if you remember those rules. So
which hopefully means they're getting rid of it. But we don't know until we know.
We don't know until we know. So this basically means that there's a cell phone tower aura off of each Synapse creature. So whenever synaptic link range is 12 inches from a Synapse creature.
Yep.
So let's say that I have a Synapse creature, this Hive Tyrant, trying to buff this Pyrovore. If they're within 12 inches of each other, it's in synaptic link range.
Is the parasite synapse?
It is.
Okay.
Can you hold the Pyrovore?
Yep. Here you are.
So now, let's say the Hive Tyrant wants to buff the Pyrovore, and it's outside of 12 inches. He cannot buff the Pyrovore with synaptic link range like abilities. But now we put another psychic synapse unit in. He's within 12 inches of the parasite, so they're in synaptic link range of each other. That means the Hive Tyrant can pass his abilities through the synaptic link of the parasite to anything within 12 of the parasite, which is the Pyrovore.
Can you see how happy the Pyrovore is?
Can you see how happy this Pyrovore... He's dancing for joy, really. He's dancing for joy, hoping to get a third color soon. That's this afternoon's adventure. So synaptic link range is just a 12-inch targeted thing. That's what synaptic link range is. But if you have a chain of synapse creatures... Jack, hold this. If even a Maliceptor were to be within 12... This Hive Tyrant could pass it from here to here
to here to here,
all the way down the chain. It's honestly still what is my favorite part of Octarius, because it was the fluffiest knit rule I'd ever seen.
It's dope.
It is pretty dope.
It's pretty cool.
Yep. So I'm happy about that. So synaptic link range. That's that. We'll go over the imperatives later. Let's hit these hive fleets.
All right. So
we're gonna start off with Behemoth. And we already went over it in the 8 minutes that we had before the internet gave out the first time, but we're going to do it again. So first up, the Hive Fleets. They have all of the normal rules. You have to have all Hive Fleet models to get a Hive Fleet adaptation. Fun fact, that includes Genestealer. So if you take Genestealer and Hive Fleet Behemoth, they don't get the traits.
Yeah, which I think they've been discouraging souping factions for a while now. I assume Chaos is going to be the same way when CSM comes out, probably, and Demons and all that.
They really want you to play pure Tyranids. Let me just put it that way.
They really do.
You can soup, but they really don't want
honestly, people were asking for an 8th. They were like, stop with all the Celestine and a detachment of Celestine and 3 Calexis Assassins, and then, this is way better.
John Chaves, top 10 Relic Pistols. Ha, I got you first. That is exactly how I wish Voxcasters worked for Guard. Hopefully that these mechanics kind of work their way over there. Until then, though, this is awesome, yeah. And the other really cool part, actually, again, one of my favorite parts that I'm going to say so many times about this book is how they're making Hive Fleet adaptations work. So your Hive Fleet gets an adaptation the same way a chapter gets a tactic. But if, you can change it. So you've got 2 parts to every trait. So we'll start off with Behemoth and use them as an example. So their Hive Fleet adaptation is Hypergression. Each time a unit with this adaptation fights but made a charge, was charged with heroic, etc., it gets +1 strength.
Yes.
That is their adaptation. That is fixed. That is every time you play Behemoth, you are getting +1 strength whenever you start a combat, whenever someone starts a fight. But their adaptive trait is the second part of this. And an adaptive trait for them is you can reroll charge rolls made for units in your army with this adaptation. Cool. Reroll charges. Solid. But this is an adaptive trait, and at the beginning of the game, after you roll off your first turn, you can choose to change your adaptive trait for another trait off of the tables on page 61, which are basically the custom traits.
And it looks like every Hive Fleet has 2 different biomorphologies, which are the trees you can pick off of for your second trait.
Exactly.
There are 3.
Yep.
So there's Hunt, Lurk, and Feed?
Hunt, Lurk, and Feed. So on page 61, there's 3 different tables that each have 5 traits on it. Those are the custom traits if you want to build a bear your own.
This is complicated.
This is complicated.
But I'm actually a big fan of this.
So cool.
Yeah.
If anyone gets to do this, it should be Tyranids. Yeah, you do lose a lot for souping. They're definitely punishing soup harshly with this book. I guess that's what they wanted to do. Unfortunately, I always like I always like playing super armies, but I'm also very excited to play pure Tyranids at the moment, so I'm not too put out.
As I said, I'm much happier with single like mono factions than the massive soup brigade of 8th edition.
Yeah.
So I'm much more okay with this. In fact, they've cracked down on souping so much you can't even mix like sub factions.
Yeah, right.
Which again, fine if that does hurt sisters just a wee bit.
That's all right. So we've got 3 tables of biomorphologies: Hunt, Lurk, and Feed. Hunt are usually movement related. Lurk is generally objective or defense oriented, and Feed is damage oriented.
Yeah,
that's it. So Behemoth gets Hunt and Lurk. So they don't get the damage buffs as much on their trait. That's okay because everything else here is damage buffs.
Yes.
Let's go into that warlord trait. Every time you roll a 6 to wound, you do an extra mortal. This is really good on some of the high attack characters you can take. Like a Trigon Prime is my immediate thought because there are 1 billion attacks.
Can you get reroll wounds on characters? Because that would be when it's really good.
Well, you can 1 CP reroll wounds on monsters, but we'll get to that. Yeah, so you can get that.
Yeah, you can really. Sometimes those abilities are more powerful than other times, and this seems like
you can reroll wounds with a lot of attacks that'll add up.
Yes.
Their psychic power, Warp Charge 7.
There's no cap, so this is terrifying in Nick's hands.
God, don't even tell me that.
Oh, look, I did 12 more wounds to you.
Nick, you are making 11 attacks.
So somehow it worked.
That's what Nick sounds like, obviously. Their psychic power, really cool. Warp Charge 7, select a friendly Behemoth unit within Synaptic link range. So the cell phone tower that we just talked about, so that's anything within 12 inches, but also boop, 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 all the way down the line if you need to.
A lot of their abilities look like they key off that. I don't know about half of this book. I know is because John has been ranting to me about it for the last
he hasn't read it
couple days or so.
I have. +1 to wound on melee attacks. Simple. Just the spell. Warp Charge 7, pick a unit, +1 to wound in melee.
That's real good.
Real strong. Behemoth is the punch your face in chapter. That's what they're about. Their relic, +1 damage to all melee weapons the bearer is equipped with.
Ooh, that is that's really good, especially with the warlord trait. Like you can make a guy who just
snips. I really like a Trigon Prime in Behemoth because they're a bucket load of damage to attacks. But you give them mortals on a bucket load of attacks, and damage 2 goes to damage 3, and they're gonna hit.
Yeah, they're gonna slap.
Yeah, and then finally, they've got a pretty cool strat, 1 or 2 CP. It's in the fight phase when a behemoth infantry that's not a character is selected as the target of a melee attack. Basically, whenever they're destroyed, they fight on death. So it's fight on death for infantry.
That is cool.
Yep.
It costs 1 or 2.
If they have Endless Multitude, it costs 1, which is all of the Gaunts, Gargoyles, Termagants. If it's anything else, Gene Stealers, Warriors, Pyrovores, Raveners, it costs 2 CP.
That is a really good strat.
Yeah, this is all damage that is all combat oriented.
Yeah.
This is absolutely a punch you in the face.
Yeah.
It's not a get there fast chapter, although rerolling charges helps. This hive fleet is all about punching you in the face harder.
You also have Hunt Biomorphologies, which is
which does help
get there quick. Yeah.
Yep, so you can get some of the get there quick traits.
And also the fight on death, it would be super annoying for some armies to deal with.
Yep.
If you are a heavy melee army and you run into a Tyranid army that you charge me, I'm gonna fight on. When is it?
When they're selected as the target of melee attack.
Oh my god. Okay, so I charge 2 of your units, right?
Yeah.
All right, with 2 of my units.
Yep.
First one activates, you go, I'm going to fight on death, and you trade. And then the other one interrupts.
I'll do it.
That would take a combat where I'm killing 2 units and turn it into a combat where I lose both my units and I killed 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's real spicy. Not broken, but spicy.
Spicy indeed. Next up, Kraken. Kraken is the traditional go fast eye fleet. The absolute staple for a while. They used to be the 3d6 advance that can fall back and charge.
Also, luckily, it's not on monsters, the fight on death.
No, and luckily, the fight on death is not on monsters, which I think putting that on infantry and having a tiered cost was absolutely the right call in both directions. Yeah. And it's also non-character, so you can't fight on death character.
Yeah, that's okay. That's pretty good.
Kraken. Kraken's main trait is improve the AP of your combat attacks by 1 if you started a fight this turn.
Okay. Also seems good.
Yeah, just solid. There's a lot of AP 2 and 3 in the book, some AP 1 as well. Getting it +1 AP is just generically useful.
Yep.
Their adaptive trait is advanced D3 +3 instead of D6.
Oh, was that what Jormungandr used to have? I think?
No, they used to pile and consolidate farther.
Got it. Okay.
We'll see if that changed.
But I'm assuming you can advance and charge?
There is only one way to advance and charge in this book, and it is with the spell Onslaught. And I think Broodlords can advance and charge.
Okay.
Gene Stealers, I know, lost it. We'll check on Broodlords later on to make sure. But there's less advance and charge. This is a lot more about positioning, I think.
Which they've been doing in a lot of armies.
Yeah. And then their hyper adaptations, they get feed and hunt. So they get the extra damage in combat and the go faster ones.
Yep. And also the extra distance, the D3+3 advance, is not in effect if you use any of... there's 2 stratagems. I assume they both buff advance. They both say advance, bounding advance, and opportunistic advance.
Yep.
You don't get the benefit of the trait if you do either of those.
Correct. Yeah, so Kraken, pretty cool. I actually think you want to replace this, the farther advance, because there's so much less advance and charge.
Yes. Well, we'll get to what they do. They get feed and hunt, which is damage, roughly damage. At least that's what John tells me. I don't.
Yeah, they do damage still.
And they move fast.
Warlord trait, pretty solid. 5 up CP regen from your opponent using strats.
Yes.
So
it's fine.
There's not much CP regen in this book at all, so take it where you can get it. I don't mind that at all.
Yeah.
Synaptic Lure, their psychic power. Easy. 5 of a warp charge. Super easy to cast. And select an enemy unit within Synaptic Link range or 18. And all Kraken units reroll charges against that unit. It's cute.
That's
fine. Let me also clarify that every Hive fleet knows their spell automatically in addition to others.
That is important.
You don't have to select Synaptic Lure. Every Kraken Psyker automatically knows it.
That is important.
Yep. Hydra is a main one, but we'll talk about them pretty soon. That's why. Yeah, because I agree. You don't want to fill a slot with this, but it's nice to have this wherever you want it, so that once you've kind of done all your spells, you're like, oh, this guy hasn't cast. I'll throw out a Synaptic Lure just so that whatever I'm going into, I can reroll charges.
Yeah.
It's like a bonus spell you do after you've done everything you need to do, and you just have cast left because you have a lot of casts in turns.
Yep, for sure.
The Relic, Chameleonic Mutation, -1 to hit. That is shooting and combat. You cannot reroll hits against the bearer. That makes a Tervagon or a Hive Tyrant or a Trigon Prime difficult to work with.
And it's in combat, it's in shooting.
Yep.
So -1 to hit is not a big deal until you say no rerolls.
Yeah.
Because that's how you get around -1 to hit. That's why -1 to hit Radiant Mantle in Custodes is like a good warlock trait.
Yeah.
Because they have access to turning off rerolls, which means, oh, look at that. You're hitting on, 3s at best. Yeah, this makes a monster incredibly hard to kill. Yep. Like, where is it? I can't see it.
Yeah, no, it is, where is the Hive Tyrant I'm in combat with? I just don't know.
And then bonk.
And then he finds out. Opportunistic Advance, awesome strat for 1 CP. When a Kraken unit is selected to move, each time it advances, do not make an advance roll. It flat advances 8.
Woo!
And you cannot combine this with Bounding Advance, which is the other advanced strat, which is a generic one. And they don't suffer penalty to hit rolls for assault weapons when they advance.
That is super good.
So that's why I think you don't need the D3+3, because you only can advance and charge 1 unit. And whoever that is, just advance them 8 and call it a day.
Yeah, that is very good, because Tyranids are mobile anyway. And then you're just like, all right, 8, so...
Yep.
I mean, you no longer have... I assume, I believe from what I've heard, you no longer have the double move.
Correct, double move.
So you take movement where you can get it. You're no longer moving like 40 inches and charging.
No. As a general theme, I'd say Tyranids are faster. 1 Tyranid unit is not as fast as 1 Tyranid unit used to be. You can't have anything move 40 inches and charge anymore.
Yeah.
But the army is faster. And I'll take that. That's cool.
So we did cover this earlier, but we do not know if Crusher is getting hit. We do not know if Leviathan is still legal. I hope neither of them are legal, because the book seems good. Seems very good on its own.
Yeah.
I don't think we want it to have Leviathan or Crusher.
I think it can live on its own legs. I don't think it needs any help. If it gets it, I'll play it, but I hope it doesn't, honestly.
I am assuming that it does not get the supplements. But we do not know.
We do not have an answer. Kraken seems super solid. Trait, decent. Strat, amazing. Relic and Warlord trait, both super good.
This Relic is crazy. Chameleonic Mutation.
Fantastic Relic.
Super good.
Super good.
It makes a monster just incredibly tough to kill.
Yep. All part of the plan. Leviathan, kind of the main Hive fleet. They're like honestly, they're like the Ultramarines of Tyranids.
Okay.
They're like the poster boys on the cover. That's Leviathan.
Yep, they're the ones that got
all the models. They got the supplement. Yeah. Again, assuming they don't keep that. But Hive fleet adaptation, Synaptic Control. All Synapse units are transhuman. A wound roll of 1 to 3 always fails. That's solid.
Across the board.
Across the board.
And warriors, which you can spam, are Synapse.
And if it is a non-Synapse unit, a 1 to 2 always fails. So it's baby transhuman on everything that's not Synapse.
Yeah, that's real annoying.
Real solid.
Real annoying.
Just super solid.
Yeah. So
great defense here from Leviathan. That's what it used to be. Yeah. That's super good.
Yep.
That's just their main trait. Their adaptive trait is you can reroll 1 hit roll when you shoot or fight with a Leviathan unit. This is a good one.
Solid.
It's solid. You could replace it, and it wouldn't be the end of the world. But also, it's definitely good enough to keep.
Yeah, it depends on how many low shot weapons there are in the book.
In the list.
I believe in the list. Yes, I believe heavy venom cannons are 3 shots.
They are. They do like.
They really like that.
Really like that. Yeah.
So that's interesting. They get feed and hunt. So speed and punch. No objective like sit and bunker up.
Nope.
So that's interesting. Warlord trait perfectly adapted as all things should be.
You want to read that one for me?
Once per battle round, you can reroll one of the following rolls made for the Warlord: hit, wound, damage roll, advance roll, charge roll, psychic test, or saving throw.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's fine. It just gives you a CP reroll.
Yeah,
for free on the
you can
Warlord.
double up a CP reroll, I guess. You can,
yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
Perfectly normal.
It will probably pay off more than 1 CP worth of rerolls over the course of a game, but it's nothing crazy.
This is definitely a thing that I look at and I'm like, let me check on the other ones before I decide if I want this.
Yes,
this is good enough to take, but if there's a bunch of good ones, this isn't super flashy.
It's not great. It's just a little efficient. Like, it's a little efficient, right? Because you're going to get, like, 2 CP worth of value out of your 1 CP you spend pre-game. So, like, it's fine. It's good. You will take it if you have the slot.
Matt, thank you so much for that 18-pound super chat. You are a hero of the hive mind. Great to see Nids get some love and can't wait to see the unit rankings, but can we still get a Space Marine unique unit rankings, please? We do want to do more Space Marine content. Jack and I are both hyped for Space Marines right now. Fear not, loyal citizen of the Four-Armed Emperor. There will be more Space Marine lists coming as well.
I really want to do a unique chapter-specific unit ranking, and I really want to do a special character unit ranking.
I want to be here for both of them.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
All right. Psychic power for Leviathan. Hive Nexus. Warp Charge 7. Select a friendly Leviathan unit within Synaptic link range of the Psyker. And select 1 Synaptic imperative ability of a friendly Leviathan Synapse model. What this is the super doctrine for Tyranids is Synaptic imperative. We haven't gone over that yet, but basically each Synapse creature has a once a game, I give the army this buff. So once a game, your Zone Thurps give the army a Warp Shield. Once a game, the Hive Tyrant makes everyone punchy punch. Once a game, like warriors make people hit harder. All things like that. Basically, with this spell, you get to pick 1 friendly Leviathan unit in Synaptic link range of both the caster and the Synapse unit whose buff you want, and you get to get their buff. So 1 unit benefits from, think of it like command protocols. Basically, it's pick 1 unit, it benefits from a command protocol that's not active. A kata that's not active.
That's really good, because that's very flexible.
Yep.
And you can put it on any unit. I anticipate that you're going to cast that pretty much every turn.
Absolutely. Again, because every Leviathan Psyker knows this, just inherently.
Yes.
And I'll spoil it right now, the Synaptic Imperatives are quite powerful. There are several of them that I would want.
Yeah.
I think this is A-okay. This is great spell.
It's very flexible. That is a draw towards Leviathan.
It's actually
for sure.
My favorite part of Leviathan.
Yeah. Yeah. If there was something else in Leviathan you liked more than that, I'd be
transhuman
very worried.
Good, spell great.
Spell is just the flexibility. You have like 5 or 6 abilities you can grab bag from at any point in time, and you can put them on any unit in your army.
Yep.
It feels very strong. Trust me, as a Custodes guy who played Emperor's Chosen, and I have like really 2 relevant abilities to grab bag from, I still really like that ability in Emperor's Chosen. This is much better than that.
Yeah.
Very good. It only goes off on a 7. It's not a 1 CP strat that auto happens. But,
It's still solid.
Still solid.
And Tyranids pass spells pretty well.
They do.
The Preceptic Node is the Bio Artifact Relic. And that is... it's basically an Auspex scan. So each time an enemy unit is set up as reinforcements within 18 of the bear, select a friendly Leviathan core or character within 6 of the bear. That unit gets to shoot the enemy unit. This is each time an enemy unit is set up within 18 of the bear.
Yeah. So,
but you have to choose a different model to shoot them. each time. So basically, whenever you land within 18 of the bear, someone within 6 of the bear Auspex scans you. But you have to, because it happens every single time someone deep strikes, you have to choose a different thing. So if you have a warrior squad, a hive tyrant, and a pyrivore unit within 6 of the bear, and they deep strike 3 units, you can't shoot the warrior squad 3 times. You have to shoot the warrior once, then you have to pick the hive tyrant to shoot, then you have to pick the pyrivore to shoot.
It still seems really good.
Very situational, very strong in those situations.
Yeah, very good at just keeping people from
toss that in just as a stay away from me nerd. But really good.
Yeah.
Finally, combined assault 1 CP. If you get 2 Leviathan units into combat, then improve the AP of all their melee by 1.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It'll come up occasionally.
Yeah.
It's not amazing.
Whenever you need to buff that AP and you find yourself in that situation, charge in your melee unit and a zoanthrope or a second melee unit or something, and
it's the same way that when that's because otherwise you're kind of overcommitting, like committing 2 combat units to one thing. If they need the AP, like what's going on here?
I'm honestly just thinking that there's a lot of AP2 in this book, and when I find someone with AP2, ignore AP2. Like,
you need to get over
I'm going to be super glad to throw in a Neurothrope and just be like, those are AP3 now. Die.
This is like in Tau, where if you fire 2 units at one target, you can give them both +1 AP.
Yep.
Usually if you fire 2 full units at one target, it's dead. Like, sure.
Yep.
It's the same thing in NIDS. If you're charging with 2 combat units and you still need extra punch, what's going on? So what you do is you charge something in, or you select an ethereal to shoot with, in the case of the Tau, and then you just 1 CP give the more relevant thing the AP buff.
Yeah, super strong.
That's what's going to happen most of the time.
All right, well, next Hive Fleet, Gorgon. Gorgon is the one that's all about like poison and biochemical warfare and things.
Okay, uses adaptive hypertoxins.
Yep, adaptive toxins. So each time an attack is made by model, not melee attack, an attack is made by model.
Okay, that's real good.
A wound roll of a 4+ is always successful.
It's real good.
Yeah, so it's not against vehicles or Titanic.
All the devourers and spine fists and little itty bitty
Every
shots.
single gun is now poison 4+. Every single melee attack is poison 4+. That's it.
Yeah. Okay.
And then it doesn't.
Pyrovores.
Pyrovores with poison 4+. That just poison 4+ on all of your stuff is good.
It's real not bad.
Yep. And then of course, their adaptive trait is you can reroll a wound whenever you shoot or fight with Gorgon, and they can replace it with feed or lurk. Feed again is the extra damage. Lurk is the tougher or objectives control stuff. I mean, more defensive.
So far, all of these things
super solid. Super solid trait. Yeah. Warlord trait. Roll a d6 for each enemy unit within 3 inches of the warlord at the start of the fight phase. 2+ they take immortal, a 6 they take d3.
This feels like an 8th edition warlord trait.
It is. All the 8th edition ones were pick 1, and this is each, which is cute. But still, you're not getting more than 1 or 2.
That
yeah,
often.
that's not very much.
Yeah, I do like how the poison 4+ is the one you can't switch out of, so you can build your army around it, and you never feel like you want to switch out of it.
Yeah, rerolling a wound is cool. I like to have that, but in some games, I may decide I want something else.
Yeah, for sure. This is pretty solid. It's also really good in the shooting army too.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Their psychic power is Poisonous Influence. Warp Charge 7 selects a friendly Gorgon unit within Synaptic link range. Blah blah blah. Each time you make a melee attack, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts a mortal to a max of 6.
Wrath of Mars, but in
Wrath
combat.
of Mars, but in combat on Tyranids. If you have a bunch of attacks, this is good.
I think it's just good in general.
Yep.
It's like that Black Templars chat that does a 6 mortal wounds per target.
This is just super, super solid. And it's Warp Charge 7, but still, I like it.
This one, you can only do 6 mortal wounds. It's not like you can do 6 mortal wounds per target.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah,
just 6
mortal wounds. So the Black Templar chant is a unit may only suffer 6 mortal wounds. So if you split your attacks, you can do 6 here, 6 here, 6 here. You reasonably don't have enough attacks to make that happen, but whatever.
It's still
here, this one says you do up to 6 mortal wounds. So there's you split your attacks, it's still
max 6.
Which is for the best. This is a psychic power they just have access to. This isn't like a strat.
No, everyone knows this.
Oh, that is very good.
It is very good.
That is very solid.
Just toss that out.
That is very good.
Let's keep going with it.
Would you take a psychic power that just reads Warp Charge 7, do 6 mortal wounds?
Yes.
Me too.
I've already got one of those. Yes. So, Hypermorphic Biology. This is their relic. +1 toughness to the bear, and they count as double wounds for degradation.
It's fine.
That's totally fine. There's a lot of toughness 7 and 8 on the monsters here. Taking that to 8 or 9 is really cool. Toughness 9 on the Tervagon is a point where people are just like, all right, fine.
That's true. I'm evaluating this from the standpoint of because I'm used to like slapping this on Space Marines or something. Toughness 4 to 5, 5 to 6. Now toughness 8 to 9 is a real jump.
That is a real jump.
That is a real
Toughness 7
jump.
to 8, also a real jump. You can make a Flyrant toughness 8. You can make a Walking Tyrant toughness 9, Turvagon toughness 9, a Trigon toughness 8, or Trigon Prime, I
think it depends on what relics there are in the book, but it's a decent one. I don't have a problem with it.
And here is another brutal one.
Hyper
1 CP for their strat. Hypertoxicity. When a Gorgon toxin sacs unit from your army is selected to fight. So this is fight, not shooting. Until the end of the phase, each time a toxin sac unit makes a melee attack, an unmodified hit roll of a 5+ auto wounds.
John.
It's a lot of wounds.
It's a lot of wounds.
Gorgon. Super solid.
What can have toxin sacs?
Any plastic hit.
Oh.
Like,
does it cost points?
Yeah, it all costs points.
Okay.
Nothing has the toxin sac keyword. Everyone can buy it at a not that
expensive, but not.
So Gorgon's actually going to buy them.
Yes, you would. Hypertoxicity is a good strat.
It is a good strat.
Very good strat.
Yeah, just Gorgon solid across the board.
Yeah.
You're squinting your eyes because you saw BA?
I did, as a Blood Angel player. So, quick aside. Very, very quick aside. Blood Angels can power through a lot of defensive mechanics because you have so much damage. So, yes, your +1 to wound is... Yes, your +1 to wound is negated by Transhuman, but, you know, you have 5 attacks a model on Sangard, 5 attacks a model on Death Company, 6 attacks with a Chainsword.
Yep.
Like, you can power through that because you're so reliable on your number of attacks, number of hits. It's when you start stacking damage reduction, like when you get Transhuman and -1 damage and -1 to hit, is like, all right, now I'm not powering through it.
Yeah.
But your sheer number of attacks will push damage through.
Absolutely.
And warriors aren't that durable, right? Do they have like an invuln or anything?
Once a game, yes.
Yeah. So if they don't have an invuln, you're gonna clean through them no matter what, like your AP3 or AP4 in combo with Sangard. Yeah. So even with Transhuman, they need multiple defensive mechanics in order to actually make you stop.
You'd have to be like -1 damage for warriors to be really...
Yeah, but we're not... Crusher is not real and it can't hurt me.
True. Jormungandr. So, Gorgon, Toxic. I just like every single part of this is like a solid B+ to me.
Yes. And that's also if they're -1 damage, you outpace that because you're +1 to wound. Back on to... All right, you know what? Let's do it. Let's talk about Jormungandr. I know.
Jormungandr. Defensive one here. This is like the deep, strikey, tunnely, like hide one. So, range attack is made against a monster from 18 inches away, they get dense cover. If a range attack is made against a non-monster from 12 inches away, they get dense cover. So, you get -1s to hit built in. This is cool, but honestly, there are so many ways to get -1 to hit in that I'm less excited about this.
Yeah, I wish that was the adaptive one, because I would want to swap that out a lot.
Yep.
Like a lot.
However, the adaptive is each time a unit with this adaptation is targeted by a weapon with a blast, you can have the number of models in the unit rounding up to determine how many attacks are made with the weapon.
Never mind. I'm okay with that one being the adaptive. Because sometimes you want that, and sometimes it does nothing if your opponent doesn't have any blast weapons.
Jormungandr seems like the best one for taking a horde list.
Yes.
However, there is the question of, do you want that? Maybe, maybe not. That's a question still to be answered. But yeah, if you just take a crap ton of 20-man Gaunt squads and you see 20 airbursts line up, you're like, you know what? I didn't really want +1 to charge in this game. I want to not get blasted off the table. And you keep that.
Yes.
And then you roll up against Space Marines with bolt guns and you're like, you know what? I don't even care. Like, you know what? Screw the blast weapon thing.
We'll go for something out
this
of
This
lurk,
is a great adaptive trait.
Yes. They can pick off of Hunt and Lurk.
Yep. So Hunt is get there faster, Lurk is be tougher.
Yeah,
or be like OPSEC and
solid.
stuff. Super solid. Warlord trait, Insidious Threat, is just select a friendly Jormungandr unit in Synaptic link range. That unit ignores cover. So, super good.
Solid.
Just ignore cover. Lurking Maws is their psychic power. Warp charge 7. Select an enemy unit within a Synaptic link range of the Psyker or within 18. And all Jormungandr units are +1 AP in combat against that. Solid.
See, feels good.
Feels good. When you need it, it's nice to have. Because again, everyone knows it. Bio artifact is Infrasonic Roar. This is a weird one. At the end of your movement phase, select an enemy unit within 12 inches and roll 3d6. If it's equal to or higher than the enemy unit's leadership characteristic, that unit cannot perform actions.
Yeah, that's real. You're never taking that.
Nope, you really aren't. This used to be a 6-inch aura of -1 leadership.
Well, this is better than that, I guess.
Maybe, I'm not even confident.
I don't even know about that. Generally, your opponent will only do actions that complete on their turn.
Yep. And if you're within 12 inches with your warlock, just go kill them.
Just go kill them.
Just go kill them.
If they're in the middle of an action, just end them. They can't complete an action if they're dead.
Yep. And then Buried in Weight is a 1 CP strat, which you can use 1, 2, or 3 times depending on the size of the battle. If you're playing Strike Force, the one that we always play, you get to use it twice.
Yes.
So,
Onslaught, which is a 3k points limit, you get to do it 3 times.
Yeah. This is just Deep Strike unit.
Okay.
It's okay.
It lets you deep strike things you wouldn't ordinarily be able to deep strike, so I don't have a problem with that.
I still think Jormungandr is a little bit of a miss for me.
It does feel that way. I think the only thing I want is the adaptive trait, and that's only sometimes, and that's only in certain armies against certain armies. So I think even if you are running large swarms, I don't think you take Jormungandr. It only has one ability for you, and it's only against Blast.
Yep. Kronos. Kronos is cool. Kronos is traditionally the shooty hive fleet that is also has anti-psychic mixed in.
Yes.
So the adaptation is Bio Barrage. Plus 4 inches to all ranged weapons. That's your all the time trait.
Seems good.
Solid plus 4 inch range to all ranged weapons is okay.
Don't have a problem with
Their
that.
adaptive is when you're within half range of your ranged attacks, improve your AP by 1. So better AP. This is a good adaptive trait. You can you're going to keep that fairly often, I imagine. But when you see the games where you don't want extra AP due to the nature of your weapons, your opponent, or what have not, you can just trade it out.
Yeah.
They get Feed and Lurk. Feed is the do more damage. Lurk is the lurking one.
Be tougher.
Be tougher and or, yeah.
We'll go over them as soon as we're done with these.
Absolutely. That'll be the next thing to go after.
Yep.
Warlord trait. This is super cute.
Soul Hunger.
Go ahead and read that one for me.
While an enemy Psyker unit is within 18 inches of this Warlord, each time a Psychic test is taken for that unit, it suffers perils on any dice roll that includes a double instead of a double 1 or double 6. Whatever.
No, this is actually cool. I promise. Because remember that you take extra damage for perils.
You take +1.
+1 mortal. And you're an aura of -1 to cast. Like, Psychic near them is hard. So their Psychic power is Symbiostorm. Or Symbiostorm. Never really been clear on that. Warp Charge 7, select a friendly Kronos unit. And +1 strength on all the ranged weapons.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
The Bio Artifact, Null Node.
Alright, this one's garbage.
In your command phase, select one enemy unit within Synapse link range of the bear until the start of your next command phase. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack, the hit roll cannot be rerolled, and the wound roll cannot be rerolled, and psychic tests cannot be rerolled.
So that basically is pick a unit within 12 inches of one of your Synapse creatures. That's actually not bad.
No, I think that's fine. It's definitely better than Soul Hunger. Soul Hunger's garbage.
It's not. This is pretty cool. I wonder, like, who's going to start your turn within 12 of your army and then be alive long enough to care about this?
Oh, that's in your command phase?
It's in your command phase. So you don't get to move to set it up. Your opponent has to move into it. I feel like good players are going to be, like, just not send units they care about and just leave them in set.
Yeah, because only some units really, like, rely on rerolls to hit and wound.
Yeah. So you have a little less choice. Then their strat is 1 CP, the Deepest Shadow. When an enemy unit fails a psychic test, use a strat. At that point, you select one Kronos Psyker within 18 of the enemy unit. That enemy unit immediately takes D3 mortal wounds, and the Kronos Psyker gains the following ability. When an enemy Psyker is within 18 inches of this unit, each time a psychic test is taken for that unit is failed, the unit suffers D3 mortal wounds.
I don't think... You take this if you're running a shooting army for the traits, I believe. I don't think you try and spec into anti-Psyker, because all of these, you have to be close to your opponent in order for them to go off. You have to be within 18. And your people are already staying 24 inches away from Psykers to prevent denies. Staying within 18 is just not usually a rule that happens.
I think that this army is going to people still. Even though they have shooting buffs, Tyranids are A-okay getting close to people and shooting. All Tyranid armies.
I just don't see yourself taking that Warlord trait.
I like the combo of the Warlord trait, the strat with...
The strat is decent because you don't have to pay anything for it until they fail power. I don't think you take the Warlord trait.
Oh, I liked it.
I mean, like, you have a big bug. They just need to stay... They want to stay 24 inches away from you anyway. Like, away from that character.
All right, well, we have one more Hive Fleet number 7, Hydra.
Hive Fleet Hydra.
Hive Fleet Hydra, the last
Hail
one.
Hive Fleet Hydra.
Hail Hive Fleet Hydra. This one is also cool. This is like the Swarm one. This is like the Overwhelm You with Bodies one. That's like their lore.
Yes. Oh, you're absolutely not distracting me with Blood Angel talk. Absolutely not.
Stop it. All right. Each time a model of this adaptation makes a melee attack that targets a unit containing fewer models than its own, add 1 to hit. For the purpose of this, vehicles and monsters are 5 models. So if a Tyranid monster hits a unit with less than 5 models, it's +1 to hit. If you hit a vehicle with a unit that has 10 models, +1 to hit. Or if you just hit a unit that you outnumber, +1 to hit.
Okay.
Solid. This is all combat, but +1 to hit in combat in a lot of scenarios is cool because you're going to outnumber people a lot.
Only in combat?
Only combat.
It's interesting. It's interesting. It's good into Custodies.
Yeah.
Because they're all 3 model units.
Their adaptive trait is +1 move for the army. Solid. And then consolidate +3 to a max of 9.
I wish the adaptive and the non-adaptive one were switched. Because the adaptive one, or the non-adaptive one, the one where you have to outnumber them, is going to be good into some armies and not good into others.
I fully agree. These guys are feed and hunt. They're not lurking. They're just swarming you.
Okay.
The Warlord trait. Warlord trait solid. The Warlord heals D3 wounds at the start of the turn. Start of the command phase.
Yeah. You can't really heal in Tyranids, if I'm correct.
You can. 100% you can. But also I'll point out that this is not my command phase. This is the command phase.
This is both command phases?
Both command phases. This guy heals D3. This guy heals. His regeneration is endless, Jack.
It is endless. That actually is the point where it gets really annoying.
Yeah, this guy is...
You take a Hive Tyrant down to 4 wounds, then on their turn they heal for... I mean, it's going to be 3 whenever I play against it.
Yep.
And then on my turn it heals for another 3, and you're like, oh...
Super annoying. Their psychic power is weird, very situational, plays into the horde aspect. Psychic Shriek is a warp charge value of 6. Select an enemy unit within Synaptic limit range or 18. Then you roll 1d6 for each Hydra infantry or beast model within 3 of the enemy unit, and 3 dice for every monster. Every 5+ is a mortal wound. So this looks like
they all yell at you because it's a Psychic Shriek.
Seriously.
So all the models nearby just like, Mah! And then you...
What this looks like is you run a bunch of bugs and monsters and stuff right up next to an enemy unit, and then you cast a spell, and it's like, here's 18 dice. Every 5+ is a mortal.
Up to a maximum of 6.
Up to max 6.
But it's still pretty good.
You just go surround someone with gaunts. This really plays into you want hordes and like a couple tough monsters that are healing on constantly.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. On a warp charge of 6,
yep, it's
probably a better smite.
Often will be. But, you've got your movement phase to set it up, so like you can make that call.
Yeah.
The bio artifact relic is a Barbed Manifestation. The bearer rerolls wounds in shooting. That's pretty good. There's several guns that I actually like, and this will make them not worse. So I am A-okay with that.
And you can use it on relics. So if you replace one of your...
That is a relic.
Oh, that is a relic?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So it does work on relics, but spoiler alert, it is one. It is one.
Finally, the last stratagem here, critical mass. In the fight phase, when a Hydra unit is selected to fight, each melee attack made by a model in that unit targets an enemy unit with fewer models than its own. Reroll the wound roll.
Yep. Okay.
Reroll wounds against smaller units where you're already +1 to hit.
This one does not key off of vehicles and monsters do not count as.
So your monsters are never going to get that, but they have other ways.
They have other ways to reroll wounds.
John Shaves will keep you posted on the relic pistols and whether or not there are any in the stacks.
I mean, and if they're good, they might make the top 10 relic pistols list.
They just might.
They just might.
Let's go through the biomorphologies, which are the hunt, lurk, and feed real quick. I'm going to speed through them because I don't want to spend 6 hours on this review.
If you want to be custom, you can take 1 off of each tree.
Not quite.
It's what
it's you pick 2.
Yeah, you pick 2.
2 out of the 3. And you pick 1 to be your main and 1 to be your adaptive.
Not 1 off of each tree. You get 1 off of
2 of them.
2 of them. And 1 of them is your adaptive.
And the adaptive one you get to switch for anything on the 3rd table. So I'm going to be honest. What you're going to do is you're going to pick 1 from hunt, 1 from feed. And whichever one of those 2 you like the least, you're going to switch that one out for something on lurk.
John, big fan of lurk.
Big fan of lurk. Lurk is the best one.
Big fan of lurk.
Let's read through them. Hunt. Consolidate +3. That's just army wide.
It's not bad. Not great.
Solid.
It's fine.
It's cool. Yeah.
The fact you can swap them out makes it better.
Yep. Heightened reflex is whenever you fall back, you are still able to shoot. And if you do, -1 to your hit roll.
So your Ultramarines?
You should get the Ultramarine thing.
Solid.
+1 to charge rolls for units. Solid. Tyranids like charging.
Yeah.
Synaptic goading. Endless multitude units can make a 6-inch normal move at the start of the first round.
If you're taking a lot of the swarm bugs, you're taking Synaptic goading.
Absolutely. Awesome.
100%.
Yep. Super cool if you build for it. Super not if you don't.
And you also know whether you're getting it. Like if you know you're going first, then you take Synaptic goading. But if
or you go second and you take it and you scout move 6 inches back behind a wall.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or scout move 6 inches up behind a wall.
So many options.
There's one in the center of the board.
Yeah. Ambush predators. All your units can heroic as if they were a character. Still 3 inches, but everyone can heroic.
Not bad. So far, these are fine, if a little situational.
Hunt is all fine situational.
Yeah, +1 to charge is always going to be all right. Like, it's always good.
Yeah.
And Synaptic goading feels really good if you're going first with the right bugs, or you're going second and there's somewhere to hide.
Yeah. Lurk.
This is the one where John
loves Lurk.
Real happy with these.
Treat AP1 as AP dash.
Okay. Solid.
You can switch into it, so I like that because you see a bunch of AP1, you take it. You don't.
You see a whole lot of shuriken.
Naturalized camouflage. AP1. Whenever you receive the benefit of cover, add an additional 1 to any armor saving throw. I love that it's not even light cover, so if you're in a forest, you get +1 save.
It says add an additional 1, so I would assume that's
fair. Probably not then. All right, so still light cover. That's still love it.
That is real good. And if you see your opponent, has a lot, almost no AP1, you don't take exoskeletal reinforcement for the ignore AP1. If you see your opponent has a lot of ignore cover, you don't take naturalized camouflage. You can avoid your opponent's
counters. You can adapt them.
Yes.
Territorial instincts. Monsters get OBSEC, and monsters with 10 wounds count as 5 models. Super good.
Yeah, that's real good.
Unfeeling resistance. If your characteristic changes when you suffer damage, you count as double wounds.
It's pretty solid.
Pretty good.
Pretty solid.
Finally, Synaptic Ganglia. You can reroll Deny the Witch tests for units with this adaptation. So army-wide Deny the Witch.
Mm-hmm.
And each time you manifest a psychic power, increase the range by 3.
It's fine. If your opponent's heavy on the psychic powers, you can take it.
Yeah.
But
I mean, this would be a bad trait because you'll play against Talon Custodians.
Horrendous trait.
But if I can just look at my Thousand Sons of Grey Knight opponent and be like, you know what?
I feel like you might have a lot of psychic powers in there.
I feel like I'm going to do this one. Then this is awesome.
I don't know about awesome. It's fine. I think it's fine in the right matchups.
I think it's awesome in a couple matchups, and I love the ability to switch into it.
Yeah.
Because those are the armies that you don't want double cover against.
Yes. No, Lurk is great because if your opponent doesn't have ignores cover, you take double cover, and it's phenomenal.
Yep.
If your opponent has a lot of AP1, you can switch into ignore AP1, and it's insane.
Yep.
You can make your monsters opposite. All of these are hits, honestly.
Yeah. Lurk is the best table. You want to have access to Lurk.
Well, let's take a look at Feed.
On a wound roll of a 6, improve the AP characteristic of your attack by 1 with range attacks. So feeding, you just shoot a little harder. 6
that is a good trait.
That is a good trait.
That is just a good trait.
Generically good.
You pump out shots, you're going to be hitting that, and it's going to... You have a lot of low AP shooting?
Yep. A lot of AP 1 and 2.
That is going to make a big difference.
Yep.
Big difference.
You do not suffer penalty for advancing and firing assault weapons. You do not suffer penalty for moving and firing heavy weapons. And monsters do not suffer penalty for shooting heavy into combat. So you just don't take the weapon hit penalties.
It seems alright.
Yeah.
It seems alright.
Seems fine to me.
Don't have a problem with it.
Wreathed in Shadow. Your opponent cannot overwatch or set to defend against you. If you see someone who can scary overwatch, you take it. If you don't.
Yes. If you're particularly worried that overwatches are going to get your bacon or whatever, then you can just turn them off.
Yeah.
Army-wide. Feels good.
This one is really weird. Each time you fail a charge, you can make a 3-inch normal move.
Charge and fade.
Yeah, it's so weird, but also you know what? Kind of cool.
It's not bad.
I need to see that one on the table to see if it's actually useful, but it's kind of cool.
It's unique.
It's very unique.
It's unique, and it does movement. So that has the potential to be real good.
Yeah. And then finally, Unstoppable Swarm. You ignore any modifiers to move, advance, or charge rolls.
Solid.
Tanglefoot, dense forests, repulsor fields, all of it gone. Tau, ignored, countered.
Yep.
All of this is solid. All of these are very situational, but the fact that you get to make this choice after you know your opponent's list and who's going first makes this much stronger than it sounds.
If these were all set, they'd be terrible.
Yeah.
No question about that. But the fact that you can switch, you can customize it for your opponent. You know whether you're going first or second even before you pick it.
Yep. Hive Mind knows all.
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
Big wins.
Yes.
Love it. All right. Let's carve through the stratagems real quick. I'm going to go a little fast here just because there's so much to cover in this book.
Yes.
But we're going to do it. No conclusions on Crushing Leviathan yet, Kyle. We are waiting on GW.
We do not know. We have not been told.
Yep.
We just don't know.
Scorch Bugs. Add 6 inches to the range of your flesh boars and add 1 strength of flesh boars, also flesh boar hives. It's 1 CP on everything but a monster where it costs 2. Flesh boars are now 18 inches, strength 5, AP 2, one shot. So this takes them to 24-inch strength 6.
Feels good.
Yeah, just totally fine.
Yeah.
Flesh borers are really just on Gaunt's gargoyles, and then the flesh borer hive is on Tyranid effects. This is fine.
Yeah.
1 CP Voracious Appetite.
I assume flesh borer hive slap.
It's a lot of shots. It's like 30 flesh borers strapped together. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, and the range buff on that when you want to get in range.
That matters a lot. Yeah.
It's a big deal.
Voracious Appetite. Pick a monster. It rerolls wounds in combat. 1 CP.
That is super good.
Super good.
That is so good.
Yep.
Love
that.
That's real strong.
Adrenal Surge. For an adrenal gland keyword unit, and adrenal glands, of course, have the thing. They're one of the upgrades you can buy.
Okay.
But they give the keyword. Nothing has the keyword, but you can buy it very easily. Simple. +1 attack to every model in the unit, unless it's a monster. And then you add D3 attacks to the monsters in the unit. So 1 CP. It's 2 CP on a 20-man unit. 1 CP on anything 19 models or less.
So monsters, it's 1 CP.
1 CP plus D3 attacks on a monster. Adrenal glands, to be clear, are usually 10 or 15 points to get the keyword, but they also give +1 move, +1 strength. And then for 1 CP, they give plus D3 attacks on monsters. Yeah, I didn't do that against you in our one test game because I forgot, but I will be doing that in the future.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. That is actually very, very scary.
Yep.
What's unit size are the big swarmy swarms? Are they 30?
They cap at 30.
30. Okay, so the 19. This isn't
You don't just take 19 instead of 20 and call it a day.
Yeah, that was what Siegs does all the time. He's like, I have a 19-man unit of rangers because something costs 1 instead of 2 if you do that.
Yeah, the 5 feel no pain.
What?
I hate
oh
that.
Oh my god.
All right.
Why would they write it like that?
Here's a fun one. So I know you already mentioned that having Tyranids with like warriors with an invuln and -1 damage can't happen because Crusher's gone. 1 CP reinforced hive node. When a warrior or Tyranid prime unit is selected as the target of an attack, -1 damage. Boom.
Okay, well, they can have transhuman and an invuln and -1 damage for 1 turn.
Or if I'm Leviathan, it could be every turn.
Yeah, that's pretty durable.
Yeah, it's pretty durable.
That's pretty durable. That is the point where they've stacked enough defensive buffs to where it's going to be a problem to kill them.
Yeah. The reinforced hive node is super good.
Yeah, reinforced hive node, that's...
Yep. And it's 1 CP on a 5-man or less, 2 CP on a 6 or more man. Because warriors start at 9.
Have?
4.
Bro.
So -1 damage.
Can you give him feel no pain?
Of course. Of course I can, Jack. You think I'm not going to take a 9-man and just buff it up every turn?
That
super tough.
Feels more durable than like a Terminator.
Oh, yeah, it is.
By like a bunch.
Yeah.
By like a lot.
Yeah, this is like a Dark Angel, like Deathwing Knight and cover durable. Different ways.
With 4 wounds.
4 wounds, -1 damage, 5 up feel no pain, 5 up invuln transhuman. I cast Tank. This is going to be tough. Attaboy.
That's not...
Oh, it's okay.
That's not okay.
All right, here's a strat that's a lot more reasonable. Observer Organism. 1 CP on an Exocrine. The target does not receive the benefit of cover when it shoots them, and an unmodified hit roll of a 6 scores 1 hit.
What?
Exocrines no longer double.
Hold on.
Oh, come on.
What kills a 9-man war? What kills like 2 warriors? What hitting them kills like 2 warriors?
I don't know. Like a Castellan probably kills 2.
Maybe. Transhuman.
Kit Smith Hannah says warriors are 3 wounds. I really thought I read the otherwise. I'll tell you what. Well, we're gonna skip over to that because that does matter.
I have it marked.
Sweet. Troops. Did I miss them? Tyranid warriors are 3 wounds. Thank you. Raveners are 4 wounds. That helps a lot.
That does help a lot. Mm-hmm. They're still insanely durable.
Got it. Okay, so
but 4 wounds would have been...
4 wounds would have been too much.
3 wounds may be too much, but we'll see.
No, they weren't going to lose 1. Thank you for that, Kisbeth Hannah. We'll get to those data sheets soon. So, 1 CP given Exocrine exploding 6s and ignore cover. Solid, but they no longer double shoot. They're just 6 plus D3 attacks. D3 shots now, so it's a little more shots, but they don't double shoot. It has better stats. Ignoring cover is nice. It also ignores dense cover, which I think is where you'd actually use this, is to remove the negative to hit. They're high enough AP that I don't care about light cover.
Yeah, and hit rolls a 6, score an extra 1.
Yeah, little
solid.
Thing.
Solid.
Yep. Yeah, Kitsmith, I am thinking of Raveners.
And also, I don't think Catans do, because you have Transhuman, and they have a limited number of attacks.
Yeah.
And you have to spend 2 CP to ignore their invuln in the first place.
Yeah, lol.
You might kill 3.
Yeah, this is a fun one.
Maybe.
1 CP when a hive tendril monster is selected as target of an attack.
Oh, buddy, I already know how cheap they are. They are very durable.
Yeah.
Like, that is a problem.
An unmodified wound roll of 1 to 3 fails when you target a monster.
It's real good.
Transhuman on a monster effectively is like a -1 to wound. I see it as because it's hard to wound Tyranids on 2+.
Yeah. Situational, you have to be like strength 9 or more in order to do it. But like, when you get hit by that -1 to wound for 1 CP on a monster that's already tough and it's like 17 wounds.
Super good. Love it.
2 up, 4 up is... Yeah. Again, it might just take it over the durability thresholds.
Really might.
Yeah.
Power the Hive Mind. Easy. Select 1 Psyker from your army until the end of the phase. That unit can attempt to manifest 1 additional power.
Real good on
some Maliceptor,
On Maliceptor, yeah.
It's a good 1 CP strat.
Yeah.
2 CP Death's Frenzy. A character that has not fought and is destroyed can immediately fight, but it does count as top tier. So it's just a fight on death at top tier for a Tyranid character. It's really good. Love that on Hive Tyrant if they get killed. Luke, I have read the book. Jack has not. Jack has, however, been in the same house as me as I screamed. So he definitely knows some of what's happening here, but he has not gotten the full picture.
I have heard... every so often I'll realize something new, like, damn.
Yeah.
Damn, warriors be thick. But yeah, I haven't actually taken a read through the book.
Yeah. Here's a fun one. Pheromone Trail. 1 CP, pick an enemy unit within 6 inches of a Lictor in your charge phase. All friendly Hive Fleet units that charge it are +2 to charge. Lictors are good. The Death Leaper also has the keyword Lictor, so that will be useful because you can just run him up, and if he either hits the charge, then he's definitely within 6, or if you just run next to him and just be like, boop, it's you. Everyone else charges really effectively. This can lead to some very good turn 1 charges from reserves.
Yeah.
Or turn 2 charges or more from reserves.
Yeah, Death Leaper's cool.
Death Leaper's
That's
cool.
One of the
Lictors are also not bad.
That's one of the units that I've heard from John about.
Yeah.
Death Leaper.
Synaptic Channeling. When a Hive Fleet Psyker just in your Psychic phase, that Psyker for 1 CP knows every single Psychic power on the table.
Oh.
So if someone is out of position, pick a different guy and try again.
Yeah, but with the cell towering, I don't think it's going to come up that much.
It won't come up that much. I see this as most useful when you have one Psyker who casts well. Because you can have one guy who's +2 to cast. And if you realize, wow, I really need this to be the power to pass, you can preemptively do it. Or if there's another weird scenario where the cell tower is broken, you're on opposite sides of the battlefield, you can do this. I really, it's a very cool utility strat.
It is. It is very good when it comes up. I thought it was about to say that you know all of the powers, but no, you just know all the ones on the table?
That are on the battlefield.
All right.
Yep. So 1 CP Synaptic Legacy, when you select a Synaptic Imperative, if your Warlord is alive, but one of your Synapse units has been destroyed, you can still use their Synaptic ability. So basically, if I have like a Hive Tyrant and a Zoanthrope and like a Maliceptor, let's say my Hive Tyrant's my Warlord, and turn 2, you've already killed my Tyranid warriors, but I want to use their Synaptic ability, I can spend a CP as long as my Warlord's alive and still use their Synaptic Imperative.
Seems good.
But you still cannot use it if it's already been selected. You can't just double up still, just because you lost something. Because they're all once a game. 1 CP Trampling Charge. Really cool. When a Hive Tendril monster finishes a charge move, select an enemy unit within engagement range and roll a d6. If it has the Horned Chitin keyword, then on a 2+, they suffer 3 mortals, and on a 5+, they suffer d3+3.
That's a lot.
If they don't have Horned Chitin, then unit suffers d3 mortals, on a 5+, they suffer 3. Horned Chitin is like Hive Tyrants, Maliceptors, Tyrannifex, or Carnifex that pay 5 points. Things that aren't are going to be like your Carnifex-sized monsters, Trigons, and like Harpies.
Okay, so 1 CP, I think on Horned Chitin, I think you do spend the 1 CP.
Yep.
And I think not on Horned Chitin, you spend it when you need to. Like if you're charging into a Phoenix Lord, for example, that is phase locked on how much damage you can do.
I might just try to
Trying to do 3 mortal wounds in the charge phase feels pretty good.
Yep. But then like if on a 2+ just 3 mortal wounds means if I ever charge Baharoth with a Hive Tyrant, bonk.
Yeah, he's just dead.
Just like we're taking one of those phases outright on a 2+.
Yeah.
Love this strat.
Yeah. I think you did charge him with that and then rolled a 1 or something.
No, I charged him with a bunch of warriors.
Oh, you charged him with a bunch of warriors.
Yeah. Still really cool. This indicates to me that the Crusher Stampede's going away. Because you cannot have both of those at the same time. You cannot have a Hive Tyrant deal 12 mortals on the
You can't have Crusher in general at all.
Nope.
That's not the break point, is you can do an extra 3 mortal wounds.
Austin Tabling is telling me that a Neurothrope is Horned Chitin. Did they change it? We'll look at data sheets later. If they change the Neurothrope to have monster, I'd be surprised. It used to be infantry.
So it is. You can have Horned Chitin, but it has to be a monster to activate Trampling Charge.
Yep. 1 CP for Enfolding Strike. When the Parasite of Mortrex flies over a enemy unit, select a roll a d6 on a 2+. They take D3 mortal wounds and become infected with parasites. See its data sheet. And on a 6, they suffer flat 3 mortals and become infested with parasites. I'll tell you what parasites do right now. In your next turn, roll a dice. On a 4+, you take D3 mortals and are still infested. And on a 1 through 3, you take D3 mortals and are done with the infestation. So you're taking D3 mortals no matter what. So this is basically on a 2+, take D3 mortals now and D3 mortals at the start of your next turn.
This is on a 4+, right? Or a 1, 2, 3?
The 1, 2, 3 is just that you're free of parasites. You take the mortals no matter what.
That is...
So basically it's 1 CP, D3 now, D3 later.
So 1 CP, 2d3 mortal wounds is very strong.
Yep, parasite's awesome.
And it's also not phase locked. So if you roll that 3 into a 3, that's a good Baharoth.
I would love to fly over Baharoth with this guy and just be like, mortals! If you res him later, mortals!
Yep, that wouldn't be good.
That would be good. So, they have 2 different strats for buying extra relics, extra warlord traits. It's the exact same as every single 9th edition one you've seen so far. Next. Subterranean Assault. This is fun. When a Hive Fleet Trigon or Trigon Prime arrives on the battlefield, you can spend this command point and you grab a Hive Fleet unit with troops battlefield roll in strategic reserves, and you set that unit anywhere within 9 inches of the Trigon or Trigon Prime and not within 9 inches of any models.
Okay.
So it's 1 CP, turn a Trigon or Trigon Prime into a drop pod.
Yeah, this is the thing that Trigons have traditionally done.
Yeah,
traditionally gone.
It used to be a data sheet,
and then everyone else comes out,
and now it's part of their thing.
Okay.
Now it's a strat, so like it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. You can build around it, but I probably wouldn't.
I wouldn't at all. Rapid Regeneration, 1 CP, pick up a Tyranid model, gains D3 wounds. If the Hive Tyrant's wounded, blah, blah, blah. It's any model at all. Any model. Just has to be wounded. 1 CP Invisible Hunter. Select a Lictor not set up on the battlefield this turn. At the end of your turn, remove it from the battlefield. And then next turn, you set it up more than 9 inches away. So just 1 CP, put a Lictor in reserves and come in later.
Yeah, which, now that it can't do secondaries really, is a debatable value.
Yeah.
Back when you could do secondaries with Lictors, it would have had a lot of value. But we'll see. I mean, Lictors are dope.
Lictors are dope, yeah.
Lictors are cool.
Here's a really good one. Overrun. At the end of the fight phase, select a Hive Fleet Tendril unit from your army that made a charge move and is no longer in engagement range of the enemy, aka you killed someone.
Okay.
That unit immediately makes a normal move instead of consolidating. I don't know why it's instead of consolidating at the end of the fight phase. That part's weird. Maybe you have to preemptively not consolidate when you fight, and then if you do that, you can then overrun later.
I would assume so. I don't think they meant it to be that awkward.
It's awkwardly written.
It's super awkward. Because you technically have to forego making a consolidation in order to activate this.
Several minutes.
But actually, rules as written, technically you can make a consolidation because this says it can make a normal move instead. And, well, I guess rules as written, you can't even activate it.
Yeah,
because you're not making a consolidation at the end of the fight phase. Mm-hmm. But clearly what they mean is, they just got the timings wrong on it. Clearly what they mean is you move instead of consolidating.
Yeah.
It's just going to have a really weird activation on it.
I'll also put a quick caveat in here. All of the regeneration things that we're talking about, because there's still more coming, has a caveat of each model can only be regenerated once per turn. So you cannot use this strat on the Hydra Warlord or on Oblane.
Okay.
Because they all regenerate once per turn.
Okay.
Shardler, love this one. 1 CP, when a range attack made by a Synapse unit hits an enemy unit. Until the end of the turn, each time a friendly Hive Fleet unit declares a charge, if that is one of the targets of the charge, roll an additional d6 on the charge.
Oh, if it's one of the targets.
Yeah, not just the target. It's just if it's one of them.
One of the targets.
So if you go hit a screening unit with a warrior, everything charges it really good.
Yes. Yeah.
You can also do things like have a warrior shoot 1 Death Spitter at a tank and just be like, great, everyone's going to charge you a lot better now.
Yeah, that's real solid.
Shardler, super good. Love that one.
Dude makes videos. I agree. The strat does not work the way it's written. We just have to try and divine their intent. Their intent is very clear here. It is, instead of consolidating, you move.
Yeah.
The way they've worded it, the strat does not work because you do not consolidate. You do not consolidate at the end of the fight phase.
Yeah, I don't get. I'm sure that there'll be an FAQ that changes the wording slightly in a way that works exactly the way we think it does.
Yes.
But until then,
yes.
Endless Swarm. This is cool. 1 CP, start of your command phase, select a Endless Multitude, Gaunt, Jormungandr, Gargoyle, unit from your army. D3 plus 3 destroyed models are added back to that unit with their full wounds remaining.
What's Endless Multitude?
Gaunt, Jormungandr, Gargoyle.
Oh, you just said it.
Yep.
That's fine.
Just heal. It's in the start of your command phase, so you can heal onto objectives.
Yeah, that's actually really
It's kind of like the old Poxwalker trick.
It's, yeah. Yeah,
or Necron Warrior Reanimation.
Onto an objective.
Yeah. Love this strat. You have to take the units for it, which I'm not super hyped on hordes. But in general,
warriors,
this is cool.
And for good reason. But yeah, if you take Endless Swarms and your opponent like misses on killing them, you just regen onto an objective and it's mine.
Or if they start to shoot you, you can very comfortably pull yourself out of line of sight and just be like, I'll just spend a CP and heal onto it later.
Yep. And you can do it on the same unit multiple times. Not per turn, but...
Yeah, you can do it each command phase on the same unit.
Yeah, so you can have like a 20-man with 3 poking out, and if your opponent can kill 5 at once, or even 10 at once, you just regen back onto the objective, and then you set that back up again, and then you regen onto the objective. And also, everything you can use this on has OPSEC.
Yeah.
So that is very good.
Super good.
Very good. You have to take the units to make it work, but it's very solid.
Instinctive Rampage. When a Hive Tyrant is destroyed, each time, just whenever an enemy unit destroys a Hive Tyrant, 1 CP, every Tyrant Guard unit that declares as a charge adds 4 to the charge roll, and each time a Tyrant Guard unit makes an attack against that enemy, +1 hit, +1 wound. If you kill a Hive Tyrant, the Tyrant Guard get big mad.
They add 4 to the charge roll.
+4 charge, +1 to hit, +1 wound against that enemy.
I mean, they should be mad. They didn't do their job.
Yeah, they're big mad.
Yes.
Big mad.
Yes.
But it's cool. Bounding Advance. This is the other way to advance in charge. 1 or 2 CP, Jormungandrs only. Each time you advance, do not make a roll. Instead, move 6. They can still declare a charge even though advanced.
All right, so there's 2 ways to advance
one is
in charge.
Just
one is
Jormungandrs,
only Jormungandrs.
One is the spell.
Yes, and you cannot use this in conjunction with the 8-inch advance. You cannot stack both.
Yep. But if it's 15 models, it costs 1 CP. If it's not, it costs 2. And again, it's a unit of up to 30.
It seems good.
Yeah, good strat. Good. Not crazy, but good. I like it.
Jormungandrs do hit a little. It's gonna.
Yep. Also, Jormungandrs do hit a little harder than they used to.
Or Behemoth do.
Or Behemoth, yeah. So I'm a big fan of Bounding Advance.
Yeah, seems good.
Encircle the Prey. 1 CP at the end of your turn. Select a Burrs or Fly unit. Remove the unit from the battlefield in the reinforcement step. And then in the reinforcement step of your next movement phase, set the unit back up anywhere more than 9 inches away from the enemy.
And because it's at the end of the turn and not in a phase, you can do this as many times as you want in a turn.
I'm going to reasonably say that we should play this as only 1 per turn can use it. But rules is written because it's end of turn, there is no phase, therefore there's no use 1 stratagem per phase.
No, Encircle the Prey is real gross. It's probably the best stratagem we've read so far.
It's really good.
Actually, it's not even probably. It's definitely the best stratagem we've read so far. Any fly unit hits you. And so this isn't like the GSC go back into reserves where you just make sure you have units covering each other so they can't go back into reserves because it'd be outside 6. Happens. This just happens. Mm-hmm. A flying Hive Tyrant can just run into your lines, delete something, and I'm out. And the following turn is going to come back down, and then it's going to go back in and go back up and then come back down. And what's realistically going to happen is you have 2 flying units that hit you really, really hard, and they're just going to go in, out, go in, out, go in, out.
Fly or burrowers.
Right. Oh, or burrowers, so Raveners too.
Or Trigons.
So you have...
Or Ripper Swarms.
Or, sure, I guess. So you have like a Flyrant and a unit of Raveners. It's like a 9-man unit of Raveners that'll just hit you super duper hard. Mm-hmm. And every turn, one of those is going to hit you, go into reserve, and the other one is just going to get there nice and ready. And the following turn, the other one's going to go in. The first one's going to come back down in their lines.
Yep.
The other one's going to go back into reserves. And you're just going to keep sending in the next wave, and there's no way your opponent can respond to it.
You got to kill it in my turn.
And which is going to be very hard if Raveners are sitting on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, hit the unit you got to hit them on the other side of the wall where they live, which is hard to do.
It is very difficult to do against good opponents.
And ask your TOs, because rules as written, both the Ravener and the Hive Tyrant can come out, hit you, and both leave at the same time.
Yes, rules as written, you can have 27 Raveners that all hit your opponent at the same time, 3 CP, all back into reserves. Even 2 units of Raveners. One is buried in the middle of a warrior ball that is never going to die. Yep. And then you just send them out, kill, go into reserves, and you just...
Easy.
And you just keep cycling it, and your opponent can't do anything about it.
Real good.
It is actually a broken mechanic because there's no interaction.
It's the same as Tyraxi. It's the same as the Orc Defcoptus. But all of those are very good as well. So
they are all very good as well.
Yep.
Yes.
It's all really good.
And they don't hit you in combat and then do it. Actually, Tyraxi do, but they are...
So the Defcoptus do too. Yeah. But this is still
this is
very
way
strong.
Better than both of those. I think they're 2 CP too. This one's 1. So this one's spammable.
Spore Clouds. When a Spore caster unit from your army is selected to remain stationary, add 6 to the range of their unit's auras. That's like Venom Thropes and stuff. So just stay stationary, get plus 6 inches to your range.
It's fine.
Fine, but like you could also just move 6 inches. So I'm not going to use this that often. But if you want to cover a lot of ground, it's cool.
I think it's fun. I think it's good.
I think it's totally fun.
I think it's good.
Here's a fun one. The Toxicrane strat. Toxic Entanglement for 1 CP. When a Toxicrane hits an enemy unit with a ranged weapon, roll 1d6, and on a 2+, until the start of your next movement phase, have the movement of all models in the enemy unit. If that unit declares a charge, it must declare the Toxicrane. And if the Toxicrane charges, that enemy must be one of the targets, and you get +2 to charge.
What is the range of the Toxicrane's attacks? Okay.
12.
That is an awesome strat.
That is super cool.
If the Toxicrane's range was higher than 12, honestly, I think 18 would be a problem. Higher than 12, then that would be real stupid. But 12 inches, you're already close enough to a lot of things. Anyway, I think it's awesome. Like, it's an awesome rule.
Guaranteed, they're going to have to day 1 FAQ in that the Toxicrane has to be alive for these restrictions to work. Because otherwise, I will charge Mortarion, die, and be like, yeah, you actually can't charge anyone besides that Toxicrane, and bad news, kiddo.
Toxicrane
died.
Yes, it's
the ultimate tie-up.
It's the Must Attack Gideon from MTG Online.
Yeah. Impaling Hooks. When a Flesh Hooks keyword unit is selected to fight, all Flesh Hooks models in the unit are +1 to hit in combat. Easy, 1 CP.
Yep.
But you can't use it. It's only against non-vehicle monsters because you use their hooks to haul them in and then whack them with your sticks. But that doesn't work against vehicles and monsters because they're too big. There's 1 CP +1 to hit in combat for Flesh Hooks units.
That's cool.
Super cool.
That's cool.
1 CP Psychotropic Venom. When a Lash Whip or Toxic Lashes unit is in combat at the start of the morale phase. So pick an enemy unit, -2 leadership, -1 combat attrition. Adorable.
They makes a good point. Kraken Toxicranes can shoot up to 16.
Adorable.
That is actually good.
That's
actually
cute,
good.
Cute as hell.
I was gonna say I think 18 is the point where it becomes very dumb, and 16 is like hovering on that line. But like whatever, you're taking that interaction.
You're taking the Kronos Toxicrane. Go get him.
Yeah,
go get him, Tiger.
Have fun.
Yeah. So it's an anti-morale stratagem, but you just have to be in combat with a Lash Whip or Toxic Lash unit. Those are exactly the units they think you are. Picture it. If it has Toxic Lashes or Lash Whips, that's what it is.
Yep.
Situational, but like, if your opponent's already burned their auto pass, I might be tempted to throw it out.
What if your opponent has a 30-man Pankara unit?
I would use this every single turn.
100%.
100% every single
Venom.
turn.
Just make them get real high.
Yeah. Acidic Torrent, 1 CP. When an Acid Maw keyword unit is selected to fight, roll a dice for each Acid Maw infantry in the unit, or each Acid Maw, or 3 dice for every Acid Maw monster. Each 3+ you roll, they take 1 immortal wound. Maximum of 6. So here's a fun thing. Well, here's 2 fun things. The first one is that super chat from Will I Really Am. Thanks so much for that £5 super chat. 2 Flyrants with Tyrant Guard, both charged, then 1 flies off, 1 moves back to the guard, next turn reverse the roll, so neither Tyrant can ever die.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, what am I supposed to say about that?
That's
Yep.
They have to come charge you.
They have
to kill the Tyrant Guard, and that is a very big ask.
The problem is you can rumble right up to them and then just start chain charging them every turn with no response from them. They can't do anything about it.
You need units, you need heroic interventions to hit them. You need tough enough units to survive and swing back before they leave. It's all very good.
It's very good.
Very strong.
The problem is you heroic a character in, character gets picked up, the Tyrant leaves anyway.
Yeah.
You heroic something in, generally the Tyrant will tank it on the face.
If you can put a Fight Last on them, that will help a lot.
That's so much to ask.
It's a spell
you
or
have
a relic.
to have something that'll live through them, have something that'll kill them in combat, and you have to be able to put a Fight Last on them, and you have to kill them in 1 activation because otherwise they charge, so they'll be able to.
I mean, put a Fight Last on them so that they can't comfortably charge your melee units and just leave.
that is
it's
so much ass. You can't even shoot them.
It's difficult to do.
Like Whirlwind can't do it. Like
you would take a Whirlwind
if that was a thing? No, it's terrible.
All right, I agree. Very, very strong. Next up, though, so with Acidic Torrent of Fun Things that is capped at 6 mortals, as far as I can tell, this is future-proofing because there is no way to get more than 3 mortals out of the strat. So it's just roll a dice for each Acid Maw infantry in the unit, or 3 dice for every Acid Maw monster, and either 3 plus is a mortal. I have not found...
How many Acid Maws? Like, what units have Acid Maws?
Acid Maws are Carnifex, Pyrovores, and Gene Stealers.
That's
it. And Acid Maws are 2 per 4 in Gene Stealers, so it's a max of 2. Pyrovore is a max squad of 3. Carnifex is a unit of 1 after it splits up. So
that is interesting.
Yeah, it's still 1 CP to cheeky throw out a 1 or 2 mortals. That's like fine. I'm just never gonna like go out of my way for this. It's just if it happens to happen, and if I need it, I'll use it.
Yeah. Feels good. It's kind of weird, honestly, but
yep.
Yeah.
Tim, no idea on Crusher. We're waiting on GW.
We have not heard a single word. If they say nothing, Crusher and Leviathan are legal. It's terrible. It's all bad. It's not good. But hopefully they say something. I would assume that they would.
Here's a really good one. 2 CP makes it a little expensive. Corrosive Viscera. In the fight phase, when a model in an Acid Blood unit would lose a wound, and then on a 4+, every time you lose a wound on a 4+, the attacking model suffers a mortal wound. Max 6.
What has Acid Blood?
Toxicrins, Venom Thropes, I think Pyrovores.
And it's a maximum of 6.
Yep, but it's every 4+. So if something comes in that is going to, like Magnus jumps up and is like, hello, Toxicrine, you're dead. You just are like, you know what? 2 CP, 6 mortals to you.
It's good.
I'm
happy they made it 6 more. They made it 2 CP.
Yeah, this needed to be 2 CP.
It needed
you don't want to just casually throw this out every turn.
Yeah, because 1 CP, 6 mortal wounds every time they hit you in combat is not okay.
Yep.
2 CP, it's a lot more situational.
Yep. 2 strats left. Next one is Blinding Venom, 1 CP. Love this strat. At the start of the fight phase, select one enemy unit with an engagement range of a gargoyle unit.
They just spit in your eyes.
Spit in your eye, Blinding Venom. And models in that unit cannot reroll the hit and are -1 to hit. Super good.
Yeah, that's real strong.
Super good. Gargoyles.
So they charge gargoyles and all of a sudden they just, that's real strong. That is real strong.
Real good. Love gargoyles. Love me some gargoyles.
Yeah, that is going to make gargoyles a real pain to kill. A real pain to kill. And then they can also come back with Endless Swarm.
Love gargoyles.
Yeah, it's going to be real tough to kill them.
Pathogenic Slime. When a Hive Tendril unit from your army is selected to shoot, till the start of the phase, each time a model unit makes an attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 auto-wounds the target with shooting attacks. So again, Toxin Sacks are a keyword you can buy by buying Toxin Sacks for a unit. Nothing has it, almost anything can buy it. That's it.
This feels like the strongest average strat power that I've seen in a book.
Yeah, I think that they only have like 3 or 4 of the hyper good strats, where some codexes have more. But every single strat,
I don't think.
No, this isn't a knock on Tyranid. Every single strat in here is super good.
Yeah, there's like 2 misses, maybe just 1. I can't even think of it.
The Exocrine one might be, and like some of the morale ones.
Ignoring -1 from Dense is it's not the worst. It's a very situational observer organism.
Yeah.
But everything in here is good. As I said, I think this has the highest average power of
I'd agree to that.
Of any book that I've ever seen.
Tyranid's real good.
Yeah.
Let's talk about adaptive physiologies. These are the points upgrades that you can buy for people. So there's a weird thing here. On the page 66, you can buy it for any monster excluding characters in Titanic. In the back of the book, you can buy it for any monster excluding named characters in Titanic. So I don't know if a Hive Tyrant or a Tervagon can buy these.
Classic index.
Classic things not agreeing. I'm going to say no until I see otherwise. I'm going to be conservative with it.
Yeah, I'd go with the more restrictive version until
But it is very possible these end up becoming good on Hive Tyrants or something later.
Yeah.
Let's go through them. Dermic Symbiosis. You have a 4-up invulnerable save. It's 25 points.
Feels
but
good.
Solid. Love it. Good on the non-invuln monsters. Enraged Reserves.
And that one is 25 points.
That's 25.
So it is expensive, but when you get a 4-up invuln on something,
you gotta pay for it, right?
Feels good.
Enraged Reserves. Your models count as double wounds for determining what their characteristics are, if they degrade. And once per game, you can use an Epic Deed strat for free. And again, 25 points. Just gonna highlight Epic Deed strats real quick. That's cast an extra spell, fight on death, the Lictor thing, which you can't do. Know all the psychic powers on the table. The Synaptic Legacy, that's your warlord, so that's a character won't work. Trampling Charge. All good.
Yeah.
Like getting one of those for free.
That part is fine. The fight on death is character.
Yeah, so that wouldn't actually work.
You wouldn't actually be able to get
characters can't take it.
Yeah.
So it's not going to matter that much. You'd honestly use it for like the extra cast a spell.
It's the Trampling Charge or...
This is fine. It's probably not worth 25 points.
It's good on a Maleceptor because it's...
You get the extra spell once.
You get the extra spell once a game, and you count as double, so you
that
get
would
3
be where I would
mortal
spend
wound. Extravaganza gets to keep rolling, even if they put you down to low wounds.
That's definitely a Maleceptor, then Rage Reserves is the only time I take it.
Yeah.
Hardened Biology. +1 save against damage 1 for your monster. Cute, but probably not mattering enough to pay 15 points on it.
Yeah, probably not. Damage 1 is already inefficient into monsters. I don't think you need to spend extra points.
Exactly. Here's a fun one. You fight first with this monster. Another, this one's 20. Cool, but like not that.
It's good at punishing people who make mistakes.
Yeah.
But if you don't assume, going into the game, assuming your opponent's going to charge in a way where you can get free interrupts and do cool things like that, honestly, I wouldn't take it.
Yeah.
Because it relies on you telling your opponent, this thing has fights first, and then they forget about it, make a plan completely revolving around you not having fights first and charge multiple things, and then
not gonna work.
Then you get to them by going like, actually, I paid 20 points for this guy to fight first, and then you hit him.
Yeah.
It's
not gonna come up.
No, it's not.
Predator's Instincts is fun. It's 15 points. The model is eligible to perform a heroic convention as if it were a character, and when it does so, it moves 6. So 6-inch heroic on a monster. Again, cool. If it's on 1, it's kind of avoidable. But also because this is presumably not a character and therefore they're just getting shot.
That is an actually interesting question. I would say that it counts for the Maleceptors thing because...
It doesn't.
It doesn't? Characteristic is only the stats?
Yeah. The Silent King had the same rules where he like can count as top tier, but then his data sheet is that when he has 9 wounds, he gets a staff attack. But it only affects the top row. It's stupid. I agree.
Okay.
Well, I don't know.
I'm here for the 17 million mortal wound extravaganza not happening. 15
points for heroic 6 is like cool, but I don't think I need it. Just
probably
nice
not. Thing. Again, it's the same thing of like if it's strong in Custodies because you can use on any character. So they all have it, but you don't have to spend CP unless they play into it.
Yep.
With this, you have to pay
15 points.
15
it's
points.
Not that many. It's
which
like,
isn't... It's fine. Like, you spend it on a Tyrant.
You can't, but if you can't do it on a character.
Oh, you can't do it on a character.
If you could do it on a Hive Tyrant, I would spend it. 100%. Because you can bodyguard him on an objective and then be a jerk about it. But like,
Yeah. You can get on a big bug. It would be annoying.
Yeah.
It would.
So here's fun one. Synaptic Enhancement is 10 points. Give a unit Synapse and Shadows. I actually love this on a Harpy.
That's
because in Leviathan it makes them transhuman.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, that's real good. It's 10 points. It's the cheapest one, and also it's it's just good. It's just good.
Yep. Here's a fun one. Voracious Ammunition.
Would you pay 10 points to give a unit transhuman?
I would.
You would?
I really would.
Me too.
Voracious Ammunition is select a unit that was hit by 1 or more range attacks after this model is shot. On a 2+, they take D3 mortals. So this is just for 15 points. Every time you shoot, tack a smite on the end.
Yeah, that's really good.
Love that. Love that for me.
Yeah, that's really good. It's not in combat, so you don't have to commit it. It just sits back there going, here's my shooting, which is good, but also D3 mortals and D3 mortals. It's essentially a 15-point psyker. It just sits there and casts smite every turn.
Love that.
Yeah.
Final one is Whipcoil Reflexes, another 15 points.
Whipcoil Reflexes.
Every time an enemy unit with an engagement range selected to fall back on a 2+, they take D3 mortals.
That's super whatever. It's so weird that that's the same points cost as Voracious Ammunition.
I mean, honestly, I would put this on a Harpia as well, and I would just
go tag stuff?
Yeah. Actually, that won't work. It's a flyer, so even though it can hover mode and charge, people never have to fall back from it. Don't put it on a Harpy. But if you have a combat monster that you want to
just make a normal move.
Yeah,
even though they're in combat range of you because you're a flyer.
Yeah. So don't use... Well, it's fine, but like, yeah, I don't really care. These are like very mediocre, I think.
They are.
I like Voracious Ammunition, but then you have to think about which monsters are not characters and have guns, and it's actually a really short list.
Yeah, I think you will take Voracious Ammunition if you take any guns on anything that isn't a character. Synaptic Enhancement's great in Leviathan, and Dermic Symbiosis is good, and Range Reserves is fine.
Yep.
They're alright.
Yeah, they're fine.
They're fine.
But we got a lot of good ones. Warlord traits. This is the fun part. So, Alien Cunning.
So, there's a question. You can only take each one once, right?
Yeah, they're all once. Yep. Alien Cunning. This is Death Leaper's Warlord trait if he happens to gain one. The Warlord gains OBSEC and counts as 5 models on objective, and they can action if they advanced or fell back. The actioning when they advance or fall back is adorable. I don't know when that will matter.
You can fall back and raise a banner.
You can with Death Leaper. They're not that many actions that matter.
No, Death Leaper being OBSEC and counting as 5 models is actually like really good.
Yeah.
Same thing, you can give it to any character.
Yep, so this could be Hive Tyrant.
Strong rumbles in there. But the Hive Tyrant, you can give the Lurk Biomorphology to be OBSEC anyway.
If you have access to Lurk, yes.
Yes. So I really like this on just a cheap little character that can just run around like Sunstorm and things like that and just be like, I'm OBSEC.
Yeah. The Parasite Amortrix wants Alien Cunning.
Yes, it does.
Move 16.
It does. It does. Yep. And it can turn off OBSEC too with its Parasites.
Sure can.
Sure
can.
Yeah, that's going to be real annoying.
Super solid Warlord trait. Heightened Sentience. The Warlord...
Is the Parasite a character?
Yes.
I actually think him with Alien Cunning and the ability to just fly over and just be like, you're no longer OBSEC. I'm just going to take that objective. That objective, that's my objective.
I love the Parasite.
Seems real
good.
Yeah.
So number 2, Heightened Sense is your Warlord fights first and rerolls all hit rolls, shooting in combat. Solid.
Yeah.
It's just solid.
Yeah. The always fights first is kind of whatever, but the reroll all hits is great. Mm-hmm. And the fact that you have it means that you now have the ability to fight first without having to spend for it because you're spending for the reroll hits, which is great.
Yeah. Synaptic Linchpin, number 3. Plus 3 inches to all of your auras and imperative abilities. Dope. So 15.
And every command phase ability that has a range is 3 inches longer.
Yeah. Just super useful, solid. I don't think I will take it because there are other good options, but this is a very solid one to have access to.
Okay.
Direct Guidance. Pick a friendly core unit within a Synaptic Link range of this Warlord. Each time that unit makes an attack, +1 to hit. That's shooting and combat, +1 hit. What's interesting is that Tyranids have core, that most of their buffs are not core locked. As you noticed, core was barely mentioned in the strats.
Yeah.
All of their things are keyed off of like fly, infantry, monster. Not a ton of core in this
Direct Guidance is keyed off of core, which is good.
Mm-hmm. A lot of the command phase targeted abilities on data sheets are core locked. The army rules are not very core locked.
Direct Guidance is very good.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
I think you will take that.
I think I will take that.
Yes.
Synaptic Tendrils. This is so good. If the Warlord has one of the following abilities, Alpha Warrior, Bioimpulses, Brood Progenitor, Vicious Insight, Warp Siphon, Will of the High Mind, all of the command phase BOPA unit that are on the datasheet, you can use it twice. So just every time that I say a command phase targeting thing, think of, okay, is this one worth doing twice? I'm taking this in every single list.
Yeah, that sounds like you're slamming that in every single list.
So.
No questions asked. You find whichever one of those is the best, and then you just, once is good, twice is better.
Do it again. Adaptive Biology. Each time the Warlord would lose a wound, roll a d6. On a 5+, the wound is not lost.
The first half of this, I was like, all right, that's whatever. OBSEC is good. The back half of these Warlord traits has been hit after hit after hit.
Yep. The Swarmlord is Synaptic Linchpin. He's the one that's plus 3 inches to auras and abilities.
Yep. Nope.
And Old One Eye is adaptive.
Does he have to be your Warlord?
No, he does not.
Good.
Nope. And Old One Eye is adaptive biology, the 5 of Healing Vein. I'm going to check something. I'm going to see if I can buy for select one hive. Okay, so you can buy named characters Warlord traits.
Okay, yeah, sometimes you can't purchase the named character Warlord traits.
But you can.
You have to make them your Warlord.
It doesn't matter here because you don't have a double Warlord.
Yeah.
Trait strat doesn't really matter who's the Warlord here, but that is nice to know. Here's the Hive Mind Discipline. Is amazing. First one, Catalyst, Warp Charge 6. Select a friendly Hive Fleet unit within Synaptic Link range. They gain a 5 up Feel No Pain unless they're Titanic, then they gain a 6 up Feel No Pain.
That is as strong as it was before. Obviously, Warriors can get a 5 up Feel No Pain, and -1 damage, and Transhuman, and an Invul.
Yes.
Yes.
Just really staple, good spell.
Yeah, it's real good.
It's a
real good spell.
Warp Charge value of 5. Select an enemy unit within a Synaptic Link range of the Psyker, or within 24 inches. Subtract 2 from Leadership, and subtract 1 from Combat Attrition. Not amazing,
What's the other
but it's Warp
way
Charge
to
5.
subtract 2 and then...
be in combat with them with a Lash Whip unit.
Oh, so you can do both of those?
Yeah.
You probably won't take the horror, though, so you probably aren't doing both of those.
No, you will.
You will?
You have like...
Oh, you know so many
like
casts.
14 spells.
Yeah, so you will have the horror.
Yep.
That's cool. Catalysts, the range is only 12 if you aren't in Cell Tower.
You gotta maintaining the Cell Tower and Tyranids is massively important.
Yeah.
Because as you saw, all of these buffs get a lot shorter if you don't have the Cell Towers.
Yes, for sure. Okay, so if you have the horror, when it comes up, when you are facing down those 30 pink horrors, and you must let them know, you probably also will have Lash Whips.
Yeah. Because there are several units that want Lash Whips.
So you can just put that combo together anytime you want. -4 Leadership and -2 your combat attrition tests.
Yep.
Which, kind of whatever, but you have access to it, so whatever. Like,
if your opponent burns their auto pass early or they have 1 CP left, or just putting this down to make someone want to spend 2 CP.
It's also a cast when you have a million casts.
Yep.
So you just throw this out, and they can't 2 CP to stop a little incidental damage, but it's going to be real annoying. Like if they're failing on 1s, 2s, and 3s, and it's a important unit, like that would actually suck.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good because you can just do it every turn.
Just imagine like making a Void Weaver unit -4 morale, just being like, are you willing to risk the biscuit?
-4 morale, -2 to combat attrition tests. Get out. Bye.
Yeah. Neuroparasite. Warp Charge 7. Love this spell. Select an enemy unit within Synaptic Link range or 18 inches. So all of the targeted enemy are within X range or Synaptic Link. All the buffs seem to just be Synaptic Link. Yeah. Select an enemy unit. Roll 1d6 for each model in that enemy unit. Each roll that exceeds their toughness deals a mortal max 6.
That is a really good spell.
It's very good in certain cases. It's terrible in Space Marines. But because it's like roll 5 dice every 5+ is immortal. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
But into Eldar, into large units, super good. Necron Warriors, those would be amazing into Necron Warriors.
Yeah, it does 6 mortal wounds. Or no, it does. Yeah, it'll just do the 6. So just pick up 6 of them. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Great spell to have. You want to have access to it.
Super good. And the fact you can Cell Tower it across the board. Let me just give you a little insight into the one practice game that John and I played. I had Swooping Hawks. They were all the way in the back of the board by the line of sight.
Mm-hmm.
And John just moved a character up and Cell Tower. Bink, 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 bink. 6 mortal wounds.
Yeah. Let me give you some more context. Jack's played his Swooping Hawks and me like 7 times, and he's mad that one time I managed to kill them before turn 5.
You've killed them at turn 5? In other games?
I've never made it to turn 5.
Yeah, it was 2 turns of that, and I had no Swooping Hawks left.
Darn right.
Yeah.
Onslaught. Love me some Onslaught. Warp Charge 6, select a friendly Hive fleet unit within Synaptic Link range. That model does not take the Assault Advance penalty or the Heavy Move penalty, and it can charge after Advanced. Warp Charge 6 means that it can fail. You really want to invest buffs in passing this if you've gone out on a limb.
If you advance a unit right up in front of your opponent, and you're like, all right, now I'm going to charge you.
Honestly, this is a spell I'm going to take like 3 times on every caster as any kind of buff so that someone always is out of deny range and are able to cast it.
Yeah.
Because I need Onslaught to go off if I've planned on Onslaught going off.
Is this within Synaptic Link range?
Yep. So you've got to maintain the Cell Towers. Warriors are amazing because of the Cell Towers.
Yep, because they're a unit, so they string way out.
Yep.
And Cell Tower out.
Here's going on. Paroxysm, Warp Charge 7. Select an enemy unit within 18 or Synaptic Link range. That unit cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend. And that unit is -1 to wound in melee.
Oof, that is real good.
That's gonna be noticed. People will feel that one.
Yes. And the problem is Synaptic Link range
can be anywhere.
Functionally the board. Yeah. Because Warriors are good and Warriors are Synaptic Links. And that means that it's 12 inches of your army.
Yep. And with a fast-moving Synapse unit like the Parasite, you can go fill a hole in the chain. And it moves 16 to Synapse.
And the thing is, you move the Parasite up, right? Mm-hmm. Sometimes if you move an aggressive Psyker up in some armies, like you only get 1 or 2 casts or whatever. You move a fast-moving Synapse unit up, and then every single spell from your army chains through that and just blasts a hole clean through your opponent's army.
Correct. Except Smite. But yep,
yes.
Everything else goes right through. The last one is Psychic Scream. Select the closest enemy unit within 18 of the Psyker, not Synaptic Link range. This one is not Synaptic Link range. Hits the closest enemy unit within 18, they take D3 mortals.
Okay.
It's Warp Charge 5, but if the total of the test is higher than your leadership, I randomly determine one spell you know and you lose it.
Yeah. Denies you need to be in range of the caster.
In range of the caster.
So the caster's all the way in the back of the board, casting Neuroparasite, doing 6 mortal wounds all the way up the front of the board.
Yep.
And there's you can't stop that.
Yep. You cannot.
You cannot.
Really good spells.
Really good spells.
Relics.
Real solid.
Quite a few. There's a lot of good relics here. There's only a couple that are like, wow. But there's a lot that are good. First one, the Ymgarl Factor. A throwback to the old Ymgarl Gene Stealers.
I remember Ymgarl Gene Stealers.
A kit that I miss.
They were fun.
Data sheet.
Yeah.
Ymgarl Factor. At the start of the fight phase, the bearer gains one of the following. +2 to strength, +1 to attacks, +1 to toughness. Get one of those 3.
It's fine.
Yep. Totally okay.
I don't have a problem with it.
No.
Seems like it's even good sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
Not excited, but like it's cool.
Yeah, your opponent hits you, you need to live, +1 toughness. You need to hit them, +1 attacks. You know?
Yeah. +2 strength if it is a break point. Yeah. Let's take it. Let's go to the more exciting one. The Reaper of Obliterax. It's a relic bone sword. Or monster's bone sword. Each time an attack is made with that weapon, if that attack successfully wounds the target, you deal a mortal.
Yep.
Woo!
That is good. That's real good, especially since a lot of the time you're going to 1 CP reroll wounds.
Yes.
So you go in there with a Hive Tyrant and just like, here, catch with 6 mortal wounds.
Yep.
Catch 6. All right. And now take a bunch of attacks. And that's not even where it stops. Each
time an attack is made with this weapon, the model cannot use any rules to ignore the wounds it loses.
Yeah. Reaper of Obliterax is really good.
You're going to see this one taken almost every time. I love it. I have it in my list.
It does not ignore -1 damage because that modifies the damage. It doesn't ignore it.
Yep.
It does not change -1 damage, but Feel No Pains goes through that, Phase Caps goes through that, and it does a bunch of mortals on top of that.
Yep.
This is every time you successfully wound. This is not successfully wound on a 6. This is successfully wound on something that can reroll to wound.
Yep. Yikes. Add 1 to the bearer's attacks characteristics.
Maw Claws of Thyrax.
Yeah, just +1 attack. That's cool. And reroll wounds for that bearer. So combo this with a Trigon Prime who has 6s to wound 2 mortals, and he just always rerolls wounds. And every time you destroy an enemy unit, you gain +1 attack to a max of 3.
That's fine.
That's cool.
Like, it'll come up. It will. But +1 attack, reroll wounds, very good. And if you have the 6s or mortals one, as you were saying, that's just a lot of attacks, a lot of wounds, a lot of... That guy's going to be scary. You can make multiple scary guys with Maw Claws and Reaper Obliterax.
Yep.
And then you still have a Warlord trait to tack on at the end.
Yeah, just super, super good in general.
So, will I really do the mortals in addition, ignore the ability to stop wounds? That actually came up in our game, because I had a 5-up Feel No Pain on my avatar.
I'd say not entirely clear.
It's not clear. I would lean towards no, because...
Yeah, it's just each time an attack is made with this weapon, if is allocated to an enemy model. And then the question is, are mortal wounds part of the attack? I say they're part of the attack because each time an attack is made with a weapon, it's a mortal. So I feel like the mortal's part of the attack because that's been ruled for like shield drones and reanimation protocol and things like that. But then are the mortal wounds allocated? Like
they're not.
It's
actually,
not.
Yeah,
I don't think it's clear at all.
It's not. We will need an FAQ, and if we don't get one,
until then, I generally lean towards if it's not clear, let's just give it to my opponent. And if I get better in an FAQ, I get better in an FAQ.
Yeah.
But I'll definitely would ask a TO before I went to an event with this one.
Right. Is the mortal wound part of the allocation of the attack?
It's super finicky. Like, I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah. So I'll
play the allocated attack isn't doing the damage, but the mortal wound comes at the end. It's part of the attack that was allocated.
But it comes at the end, not with the attack.
Not with the attack. Like, who knows? Nobody knows.
Yeah. It's part of an attack. The attack is allocated. The mortal wound is saved to the end. Is it still part? Maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe it is.
Yeah, who cares?
Nobody knows.
Resonance Barb. Super easy relic. Psyker model. +1 to tests. And no additional power from Hive Mind Discipline. As I said, you're going to know so many powers from the Hive Mind Discipline.
You're going to know all of them multiple times.
All of them multiple times. I'll probably only know the horror ones, honestly.
Well, you're going to know all of them, and then
several will be multiples.
Several multiples.
Yeah, add 1 to psychic tests taken for the bearer. good.
So it doesn't even really matter that the hive fleet powers you auto know, because you would know it anyway. Because you really have like 27 psychers.
You really want a lot of psychers.
Yeah.
Pathogenesis. +8 to range characteristic of all ranged weapons the bear is equipped with. This is character only, so it'll mostly be like the hive tyrant guns.
Okay, because I was actually worried.
Yep.
If you take hive fleet, the Toxicron with this and hive fleet +4 inches would suddenly have a 24-inch gun that halves your movement. You must charge the Toxicron.
That would be bad.
That would be
bad.
Deeply bad.
But
it's not. You can't do that, so I'm not.
And each time the bear shoots, you can reroll 1 hit roll and 1 wound roll for these attacks.
That's really good.
Solid.
Like, if you have a shooting guy.
Solid.
Man, I wish I had that in like other armies, because this just takes a guy and makes him really good at shooting.
Yeah. Love that.
Yeah, real solid.
Let's add some more.
All right, Scythes of Tyran.
Tyran.
Yep. Like a Tyrannifex?
Like a Tyranid.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That makes sense, yeah.
So, what do we got here? It replaces 2 monster scything talons, and it's +2 strength, AP 4, flat 3 damage, make 2 additional attacks. So a normal scything talon is no strength buff, AP 3, damage 3. So this is basically take 2 of your, just take your scything talons and get +2 strength, +1 AP. Good. No.
So here's something to remember.
They might actually be damage 2. Yeah, monster scything talons, because there's a problem here that there's monster scything talons and massive scything talons, and I kind of mix them up.
Okay, so here's something to remember while he's looking that up. Mm-hmm. All of these weapons are some of the best relic weapons in the entire game, and they should be. And the reason they should be is because they're on monsters, not infantry characters.
Yep.
And the monsters, you pay a lot more for them.
Okay, I have the answer.
Yes.
So a hive tyrant with monster scything talons is damage 2.
With 1 extra attack.
With 1 extra, but it has 2 monster scything talons.
Oh, I see.
And it replaces both of them. So it replaces both your chain swords with the super chain sword, Scythes of Tyran, and that gives them +1 damage, +2 strength, +1 AP. If you're taking scything talons, this is really good.
Yeah, that one's really good.
It's another really good one.
Balethorn Cannon.
So it's a relic Stranglethorn Cannon. 36 inches, D3 +3 shots, strength 10, AP 3, flat 3 damage, blast. That is a good gun.
That is a great gun.
A normal Stranglethorn Cannon is D3 +3 shots, strength 8, AP 2, damage 2. This is +2 strength, +1 AP, +1 damage.
Same number of shots?
Same number of shots. It's a really good gun.
Boom. Hive Tyrants hit on 2s, right?
They are ballistic skill 2.
Oh my god. Yeah, I think you take like 2 Tyrants and you just take shooting weapons with them and you just blast your opponent off the board.
Like the Reaper from
Reaper from Bloodrise also slaps. But Balethorn Cannon is super good.
Yep, but there's also Relic Venom Cannon.
Shard Gullet.
3 shots, 36-inch range. Strength 12, AP 5, damage 5. No special rules required.
You don't need a special
Strength 12, AP 5, damage 5.
Boom!
This is the bite killer.
Yeah, Custodes bikes, when you fail saves, you're dead.
Yep.
That hits so hard.
Yep.
Yep.
You want this to be, and honestly, this would want to be like Leviathan, where you get a free hit reroll, and if you have the Warlord trait, you get a free hit or wound reroll. And then this thing is like, bink, 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 bink.
Yeah, and they're not that expensive.
Not that expensive.
Right? The Hive Tyrant's like one of the best shooting units out there.
It's only 3 shots.
It's only 3 shots, but reroll 2 hits and a wound. It's strength 12.
Not that many. You reroll 1 hit and 1 hit or wound. This isn't Blood Angels.
I see.
This is or. Still, really good relic. Let's see this there.
Uh-huh. That's real good. AP 5, damage 5, strength 12 is...
Blat. First he bops you, then he baps you.
He certainly don't do it in the other order.
Just really, really good. Gestation Sack. This is adorable. Once per game, we've not gone to Malice Scepter yet. Don't worry, Gavin, we've got a lot to go through.
Oh, yes.
Gestation Sack. Once per battle, the bear can perform the following action. Bursting the sack. Just envision it. Bursting the sack.
I can't not.
All right. At the start of your shooting phase, this model can perform the action. So this is basically an instead of shooting, do this. The action completes at the end of that phase. Add 1 unit of new Hive Fleet Ripper Swarms within 3 inches of the models, not within engagement range, that contains D3 plus 1 models, and they don't cost reinforcement points. So once a game, your person with the relic is like, boop, D3 plus Rippers, D3 plus 1 Rippers near me. But they have to be within 3, not wholly within 3. So
you can string out.
You can string out. Envision that you deep strike something 9 inches away, and you're like, boom, here's D3 plus 1 rippers. First ripper's 3 inches away, then 2 inches, then the next ripper, then 2 inches, then the next ripper, etc.
That's cute. It's not in the command phase. If this were in the command phase, it would be insane.
Yeah.
Because you could score objectives with it.
Yep.
You can't do that. You have to put them out in the shooting phase after you've moved, so you can't put them out and then move. And your opponent does get to respond.
Yep.
So I think this is...
Lyle Dixon has a $10 super chat from... well, thank you so much. I don't know where I was going with that sentence. Just joined to miss these earlier parts. Sorry if it's been asked. Can you give a quick hot take on Tyranid tier rankings? Where do they stand compared to all the armies about to get balanced? Lyle Dixon, I think that they're up there with Harlequins as one of the best armies in the game right away.
I think the debate is whether they are better or worse than Harlequins.
I think it is a debate because I've only played one game with this, and I think Tyranids are hyper strong, but I do want to get multiple reps in before we compare them to the ungodly menace that is
I think at least they are as good as Harlequins.
Yes.
Yes.
I think Tyranids
could be better.
Are incredible. That is still in the cards.
Yes.
Still in the cards. Yep. They are incredibly strong. This is an incredibly fun book. I love this book, but I do think that I would prefer it if this got a little bit toned down right away.
Yes.
I doubt that will happen.
I would like a day one nerf.
I would as well.
Not a big one.
I think the biggest problem that I have with it is that there's a little too much non-interactive. I love interacting with people. I love how Tyranids are always good at going and interacting. I don't like how easy it is to not get interacted back with.
It's very easy to just torrent your opponent with mortals from the other side of the board. It's very easy to hit them in combat and then just leave, and your opponent can't do anything about it. And you are very durable.
Traditional Tyranid weaknesses are that if you get shot a lot, you die. And while the army did get tougher, which they deserved, because the old book was not tough enough without Crusher,
they did need to get tougher.
I do hate bodyguards and hive tyrants.
Bodyguards and hive tyrants.
That honestly seems like the biggest offender.
I don't even know if that's true, and that is
okay. But like, if a hive tyrant runs at you and charges you and then leaves, 1, it has to then land, and you can normally just shoot it. 2, you had to have not shot it on the way in. If you can just shoot hive tyrants, there is the fact that, like, yes, if they charge you, it's bad. Okay, if Tyranids charge you, it's bad. I'm okay with that.
Right.
But
it's that
you can't preemptively do anything to stop it. You just have to wait for it to happen.
You have to try and go deep into a Tyranid army to try to fish out their characters, and that's not going to work. I do think that, Bodyguard, I don't even think it's the worst offender because you can just put a flyer behind a wall, and your opponent has to go deep into your army to deal with it. Yeah. And you just can't do that.
Hive tyrants are actually very hard to hide because their wingspan is massive.
That's true. I expect there's going to be some people who model it.
No. In practice, I will not
allow for that.
In practice, I found that it is very difficult for a hive tyrant to not get shot. And normally to do it, it is deployed much further back than another unit would be.
That is fair. Yeah. That's fair. I still think that... Well, we don't need to
go too deep on it.
The point is, we feel like it is...
very strong.
It is one of the top 2 armies in the game on release, potentially the number 1.
I also think it is much deeper than Harlequins.
I think, Harlequins has 7 units.
Yeah.
But that's where we're at.
Yep. Next relic?
Yep.
Dirge Heart of Karis. Love this one. After you resolve attacks, select an enemy unit hit by a combat attack made by the bear this phase. Until the end of the next turn, the unit loses objective secured and is -1 leadership. Solid.
It's fine.
You can put this on a guy who's OBSEC. You can send him in, bop someone, and tell them they're not OBSEC.
And first he bops you.
Then he baps you.
That's true.
Yep.
The Passenger.
Super solid. Passenger. Adrenal gland relic only. +2 to advance, +2 to charge for the bear. That's it. This stacks with everything else, so you can have a... I'm so sorry, Jack. You can have a flyer at +2 to charge. You throw a lictor in, it's +4 to charge. So when it comes in from reserves,
listen, if it's not hitting me with Reaper of Obliterax, you don't have bad news for me. You have only good news.
Yeah. And Gavin is right. The internal balance in this book is phenomenal.
Yeah.
It is
a very flavorful, very fluffy, very fun army.
It's a little overtuned.
It is overtuned.
It is a little overtuned.
It is fluffy and fun for you.
Sleepy Gary, no. Get it out of here. No more Crusher.
Hopefully not.
Crusher needs
we do not know.
I do not want it.
But we're talking about the balance without Crusher being in there.
Yep.
If
Crusher's in, it's better than Harlequins. Done.
It's light years better than Harlequins if Crusher's in there.
The Seer Hive. Toxum sack model only. Again, keyword thing. Each time the bear makes a melee attack against a unit that is not a monster vehicle, do not roll a wound, roll it auto wounds.
It's pretty good.
pretty good. Again, consider that this model will not have a relic weapon.
Yeah, and the relic weapons
hurt. And also that this is only against non-monster vehicles, so it's only against like mid and light stuff, at which point you're probably wounded pretty well anyways. Tap the sign, Epic Fiddle Guy. I'm with you.
Archmay, 6s to wound are mortals. It does not count as a 6 to wound.
Yep. So
it just automatically wounds. So if you do have the 6 to mortals and you have the Seer Hive, you will proc 0 mortal wounds.
Yep. So that is also a nice thing. I'm glad it's not a count as a 6.
We do not know about
Crusher. We need to like put like a little like sign right in there.
Yes.
All right, that's the relics.
Yeah, Epic Fiddle Guy, if you could just monitor the chat and just post that up every time anyone asks.
Epic Fiddle Guy, our hero. Thank you. All right, the last thing before we get to the data sheets, because we're skipping Crusade, is the secondaries. These are weird. I think this, if Tyranids had like amazing secondaries, I think that would be an even bigger problem. As it is, I don't think they're just auto takes. But let's talk about what they got.
Yes.
No Mercy, No Respite, which is the grind them down or to the last category, is Synaptic Insight. This is the one that we got in Nachmund. It's
okay.
Terrible. Keep a kill count, keep a tally of synaptic kill points, resetting it to 0 at the start of each battle round. Each time an enemy model that is not a dedicated transport is destroyed by a Synapse model from your army.
Because dedicated transports don't have, they're just transports. They don't have insight that you can glean from them, unlike tanks, which I guess you can.
Which you can.
Okay.
I don't know.
Weird.
So if that enemy model had a wound characteristic of between 3 and 5, plus 1 to your kill point tally. Okay. If the enemy model had a wound characteristic of 6 and 9, add 2 to your synaptic kill tally. If had a characteristic of 10 or more, add 3 to kill tally. If your synaptic kill tally for a battle round is 4, you get 3 points to a cap of 12.
So if you kill a vehicle and you kill 1 3-wound model, you get 3 points. If you kill 2 models that are between 6 and 9, you get it. But the problem is it doesn't trigger at all off of 1 or 2 wound models.
Yeah. So this is like okay, so what I see this as
is terrible.
If I play... No, this is good into Orc Buggy spam.
They're all 9 wounds.
Yeah, so you just kill 2 buggies a turn, get 3 points. And then you also take Bring It Down.
Are they in the same category?
No, this is No Mercy, No Respite, which is the Grind Them Down category.
So,
but this is a much worse No Prisoners into any non-vehicle spam army.
Far, far worse No Prisoners. Rising Crescendo, they don't have a relic pistol. I hate to...
we did not find a single one.
F-tier Codex, get it out of here. No relic pistol, so flip the table.
Remember you have this, but in practice, because it caps as 12, and it doesn't work for 1 or 2 wound models, this is much worse than No Prisoners in most situations. But into specifically a non-transport vehicle spam army, this is good.
I was about to say something like... well, it's just, No Prisoners, but with a slight change. But the fact it doesn't trigger off 1 or 2 wound models is a problem.
Yeah.
If it triggered off of 1 or 2 wound models somehow, you're probably fine. Like, if this was, if you kill 3 to 5 models worth of units, it'd probably be all right.
Yeah, it's cute.
Yeah.
Shadow Operations Spore Nodes. This one's cool. Score 4 victory points each time you complete an action. A troop unit within 6 inches of your opponent's deployment zone from the second battle round onwards, and not within 6 inches of a Spore Node objective marker, can do this action. At the end of your turn, it's complete, and you place a Spore Node objective marker, which is then ignored. So basically, get a troop unit within 6 inches of your opponent's deployment zone, action, place a marker, then move more than 6 inches away from it, keep doing that, 4 points each time you do it. This sounds like a harder teleport homers.
It is, but it's not bad.
It's not terrible.
So teleport homers is hard to get turn 1. This one you can't get turn 1, but in exchange you get more points every time you do it.
I thought teleport homers was worth 4 if you did it in your opponent's deployment zone.
You have to be in your opponent's deployment zone.
True, this is within 12. But only a troops can do it.
Within 6.
Within 6 your opponent. So this is within 6 instead of within your opponent's deployment zone. Teleport homers is 2 CP within 12 of your opponent and 4 points if it's within.
Yeah.
This is fine.
Comparable
to teleport homers.
Which
in
is
a weird scenario.
Good.
Yeah, but it's not terrible. It's fine.
I mean, you can... How small can you take gargoyle squads?
10.
How many points is that?
80. They don't deep strike.
Just run them up the table and drop
Hope
more?
No one kills your gargoyles.
Well, no, you sacrifice 1 to get 4 points. Like, every time you use 1, it's dead.
Yeah.
4 points.
Yeah.
you're unlikely to just have a gargoyle squad going. Bip, bip, bip,
what
bip,
you
bip, bip,
can do,
dropping
Adam Lane, is you can use Encircle the Prey to move the gargoyle squad up. Action. At the end of your turn, complete the action. At the end of your turn, spend a CP to put the gargoyle squad in reserve.
Okay, all right. So you could take 2 gargoyle squads.
Yep.
You could put one behind a wall where your opponent can't really shoot at it. You can't see it, shoot at it, because they're infantry. You can hide it.
Yep.
You move up, you spore nodes, send it into reserves, and then you do the same combat thing, but with...
Yep.
And technically, as it's written now, you can do that and do the combat one.
It is like 8
you can do
CP,
both.
but yes. If you're just doing both every turn.
If you're doing both every turn, but it's 8 CP to just annihilate your opponent. You get a 15 on spore nodes with 0 interaction. Feels pretty
That's fair. I think if you take some bark gargoyles, you could try to build for it.
Yeah, because if your opponent just sits back and doesn't do anything, you can just go, I'm getting a 15 on this. And there's not a single thing you can do about it.
Yeah. That is cool.
Yes.
But it can be screened out. Oh, it's weird. You have to... Okay, so you have to place the objective within 1 inch of the opponent's deployment zone. So you have to get close.
No. You have to...
Place one objective marker anywhere wholly within your opponent's deployment zone within 1 inch of the unit. So you have to... So the unit has to be...
The unit has to be within 6 of your opponent's deployment
zone. Not even wholly. So, okay, so someone has to get basically 1 inch from your opponent's deployment zone to do the action. Just one model has to do it.
Some deployment zones, it's going to be really easy. On the table quarters deployment zones, that's
but then you have to find a different spot each time, because once you place the marker, you have to get the entire unit 6 inches away from the marker.
That's not hard.
It's not hard. It's just a couple of loopholes that you can probably work through.
Yeah, I think on some deployments, you can just get a 15 on this with gargoyles going.
Let's talk about one more secondary objective real quick. Let's go with Purge the Enemy. So this is the Assassinate category. This is my favorite one because it has the weakest category competition.
Yes.
Tyranids are good at R&D and raise the banners anyway.
Yeah, retrieve Knockman data for those uninitiated.
Cranial Feasting is, I think, the weirdest secondary in the game. But it's also my favorite. It's not the best, but it is my favorite. Each time an enemy character model or unit champion, as defined in the Warhammer 40,000 core book, is destroyed by a melee attack from a Tyranid model, roll 1d6 and add 2 to the result if the hive tendril model has feeder tendrils, or if the destroyed model is a character.
And
adding 2. So it's 2 different ways to get +2.
Yes.
On a 6+, you gain a command point. So the secondary gives you command points.
That's good.
Adorable.
It is. You have to kill enemy characters or unit champions to do it, but...
So from that point on, score at the end of the battle, score 3 victory points if you gained 1 CP during the battle.
At least one.
At least one.
Yes.
So if you got 1 command point at any point from all these kills, gain 3 victory points. Then score 1 victory point for each character or enemy unit champion destroyed by a melee attack through the game. Then 3 victory points if the enemy warlord was destroyed in this way.
Yeah, if your opponent, probably not good, but like it brains, and it gives you CP.
If your opponent has guardsmen, where every single guardsman squad has a freaking guardsman sergeant just asking to get wrecked.
Yep, and if they combine squads,
just
3 juicy brains in there.
Just rack it up. Adorable. The problem is, against a good opponent, the second you shoot or smite a unit, they're going to kill their sergeant first, that you don't get points.
Yes.
Because, like, if you have 10 tactical marines, and I accidentally kill one of them in shooting, you're like, oh, I'm going to pull the sergeant so that you don't get points or command points.
Yes.
Adorable. Love this secondary.
Super cute.
Think it's good.
Super cute.
All right. We're done with chapter approved rules. We're skipping Crusade. We're going to data sheets. I, however, am actually going to request from Mr. Jack that we take a 5-minute break. We refill our waters. We hit the men's room because it's been 2 hours. And we come back in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, let's put us on a break screen.
Everyone watching, we're going to hit the break screen. We'll be back very shortly. I'm literally going to go grab like a handful of like trail mix, refill my water, use the bathroom, and come right back because we've been doing this for 2 hours. But we're going to be right back in less than 5 minutes guaranteed.
Absolutely.
We're going to hit that break screen. Or your money back. We're going to hit that break screen and we'll be right back. Thank you so much, everyone. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
We're back.
We're back.
Thank you so
much.
much.
Don't have to give you your money back. Haha. Victory. Yep. Actually, it may have been 5 minutes. I don't know.
I don't know. Thank you so much for
not
your
getting
patience.
it back, that's for sure.
You're not getting it back. Thank you for your patience there. We are back. Let's close this out. Let's talk about synaptic imperative abilities.
Yes.
This is really, really cool. So if every unit has the hive tendril keyword other than unaligned, and then everything except living artillery, which are the spore mines, same hive fleet, blah, blah, blah. If you're pure Tyranids, you get these buffs. What these buffs mean is that each Synapse unit has their own synaptic imperative. These are abilities that affect friendly units like an aura, but they do not suffer any aura penalties. So they don't get bonuses for auras, they don't get penalties for aura. They're not an aura, they're just a similar ability. So, you cannot select a unit's synaptic imperative ability if it's not on the battlefield, or if you've already selected earlier in the game.
Okay.
And this
so you get that ability from the start of the battle round to the end of the battle round.
Yep. And then all of them have the range built into the ability, but they're pretty much all within 6 inches of a Synapse model. So if you have, and let me clarify something, that it applies to gained by each Synapse model in your army. So for example, the first one is Hive Tyrant, Relentless Ferocity. While this synaptic imperative ability is active for your army and a friendly Hive Tendril unit is within 6 inches of this Synapse model, that unit is eligible to declare a charge in a turn in which it fell back. This applies to every Synapse model in your army, not just your Hive Tyrants. But you have to have a Hive Tyrant on the battlefield to unlock it.
And even if you have 2 Hive Tyrants, you can only do this once.
Once per game.
But if you're Leviathan, you can just
Leviathan can cast a spell to pick one unit to benefit.
Feels good.
Feels good. So, Hive Tyrant, you can fall back in charge. So now for one battle round, your army can fall back in charge if in the charge phase is within 6 inches of a Synapse unit.
Okay. Feels
Brood
good.
Lord. Infantry within 6 inches of Synapse get light cover. If they're already getting light cover, they then get heavy cover. This is kind of weird because you never benefit from light cover and heavy cover at the same time. So, because if you get hit by a melee attack, you don't benefit from light cover.
Wait, yeah.
So I'm thinking this is meant to be dense cover, or it's meant to be worded in such a way that you could get heavy cover.
Yeah, because if this unit is already receiving the benefits of light cover against this attack, there is no attack where you can receive the benefits of light cover where heavy cover matters at all. Heavy cover's in combat.
So I'm guessing this just needs a day one address.
Yes.
Probably meant to be dense.
That does nothing.
Currently does nothing.
Yes, it just gives infantry light cover.
Which is fine.
Which is not bad. It's good.
Big deal.
It's good.
And yes, as we discussed, there has been that strat to use a new imperative if the unit's dead.
You can't try and cut the army, cut a synaptic ability out from under an army.
You have to kill the warlord to do that.
Right.
So protecting the warlord will be important.
Yep. And some of these are going to take anyway. The Hive Tyrant one is real good because you're taking Hive Tyrants. And just tying units up in combat does not work.
Yep.
Because once a game they can just go, nope, that's not happening.
Yep. And if I'm Leviathan and you happen to catch me off, I went second and didn't pop the Tyrant ability, and then you go and tag something, I'll be like, all right, fine, I'll cast the spell to do it.
Yeah.
So super good. Tyranid Prime.
Guide Mind.
The Guide Mind of the Hive Mind. Ayo. Each model makes a range attacks that targets a unit within 24 inches. An unmodified hit roll of a 6 is an additional hit. So once a game, within 24 inches, exploding 6 is a hit.
For your whole army.
Whole army.
Feels good.
It's good.
And you don't have to spend for it because
this is your pure buff. Yep.
That feels real good.
Turvagon. Whenever they make a normal move or advance, +2 to the move characteristic of models in your army. So once a game, whole army's +2 to move.
It's really good.
Really good.
The go turn +2 inch move. For example, in Blood Angels, there is a relic that gives you an aura of +2 to move. Mm-hmm. But the funny thing about that is you really only need it for 1 turn, usually. This, 1 turn. Just have it. If you need to jump all over your opponent, you go +2 inch move, go.
Yeah.
You don't need it after that.
The Neurothrow.
Also in Leviathan, any unit can get +2 inch move.
Yep. No.
Wait, no, because it's in Psychic phase.
They will not get it at all. Because it's Psychic phase.
Ha! Well.
Yeah. But the Neurothrow is cool.
That's weird, yeah.
Psychic Augmentation, while you're within 6 inches of Synapse unit. +1 to Psychic tests. +1 to deny. 5 up Feel No Pain Against Mortals. Love this one.
It's really good.
So good. So glad that's once a game.
I have a question.
Yep.
Do you get the Synapse ability until the start of your next Psychic phase? If you pick a unit, could you then the following turn get +2 inch move?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Cute.
It's fine.
Yeah.
You have to kind of call your shot, but it's not bad.
Yeah.
This is really good.
Neurothropes are inherently +1 to cast, by the way.
So +2 to cast.
The Neurothrope itself would be +2 to cast that turn.
Interesting.
Real good.
Real good.
Real good.
Real good.
Trigon Primes. This is a weird one. If that has the Death Throes ability, add 3 to the roll when it dies.
What?
So, whenever you roll for Death Throes, which is the when you die, roll a dice, add 3 to roll. So instead of exploding on a 6+, all your models explode on a 3+. If a enemy model is destroyed as a result of a melee attack and it does not have Death Throes, so it's not a monster.
On a 6.
It does immortal. So if you throw 30 gaunts at someone and you're in the Trigon Prime Thrashing Demise, you kill 30 gaunts, I roll 30 dice, every 6+ is immortal.
You will activate this if you are already taking a Trigon Prime. This is not a reason to take a Trigon Prime.
100%.
Yes.
100%. Although on a Behemoth list that wants a Trigon Prime, because you can load it up to character with Relics and Warlock traits, and then you just throw all your monsters in, and when your opponent's finally starting to break, you're they all explode on a 3+ now, and all the gods do mortals. It's adorable.
You have to pick the turn your opponent kills you, which it's
hard to do.
It's hard to do.
Tyranid Warriors go to Dislaughter. While they're within 6 inches, whenever they make a melee attack, an unmodified hit roll of a 6 scores 1 additional hit. So Tyranid, really good.
Oh, it's only on Tyranid Warriors. The one everyone will take.
Malice.
You will take at least one unit of this.
You really
Exploding should. 6s to hit army wide is a massive. It's better than +1 to hit. Statistically, if you have no rerolls, it is +1 to hit.
Yep.
If
you have rerolls,
it is better. And it's army wide.
Super good.
And it stacks with +1 to hit too. So if you do a +1 to hit, you off, say, a warlord trait or something. You get exploding on top of that, and suddenly your units are hitting super hard.
This is a great ability.
That is a great ability, and every Tyranid player will have access to it.
The Maliceptor, Psychic Oversight. While you're within 6 inches of a Synapse model, if you perform an action, you can make ranged attacks without the action failing. The unit can start to perform an action even if it advances or fell back this turn. If the unit has the Psyker keyword, performing a psychic action does not prevent it from manifesting psychic powers. Real solid. You don't need that twice a game for the action part normally. You get to turn 1, raise all your banners, retrieve some Knockman data, and then shoot or advance or fall back. No problems. You always get to do your action if you advanced or fell back.
There is a reason why first off, you're probably taking Maliceptors anyway, so you just have this. It's the same as the Trigon Prime ability, where you're not taking Maliceptor to get this, but you have a Maliceptor, so you have it. The thing is, Maliceptors do really want to do psychic actions and cast their powers.
Yep. So it buffs itself.
So yeah,
I also love that you could actually make a Gargoyle squad advance into action.
That's good.
Yeah.
You'll probably use this.
Because you can have the Gargoyles advance action, then immediately disappear in reserves, then Deep Strike action, then die.
Yes.
And then the next turn you use the Leviathan spell to make them advance in action, then they go do it, blah, 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 blah. And with Kraken, they can just move 22 inches.
That's pretty good.
Action. Let's
get to the reason why Zoanthropes will be in every list.
They're great.
Yes.
Monsters within 6 inches of a Synapse unit get a 4-up invulnerable save. Non-monsters gain a 5-up invulnerable save. Shit. So good. Just in one turn of invuln, when you go second, you're about to get shot, pop that army-wide invuln.
Yep.
Once a game.
All monsters getting a 4-up is a lot, but all infantry, all units, but all infantry units getting a 5-up is also really stupid.
It's really useful.
It's
really, really good.
Really, really, really good.
Yep. Love it.
Swift Onslaught, while the Synaptic Imperative ability is active, this is off the Parasite of Mortrax. Synaptic Imperative ability is active for your army of friendly hive tendril units within 6 inches. Each time a model in that unit makes a pylon or consolidate, moves an additional 3. If you're taking a Parasite of Mortrax, you pop that and you make some real cool contesty plays, tie-up plays, all of that sort of stuff.
Yep. Real quick, someone has pointed out, Zoanthropes do not, in fact, have the Synapse keyword, but they have the special rule Synapse, so I think we can infer they're supposed to have the keyword Synapse, because they have the rule Synapse.
It depends on what tournament you go to, I guess.
Probably does, but I'm just going to be reasonable and say...
They have the rule, they don't have the keyword.
They're probably going to have the keyword.
You would assume.
probably are.
Misprints do be like that. So they range from strong to very strong. There's a couple that are a miss.
Yeah.
But generally, you're probably going to pop one of these every turn.
Yes. And what I love is that this encourages you to take multiple diverse Synapse creatures. Tyranid armies will look like Tyranid armies. You don't want to take 6 Hive Tyrants, not that you can. You don't want to take 3 Hive Tyrants, because if you don't have enough Synapse creatures, you don't get to do these every turn.
Triple Patrol, 3 Hive Tyrants, Bodyguards,
But even if you want to take a couple Tyrants, it also encourages you to take a Neurothrope, some Zoanthropes, some Warriors, a Prime. Like, there's like 7 of these that I want, and I can't have 7. I can only use 5.
If you're a shooting army, you want Exploding 6 to hit for 1 turn. If you're a combat army, you're going to want Warriors, which you already are going to have anyway. Maleceptor is solid, something you're just going to have access to, even if you don't care, because you have a Maleceptor in your army. Hive Tyrant, it's real strong. Like, a lot of these are situational, but you don't have to invest anything. You just have, if you have the unit and they're situational, cool, we ran into that situation. I'm going to use it. And some of them are real strong. Zoanthropes, 4 up invul, and all your monsters 5 up invul, and everything else, real good. Fallback and charge means you can't be tied up at all. Yep.
Love it.
You have to tie them up twice before it sticks. That's not real.
Yeah.
That's just not real.
It's not real.
Tyranid Warriors, real good. Tyranid Prime, real good. Neurothrope, real good. So these are really good buffs. They're really good buffs.
Yep. Let's go to the data sheets.
Let's do it.
So we'll start off with Winged Hive Tyrant. We're just going in right in order.
So they swapped out. They separated Fly Rinse and Walk Rinse.
Yes. So the Winged Hive Tyrant has gone up in points, but its ballistic skill has improved at the top bracket. It's still just as fast. It gained 1 attack, and its weapons got enough buffs that I don't mind the points increase. It's a Psyker. It casts 2, denies 1, knows 2 powers. It can deep strike. All the death throws are on a 6+. They do mortals to the closest enemy unit, not every unit in range. Closest enemy unit within 6.
Oh, I see.
Yep. So instead of exploding in your lines and killing your models, Tyranids will never kill themselves. Which, you know what? That makes perfect sense.
It makes sense, yes. And it's only the closest, so...
Not everyone.
The monsters aren't going to go in and just explode and just be like, I'm hitting everybody.
Yeah. Hopefully they update the Forge World models to not do that anymore. Soon.
You would.
Yep. You've got all the normal options. Adrenal glands are on everything, or as a buyable options, 15 points here. But it's +1 move, +1 strength. Toxin Sacs is a 6 to hit in combat auto wounds. You can buy a Heavy Venom Cannon or a Stranglethorn Cannon, and you for free get your choice of a Scything Talon or Bone Sword.
A Heavy Venom Cannon is 3 shots. Both guns are 36-inch range. Heavy 3, Strength 9, AP 3, Damage 4, which is a very solid gun.
Very respectable stat
Very
line.
good gun. Stranglethorn Cannon is 36-inch, Heavy 3 plus D3. Strength 8, AP 2, Damage 2, Blast. Also a very strong gun. Probably not as good as a Heavy Venom Cannon, but
still solid.
Stranglethorn is a little cheaper. So it's 10 instead of 15.
Yeah, he's 190 base, and if you want to upgrade him at all, he's going to be hitting the 200 cost.
Yes, which is fine. He is a boost.
Yeah, he should be at least 200 if you're trying to make him cool.
Yes. For a Binvuln, and what was his command phase buff?
His command phase buffs is he gives a Hive Fleet core unit within Synaptic link range reroll 1s to hit.
Which again, if you have the Warlord trait, you can pick 2. So we're gonna see.
So we'll see about that. But just giving a unit reroll 1s, it's weird because this is worse than a captain because it's not an aura. But I don't mind it because of the nature of Tyranids and cell phone towers.
Yeah.
So
there's going to be a
downgrades
lot
and
of single
upgrades.
Target buffs thrown around.
A lot of single target buffs thrown around. You need a lot of cards to play this army.
Yeah.
Love the Hive Tyrant. Great recipient of relics and warlord traits. Good in general. Love him. Walking Hive Tyrant. They gave him some love. He's 30 points cheaper than a Flyrant. He moves 7 inches slower because he moves 9, 8, 6 instead of 16, 12, 8. Big thing, he is toughness 8, 2 up save.
Yes. He is chonky.
I also love this guy. He also, it should be said, so first of all, Horned Chitin, he can do good charges.
He can do good charges, which the other one
Flyrant does have as well.
Also can.
But
the 1 CP do 3 or occasionally 3 plus D3 mortal wounds.
Yeah.
Feels good.
He also has 2 arms. A Hive Tyrant has that with wings has little feet talons that are damage 1, just make 1 additional attack at strength user AP 3.
Right, they have wings. So,
and they have wings as their arm, and then they have 1 arm that they choose, a melee weapon or a gun. Hive Tyrant doesn't get the little dinky extra attacks from his feet, but he gets 2 arm choices.
Are his weapons free? His melee
all
weapons,
of his melee weapons are free.
All of his melee weapons are free. His shooting weapons, they do cost, but they're reasonably costed. Honestly, walking hive tyrants are very efficient in terms of points.
Yep.
175 with a heavy venom cannon and like a monstrous bone sword is ludicrously cheap, actually.
It is genuinely a good thing that you can take 1 per detachment. If you could take 2 or more per detachment, this would be bad.
You can... I think you're going to see double detachment lists at least.
And sometimes a third.
Because walking hive tyrants are, in my mind, insanely undercosted.
Walking hive tyrants are fantastic, yeah. T8, 2-up save, 4-up invuln. Spoiler alert for Tyrant Guard, they can be bodyguarded. This
Ballistic skill 2, weapon skill 2, great combat weapons, great shooting weapons, 175 points.
And for both of them, degrading hits your movement, weapon skill, ballistic skill, where they all get worse. So a degraded hive tyrant is kind of bad.
Every detachment
but they're hard to get to.
Should have a hive tyrant in it.
Yes.
Flyrants are a little pricey, I guess. I think they're more fairly
and they have
costed.
less options, but they get fly and they are fast.
Very fast. So I think they're a little more fairly costed. The Walkrins at 175 for an amazing gun, amazing combat weapon, insane durability is honestly ridiculous.
Yes, interestingly enough, it says you cannot take a venom cannon and a barbed strangler on the same hive tyrant. Rules is written you can take a hive tyrant with 2 venom cannons.
Which you would do.
I believe that will be fixed because every single Tyranid codex that has ever come out has said you can only have 1. Yes. So right now, you can take 2 venom cannons.
Yes, you just
So you
can.
could just have a hive tyrant who you give one of the various relics of like reroll a hit and a wound, reroll all your hits and shooting. You could even take a Hydra one that rerolls all hits from a warlord trait and all wounds from into shooting attacks.
Yep.
And just give him double venom cannons.
So 190, he has 6 shots of strength 9, AP 3,
and he just becomes 2 Golemin buffed Ravagers strapped together that can't be shot back. That's silly.
That is silly, and you can do it.
I think I will play it as 1 venom cannon or Stranglethorn until the first FAQ comes out, and if it doesn't address it, at that point it's open. But I hopefully they just say 1 venom cannon or Stranglethorn.
Yes, because at 190 that is the best shooting piece in the entire game.
It's a really good shooting piece. Yeah, yes. We don't want that. Same Synaptic link buff as a Flyrant. It's the same thing. Knows 2, denies 1, gets 2.
I mean, even with just a heavy venom cannon or even a barbed strangler, or Stranglethorn cannon, heavy venom cannon and a close combat weapon, which is strength 10, AP 4, 3 damage.
Yep, and they reroll 1s to hit if they have a Lash Whip. So if you go Lash Whip Bone Sword, you get 5 attacks with the Bone Sword, and you reroll 1s to hit in general.
Yeah, I think that's the way I would go.
Agreed, but consider that a Scything Talon is plus 1 attack for each, so you make 7 attacks. And if you go double Scything Talon, which you're never going to do, you want a gun. If you did double Scything Talons, you would have 9 attacks.
That's cool. I think I would rather take the extra damage and extra strength and extra AP over 2 extra attacks.
And a gun.
And, well...
You want the gun over the second pair.
Yes, for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, just taking a heavy venom cannon, monstrous bone sword, and lash whip
for
175 is disgusting.
The stock model that's been on like the cover of like every single Tyranid picture is like a hive tyrant with a venom cannon, lash whip, bone sword. You've never seen one on the table. They're back.
You will see them.
You will see them. It's suddenly the best loadout.
Yeah. Toughness 8, 2-up armor save, 4-up invuln.
And if you buy Adrenal Glands, he moves 10.
Great relics, great warlord traits, and bodyguard is...
super good.
Yeah, I think triple patrol and you just take 3 hive tyrants and bodyguard the heck out of them.
That is a very real list.
It is a super real list, and it is very hard to deal with.
Yeah. Swarmlord, 220 points. He's a walking hive tyrant, so he's T8, 2-up save, 13 wounds instead of 12, and he has bone sabers.
Does he take up a hive tyrant slot?
Yes.
Okay.
Is the keyword.
So he does have a bit of work to do.
Yep. And he is a named character, which means that he doesn't get the relics, and he only gets the single warlord trait that he comes with.
Yes.
So you don't get to your choices. And his warlord trait was kind of meh. He is exactly like a walking hive tyrant, but in combat he is strength 9, AP 4, flat 3 damage.
And
so
9 attack space.
9 attack space. So he's kind of like a monstrous bone sword that he makes more attacks with at slightly lower strength.
Yeah, it makes almost double the number of attacks, but he doesn't get reroll 1s.
Yep. Doesn't get the reroll 1s. But he has a lot of attacks. And he lost all of the abilities of the Bone Sabers. It's now just a 3 damage hit, and he just has 3 more attacks. He lost the Mortals. He doesn't ignore Invulns, nothing like that.
Yeah.
His main thing is that his command phase is pretty cool. So he's like a Hive Tyrant, except the unit that he picks gets reroll all hits, not reroll ones.
Real good.
Chapter Master is good. It's just solid.
Real
and
good.
then
it doesn't work on core and character like Chapter Master
no,
does.
just core.
Just core.
And he picks a core unit in Synaptic Link range and gives it OBSEC.
Feels good.
Getting OBSEC is important. And if they already have it, they count as an additional model. That's it.
Yeah.
So no double move. No, like, weird combat rules. He does, I'm sorry, have one weird combat rule. The first time he fails a saving throw in melee, treat the damage as 0.
Every turn.
Every turn. First failed save. So if you hit him with a bunch of, like, skitter attacks with, like, chain swords, and he fails one, that's damage 0. Then you swing the thunder hammers, those are full damage.
Yes. But if you go in with a character that only has good attacks, then the first one's just getting blanked.
Yep. And 4-up invuln, not a 3-up invuln. So he got a little toned down, but he also got cheaper.
He doesn't double move
anymore. And he's still
anymore.
Good.
He's solid. Like, he is a beast. He walks up the board, and you have to stop him.
I still think I like a walking hive tyrant better.
I do. The gun is just a big deal.
And relics and warlord traits.
And relics and warlord traits.
And
like, I think with relics and warlord traits, first off, it's a bunch cheaper. It's 25 points cheaper. Or no, sorry.
It's 60.
Yeah, it's 60 points base. It's 45 if you take a gun, which you will.
Yeah.
It's 45 points cheaper. You can make one that's better than the Swarm Lord if you take warlord traits and relics.
Yeah. Solidly good.
Yeah.
Whee. All right. The Broodlord, 120. It's the same as it used to be. Basically.
So the Broodlord is the cover.
He's the cover guy, who's not that useful, I think.
Yeah.
I don't actually think the Broodlord's very good.
No,
he can know one additional psychic power and deny an additional psychic power. He's a 4-up invuln. He used to be a 5-up. That's better. He gained a wound as well, so he's 7 wounds. He rerolls wounds with his Monstrous Rending Claws, which are AP 3 damage 2. If he rolls a 6 to wound, they're AP 5. He lost the extra damage on 6 to wound, and he's the same number of attacks. He lost the +1 to hit aura for Gene Stealers, and his command phase thing is that whenever they make pick a unit, the core unit in Synaptic Link range, on an unmodified wound roll of a 6, improve the AP by 1. Fine. Not exciting.
For 120, it certainly is not there.
He forward deploys. He no longer advances and charges.
Yeah, big miss on the Broodlord.
Big miss on the Broodlord. That's fine. There's plenty of other good things.
He is not Patty the Patriarch.
No, he's not he's so much worse than Patriarch. It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
Isn't a Patriarch supposed to just be a Broodlord?
Yep. I don't understand. Sorry, when you see Gene Stealers, they're also worse than Pure Strains. Don't ask how.
Okay.
Sure. Neurothropes. 100 points for a T5 6 wound infantry, not monster Neurothrope.
Yeah, so even though it has Horned Chitin, you can't
I don't see why it has it.
Because its Chitin is horned.
It is, but I don't understand what the rules purpose of having Horned Chitin is.
There is not one.
Okay, fair enough. I have not found one yet. But it is still a very good unit. It gained a wound and a toughness from its previous iterations for 5 points. I'll take it. It is always +1 to cast. It no longer has the reroll ability, but it now is +1 to cast. Still has a 3-up invuln.
Yeah, that's big.
And Spirit Leech. Each time in the psychic phase, an enemy unit with an 18 suffers a mortal wound. Every time a unit with an 18 of a Neurothrope suffers any mortal wounds, pick a Neurothrope or Zoanthrope within 12 of this model, and it regains a wound to a max of 3.
So what was that Tyranid guy from like way back in the day?
The Doom of Malantai?
Yeah, the Doom
of Malantai. The Neurothrope is the new Doom of Malantai.
Yeah.
It's awesome. I love it because if you have wounded Zoanthropes, they will literally just go to full every psychic phase.
Yes. Spoiler alert, you're doing more
and
than
if they wound
wounds.
a Neurothrope, they'll go to full.
Realistically, you're doing enough mortal wounds that you will heal every Neurothrope and Zoanthrope on your side of the board.
But it's just on them. It's not heal anything. If it was, that'd be stupid.
Yeah, you don't get to get models back.
Yep.
Which is good. 3-up invuln, 6 wounds, toughness 5. This thing is tough.
And we need to talk about the other part.
Oh, Warp Psychic.
In your command phase, select one friendly Hive Fleet Psyker.
So not core, Psyker.
Psyker, within Synaptic Link range. If that model has not already been selected for this ability, blah, 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 blah. Roll an additional dice and discard the lowest when you take a psychic test.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no. We'll get to why that's...
this is the Warlord trait where you take 2 of it.
Or you just take 2 Neurothropes.
Or you just take 2 Neurothropes.
Which I think you could just take 2 Neurothropes.
I think I will, honestly. Yeah. I think I'm taking 2.
Yeah.
Either way, Neurothrope, money. He knows 2 psychic powers. He can cast 2 psychic powers. He can deny 2 psychic powers. Big brain bug sits in the back and is great support. Love him. He's great.
Can you Supreme Detachment Swarmy? Is he a Supreme Commander? He is not.
Nope.
So no.
They cannot.
Yeah, that buff we will get to in a little bit. Now, is a little
A little too much.
A little too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Warp Siphon.
Yes.
Super good.
I think you definitely take the Warlord trait of pick an extra one. If you take 2 Neurothropes, that means 3 of your Psychers are casting on 3d6.
And they're just really... Take the highest, but still really
Take the highest.
good.
Very reliable. +1. Maleceptor can dish out... Or Neurothrope once a game can dish out an extra +1. Maleceptors are natively +1. Your powers are going off.
I will point out that a lot of the spells that we've covered were Warp Charge 7.
Yeah.
But...
+2 to cast, roll 3 dice, pick the 2 highest, and you have a CP reroll if you fail the critical one.
You'll get it there.
You'll get them off. And Maleceptors drop mortal wounds on you if you roll 7s.
Yeah, we're getting to the Maleceptor.
And this lets you do that.
Let's hit the next one. Tyranid Prime. He is a warrior. His once per command phase selection is reroll wounds of 1 for core. Easy. He's literally just a buff warrior that gets warrior options.
Pretty good. He also buffs your shooting.
Yep. And he has the exploding 6s in shooting Synaptic.
Yep. He's cheap
super
too.
Solid.
85.
He's 85 points base. All of his weapon options are free. He can take a Venom Cannon, not a heavy, a Venom Cannon.
Which is D3 shots blast, 8 - 3, 2.
Yep, solid. He can also take a Barbed Strangler, which you're not going to do. But it's a Barbed Strangler's D6 shots at 6 -1, 1, which is fine. But Venom Cannon's better. You're going to take a Venom Cannon and then a Lash Whip and Bone Sword. I'm just going to be honest here.
Yeah.
Because the Lash Whip is reroll 1s to hit with his weapon skill 2 guy. The Bone Sword is +2 strength, AP 2 damage 2. So he's going to hit 4 attacks at strength 7, AP 2 damage 2, rerolling 1s to hit, hitting on 2s. Or you go double Bone Swords and then he's just 5 attacks, but he doesn't reroll 1s. One of those two, doesn't matter which.
They're both fine. Whatever one you have modeled is fine.
Is good enough, yeah.
Lash Whips lets you do the leadership shenanigans, but it's not that strong. Like I could see going double Bone Sword. I mean, all the Bone Swords and whatnot being free means it's pretty good.
Yeah, and the fact they're just kind of priced in. But the fact that the Venom Cannon is an option when it wasn't before is amazing and is appreciated. Yeah. Really, because the kit comes with one and you just could not use it for 4 years.
Yes.
Which was stupid as hell.
Yeah.
But it's back. All right.
Tyranid Prime good.
Tyranid Prime real good.
He's a lieutenant and
he's a targeted lieutenant.
Targeted lieutenant, and his army-wide buff, his Synaptic Imperative is good. It's the reroll. It's the exploding 6 to hit and shooting.
Weirdly enough, he no longer buffs warriors in any way. Other than his command phase thing, which could be anyone. So he no longer makes warriors better. But
it's
warriors
core only.
It is. So it'll be warriors or like Raveners or something.
Yeah.
Or Carnifexes. I don't know. Your core.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Tervigon. Chunky girl.
First monster we've hit that has 17 wounds.
Yep, exactly 17.
Which is the best number of wounds to have.
In the game, really.
Yes.
T8, 2-up armor save at 17 wounds. You could not ask for a better defensive stat line.
You can't. They are tough. 17 wounds. 18 wounds means you can be shot from anywhere on the board. You don't get obscuring, which is a massive downside.
Yeah.
17 wounds means you are incredibly difficult to kill, but also you get obscuring, so you're even incredibly difficult to kill.
Yeah. It has a bevy of combat weapons that are like fine. It's 4 attacks, weapon skill 3. Scything Talons means you make 8 hit rolls, or you take Crushing Claws. It doesn't really matter. It's not a combat beast. It's good. It's a Tyranid monster. It should hit decent. Has a little gun. It can buy adrenal guns or toxin sacks. None of that matters. Here's what you want to know. Brood Progenitor. Pick a High Fleet Termagant unit within the Synaptic link range, and it gets +1 to hit. That's its command phase targeting. That's aggressively fine. Wall of Flesh. While a Termagant unit is within 1 inches of this model, if that unit contains 15 or more Termagants and is closer to the enemy than this model, those enemy models cannot target this model with ranged attacks. So the Termagant gets bodyguarded by Termagants that are within 1 inch and closer to the enemy than it.
Yes.
That is cool because it's stupid to just shoot the Termagant and then the Termagants don't get any buffs. I hated that.
Do they have to be eligible?
They do not have to be eligible, but they have to be closer.
I like the put them behind a wall and then stand there with a Termagant that can't be shot.
I like that it's closer because you can't put the Termagant in front of the Termagants on an objective, but you can still go sideways or behind a little bit, so it's still a very good roll.
It's still not going to work out how people think. Yep. The way you think it's going to work, looking at it, is, I have to shoot the Termagants in order to shoot it. Sure, I guess. What's really going to happen is, how many do you need to have?
15.
15. They're going to hide behind a wall. And then the Termagant is going to just be out in the open. I'll
warn you, though, that Termagants are expensive.
How expensive are they?
7 points a model.
So 105 points to block for a Termagant.
Which is so durable at 215 that I don't care.
True.
And it gets obscured. Like, it is a good rule. I don't think it's insane.
Yes. The Termagant does not need that defense.
It doesn't need
17 wounds at toughness 8 with a 2-up. It is
just fine.
So durable.
And let's talk about this.
And it's a character, so it can get warlord traits and relics.
Yeah, like
Chameleonic Mutation.
Or -1 to hit. Yep.
-1 to hit, no rerolls to hit. Termagant
don't die.
Just straight up does not die.
There are, however, the ability to spawn Termagants.
Ayo!
Ayo! In your command phase, you can do one of the following. Select one friendly Termagant unit within 6 inches and regain 2d6 destroyed models in that unit.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good. Or... once a game, create a new 10-man Termagant squad wholly within 6 inches that does not cost reinforcement points.
So that's a 70-point unit, right?
Yep.
So if you factor that into the cost of a Termagant...
and it costs 145, that thing's a Borgin.
Yes. 145 for the Termagant, 70 points for a squad you are going to get out of it. Yeah. You're just going to...
and it's a command phase before you score primary. They're not OBSEC because they're not in a detachment, but
they are just a unit.
It's a unit of 10 models.
Yeah, they're not worth 70 points, so you could say it's like technically worth whatever. You're getting into a lot of...
a Termagant is very good, and it's the +2 move one.
Massive Scything Talons are also real good.
Yeah.
Because you can get sweeping attacks. Stinger Salvos aren't a bad gun to have. So this thing's going to do damage.
Yeah.
It's going to tie things up. It's going to murder you. And then also it's...
a Psyker.
Toughness 8, 17 wounds. You can give it a warlord trait for a 5 of Feel No Pain. It has a 2-up save. You can't buy an upgrade for a 4-up invuln because it's a character.
Yep.
We're assuming.
And it knows one, casts one, denies one.
Yep.
Good all around tough tank value unit. Love it.
Real strong.
Let's talk the Trigon Prime. Let's move on. This guy's 175 points for a 14 wound T7 character with a 3-up save. Trigon Prime moves 10 and notably has 12 attacks. Chop, 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 chop.
Chop, 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 chop.
But his attacks got worse. He used to be 6 or 7 attacks at D6 damage. He's now 12 attacks at damage 2.
Which I think is better.
Yep. And it makes one additional... oh no, that's a Toxin Spike. So it makes 13 attacks because it has a Toxin Spike and 12 attacks with the Scything Talons.
I like how it made the profile of the Toxin Spike the same as the Scything Talons, but they specifically said you can only make one attack with the Toxin Spike.
Yeah, I don't know. And then it has Bioelectric Pulse, which is an 8-shot, 12-inch range gun at strength 5. That's cute.
Why wouldn't they just get rid of Toxin Spike and make it 13 attacks? It's identical.
It's because it's a tail that you can replace.
Oh, you can replace the Toxin Spike?
You can replace it with a Biostatic Rattle, which is at the start of the fight phase, roll 3d6, and if you beat your enemy's leadership, then that unit cannot reroll a hit or wound.
What? That's free, right?
This is free.
They can't reroll hits or wounds?
Yep. At the start of the fight phase.
Okay.
It's also -1 to hit in combat. Yep. It can, of course, buy Adrenal Glands and Toxin Sacs like normal, or a Prehensile Pincer Tail, which is when you're selected to fight, you can reroll 1 hit or 1 wound. I think you just take the Biostatic Rattle and call it a day, because when that swings, it's amazing.
It's 3d6, so it should go off against anything other than Custodies.
It's got a decent chance, yeah.
Yeah. And when it goes off, you're -1 to hit, no rerolls to hit or wound, you do not die.
Yep, it's tough. Doesn't have an invuln, no damage reduction, 14 wounds, it can just be shot to death.
It can.
But in melee, it is a bruiser.
Yeah, it's not going to go away in melee. That's a lot.
We already talked about Behemoth, where you give it +1 damage, so now it's 12 attacks, damage 3, and you give it 6 to
13. Oh no, because you're not taking the Toxin Spike.
You take the Biostatic Rattle.
You take Biostatic Rattle.
Yeah.
For sure. Because you can also charge it in. You can also charge it in alongside something else and just be like, yep, you don't reroll hits or wounds.
Yeah.
And then if they try and charge you, you don't reroll hits or wounds.
Biostatic Rattle is really good.
Yes.
It's like a little rattlesnake rattle, and it just is like distracted.
Can't just too busy paying attention to that.
Yeah. Here's Old One Eye.
How many points is he?
175.
Oh, that is so reasonable. Like, that's so good.
He's quite good, quite strong.
Move 12?
Move 10.
Move 10.
You can deep strike as well. You can hit some good charges.
You have access to advance and charge. You have access to advance 8 and charge.
Yep. Yeah. You can get him around.
You can get him there.
Old One Eye, a character who's 9 wounds and a Carnifex.
Also, keep in mind, all of these monsters can be OBSEC if you just take the trait.
Correct. Real good. Yep. Awesome. Love it. Love it so much. Old One Eye, 6 attacks base, but he is weapon skill 2, moves 8, and slaps people because he's an untargetable character. He's a Carnifex. That means that he's save 2 up, T7, 9 wounds, -1 damage.
Yep, 9 wound character.
Mm-hmm. And Whenever he fights, if it made a charge move, add D3 plus 1 to the attack's characteristics. So when he charges, he's 7 plus D3 attacks. He's equipped with 2 monster scything talons, so he makes 2 additional attacks. So you're now looking at 9 plus D3 attacks from Old One-Eye. Finally, he has a Thresher Scythe, which makes 3 additional attacks. So now you're 12 plus D3 attacks from the charge. All at various profiles. Some of them are damage 1, some of them are D3 plus 2 damage. Old One-Eye just rumbles in, drops a bunch of attacks on people, and slaps.
And he gives Carnifexes +1 to hit.
Which includes himself, so he hits on a 2+ with +1 to hit, so he ignores the first minus to hit that your opponent throws out.
Command phase, he regenerates D3 wounds.
And he explodes for 1.
Yeah.
He does nothing other than rumble at people and punch them. But...
why does it... so he has a rule that says each time his model makes a melee attack, improve the characteristic of that attack by 1. Why wouldn't they just bake that into all of his profiles?
Because Chitin Thorns are an upgrade that a Carnifex can buy that gives the same rule. So I think they put it there to show that he has it, because it also gives Horned Chitin, which is the charge into better mortals.
Yeah, okay.
Because they don't, Carnifexes don't come with that baked in. So I think they put it in to show that he's a Carnifex.
That is a lot of attacks.
He slaps very good.
7 plus D3 attacks with strength. It's strength 10, AP 3, D3 plus 2.
Yep.
He has
2 attacks.
1 attack at strength 6, AP 3, damage 2.
No, 2. He has 2 monster sighting
He
talents.
has 2 of those. So 2 attacks at strength 6, AP 3, damage 2. And he has 3 attacks at strength 4, AP 1, damage 1. And he is Hive Fleet, so he can get the benefit of any Hive Fleet buff that you want. He can become Obsec, which is he's going to be very difficult to deal with. He can get Behemoth for +1 strength. He can get Kraken for -1 AP on top of the additional minus. Oh, by the way, all that AP that I said, improve that all by 1. So AP 4 on everything, AP 2 on the Thresher side.
Old One-Eye hits, but he is 220 for a thing that just hits.
Yes, he does not shoot, and he can be character protected, which is very solid.
I think he's a cool thing that I'm not going to take often.
I think
he's really cool.
Yeah, he's not bad. He's not bad. He's expensive.
220 for basically a Murder Fang Dreadnought that has bonus rules is like adorable.
He's a really good Murder Fang Dreadnought,
great Murder
but he costs 220 and he has 9 wounds. Yes, he reduces damage by 1. And yes, he heals D3, but I do think he can just eat it in a turn.
Yeah, he could.
For sure. Like the Avatar walks in and just goes, scoop.
I don't know.
You've 2 up and no invuln.
Yeah.
And -1 damage was D6 plus 1 every time I would do.
That'd hurt.
Yeah.
Does Old One-Eye have the improved Carnifex version of Scything Talons and Crushing Claws in the actual book? And the leak he did not. Nope. His Scything Talons are worse than a Carnifex's Scything Talons. That's...
what are Carnifex Scything Talons?
Damage 3. Is there not? Is there damage 2?
Are they massive Scything Talons?
I think so.
Okay, so they're called something different.
Yep.
Yeah, intentionally, I think. Because he has monstrous Crushing Claws.
Yeah, I fully agree. You don't... Old One-Eye is cool. I don't think you want him. Warriors. Warriors are amazing. Best troop in the book.
Yes.
They are still 3 wounds, a 4-up save, but they gained a strength, a toughness, and they gained a ballistic skill. For that, they did go up in points.
All the way up.
They went
to 25.
They went up 8 points a model, which is significant. But their weapons are baked in, and they got better stats. They are amazing.
Yes.
No argument here.
Warriors at 25 is a crime.
Yeah.
What is that?
They're great for the cell tower buffs. They're OBSEC, they're troops. All their weapons are free except for the guns. They come with a Death Spitter or Devour or Spine Fist for free. Again, that is baked in.
But they just get that for free?
Yeah. It's, for 20. Yeah, but
all
of their weapons are built in except for the Venom Cannon and Barb Strangler. And then you choose to buy the unit, Adrenal Glands, Flesh Hooks, or Toxin Sacs as you want to. So
those are all good. Hooks are +1 to hit for 1 CP?
Yep, so 5 points gives the unit +1 to hit in combat for 1 CP. Also, each of those abilities has a rule built in and the keyword. So all of them are good, but if you spend too much, you'll get a lot. I fully agree.
They're equipped with 1 Flesh Hook each. How many points are each of the Flesh Hooks?
It's 5 for the unit.
That's 5 for
all of the points costs are per unit. It has a specific delineation, 5 per unit, 15 per unit, 10 per unit.
Got it. Really undercosted for what they do? Yes.
Yep. Tyranid Warriors are amazing value. You're going to see them. Get used to it. They don't have a command phase buff because they're not a character, but they are Synapse. And fun fact, if you take a Tyranid Warrior unit, 1 Tyranid Prime can be taken without taking up a slot. So if you're running tight on HQs, you can take Warriors and your Tyranid Prime doesn't fill a slot if you want it anyway. Which is fine.
They do have a 4-up save, but they are toughness 5, and they have 3 wounds, and there are a lot of durability things you can stack on there. The -1 damage in and of itself is
You can definitely make one unit of warriors super durable. You can make several units pretty durable, and they're just generically good stats. I think you want to just be able to hit multiple warrior units at the same time. If you try to kill one at a time, it's probably not good.
But the problem is your opponent's going to pick something that is just going to ruin you. Like, if you commit on a bunch of warrior units, you're going to... like, what in the game... Like, I'm going to commit army-wide, and I'm just going to pick up unit. That's not going to happen.
Yeah. It's hard, yeah. No, Tyranid warriors are amazing.
Yes.
I'm a huge fan.
They cost 1 more than an infiltrator.
Yep.
Lol.
Ready for the swarms?
Yep.
So hey, this is the Endless Multitude page. Termagants. They're the same as before, but they gained a 5-up save.
You can pay for a Devourer.
For 1 point. Devourers got a lot worse. They went to 2 shots, strength 3 instead of 3 shots, strength 4. So Termagant Devourers are worst. Termagant Spinefist did not change at all, which is embarrassing. And the Flesh Boar got better. It went to 18-inch Assault 1, strength 5, AP 1.
And they're still toughness 3. They got a 5-up save instead of a 6-up.
But they went up 2 points a model.
They did. They went up 2 points a model. The Devourer Gaunts went down 1 point a model and got way worse.
No, you have to pay for the Devourer.
I thought Devourer Devil Gaunts were 9 points a model.
They were 8.
They were. So they stayed the same points cost, and they lost a shot and a strength.
And they gained +1 save.
Nope.
Termagants did not get better here. That's fine. There are better buffs around them. The army's better around them. So Termagants getting worse is not strictly the end of it. I think you don't want to spam Termagants.
Right. I think for sure. They're not efficient. You take Flesh Borers.
You take Flesh Borers, and then in like some... And with 1 CP for Flesh Borer Sear Bugs, you get 24-inch strength 6 AP1, which is adorable, but that's a max of 30 shots. Yep. They are an Endless Multitude unit, so you can like do your little growy back stuff, which is cool. They're good at the Tervagon. I think you would take 1 or 2 units if you're taking a Tervagon. That's the most. I think that's where it's at. Jormungandrs. Also 8 points a model. Their Jormungandr talons don't give extra attacks. They just bait it in by making them attack 3. They move 10. Their weapon skill 4.
They can have toxin sacs. Adrenal glands give them +1 to
move
attacks.
And +1 move and strength, and for a CP they get +1 strength.
Feels good.
I'm sorry. For a CP they get +1 attack. Toxin sacs are every 6 to hit in combat, gives auto wounds, and the strat for it is a shooting only strat, so you don't care about it on Jormungandrs. So it's 2 points per adrenal gland, 1 point there. You're not going to buy these upgrades. You don't want your T3 1 wound model, the 5-up armor save, to cost 10 points.
No, that's horrendously inefficient.
I like Jormungandrs. I like a couple units. I don't think you want big 30-man bricks because they're too hard to hide. I like having one 15-man squad that you spend the 1 CP, they auto-advance 6 on the same turn that your Tervagon is like +2 move. They just go 18 inches out, they charge, and they just do their thing.
Yeah.
They can pile in +3, but they no longer consolidate +3, so that got a little nerfed.
Each of these options, Termagants and Jormungandrs, really need to be like 6 points.
I think that both of these should have gone down 1 point. I would accept Jormungandrs at 7.
Yeah, 8 is just too many.
They both went up 2 points.
Yeah.
Which is weird. It just makes it very hard to hoard them.
Yeah.
And
30 Jormungandrs is 240 points and will disappear in a puff of smoke to any army. And also doesn't hit that hard.
The most damning thing about Jormungandrs to me is that they are the same cost as a gargoyle.
Brutal. I don't expect to see Termagants or Jormungandrs around.
No. Gargoyles, for 1 point more than a Termagant, shoot the same. They move 12 inches and fly.
Will I really am? Devil Gaunts lost a shot.
Yeah, Will I really am. They're Assault 2. Termagant Devourers are Assault 2.
Yep.
Which is worse than Assault 3.
Yes. Same points, though.
Same points.
Gargoyles,
very good.
Yes.
They kept the 6-up save. The Jormungandrs gained a 5-up save. Gargoyles are a 6-up save.
You know what's crazy? 3 Jormungandrs is the same points cost pretty much as a warrior.
I know what I want.
You warriors.
Yep.
You take warriors.
Warriors.
Warriors are real good. Termagants and Jormungandrs, real not good.
Yeah. Gargoyles, they move 12, they fly, they're awesome. They're still 8 points for a T3 6-up model, so they are fragile, and again, I don't think I want big units, but they do have a lot of value as a cheap unit.
Yeah. That
can still move block. I like Gargoyles.
Yeah, I don't really see Swarms being a playstyle that happens.
Tyranids, You could build for it, but I don't really want to.
I think you're going to either see Monster Mash or you're going to see mid-range Bug Mash.
Yeah.
And I don't think you're going to see Swarms.
I think you could see a couple of the traditional Horde units included as a 10 or 15 man support piece with a toolkit option. That's not that expensive. You're not going to foundational build around Hordes, which to me means that Hydras and Hive Fleet Hydra, Hive Fleet Gorgon misses out because Hordes are what they benefit the most.
Yeah. Hormagaunts with adrenal glands being 300 for a unit of 30 is...
You can't do it.
I think they should have been 6, and you have to take one of the upgrades for 1 point.
Or just make them 7, and you can choose...
You get one for free.
One for free, and the second one costs a point.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, because even there, 210 for a unit of 30 honestly is too much. Because they die so fast. Yep. Like a unit of 5 intercessors that everyone's including their army for no real reason just picks up almost half that unit.
Yep.
And then charges in and picks up the rest of it.
Yeah, that's just what happens.
Yep.
Gargoyles do not deep strike, that is correct, but they have the fly keyword. So they have the fly keyword, so you can do cool things with them still.
Yeah.
Love Gargoyles. That's it for troops. We're hitting elites. There is, in fact, a Toxicrin. Love me a Toxicrin.
Hands across America.
Tentacles
across America.
Yeah. Toxicrin's awesome. They move 8, 7, 5, and then their weapon skill, ballistic skill degrade as well. They're a T8 15 wound monster with a 3-up armor save. 150 points. They are chunky. They're chunky, fun, and fresh.
They are chunky, yeah.
Their gun is 8 inches range. I'm sorry, not even 12. It's 8-inch gun.
Oh. Yeah,
so
I mean, their strat
Kronos takes it to 12.
Yeah, sure.
The strat is awesome.
Strat's awesome. Yeah.
They are 12 attacks. Amazing, just like a Trigon. Unfortunately, they are strength 7, AP 2, damage 1.
But they always win on 2s.
Always win on a 2 against a non-vehicle Titanic. So, cool things there. Weird monster profiles, but I don't dislike it. Then they have a bunch of cool special rules. While an enemy unit is within 3 of this model, subtract 1 from their hit rolls. That is shooting and combat. If you're within 3 of the Toxicrin, you are -1 to hit.
Okay.
This is an aura that can be expanded by Spore Field, but you have to remain stationary and
still.
So.
Yeah, that feels fine. I mean, he's 150 points.
At the start of the fight phase, for each enemy unit with an engagement range, on a 4+, they take D3 mortals. And fight last.
Fight last, which is
cool.
Pretty solid. It's unreliable.
Mm-hmm. And I saved the best for last. Massive Grasping Tendrils. Once per turn when an enemy unit, just unit, tries to fall back. Not aircraft. Well, the aircraft can't fall back anyway. So when an enemy unit engagement range is selected to fall back, roll a dice. On a 3+, they cannot fall back and must remain stationary.
So you can't even desperate breakout against it.
Nope. And add 1 to the roll if the enemy unit has infantry. So it's a 2+ infantry can't leave.
It's pretty good.
That alone keeps him. He would probably just never be seen if he didn't have that roll.
He has toughness 8.
And 15 wounds, and he is only 150 points. That's 10 points a wound for T8, 3-up.
Yep.
This guy is
the monster. So the swarms are overpriced by like a not insignificant amount.
Yep.
The monsters feel underpriced by a not insignificant amount. 150 for a toughness 8, 15 wound model is pretty crazy, especially considering that it's good in combat and can trap you in combat and makes you -1 to hit and does mortal wounds and makes you fight last potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good.
Yep, I like it.
They're real.
I don't think the Toxicrin's like turbo amazing, but it is really cool. And in some metas where you get to trap people in combat, he only moves 8 is the biggest problem. But there are a lot of movement buffs in here. Again, you can
advance 8,
Turvagon, then advance 8 and charge. However, I'll also point out he cannot buy adrenal glands. He's one of the models that can't.
Okay. Yeah, I think you can build a list that just capitalizes on getting to a critical mass
of monsters running at you.
Tough monsters running at you.
Yep.
Because you can take 10 easily.
Mm-hmm.
Easily.
Yeah.
Without even really worrying about it.
Gavin says stick it in a Tyrannicide. Yep. If you put it in a drop pod.
What is? Yes. Will, I really am. Thank you for your £2 super chat. Yeah, we shouldn't do that to people from Britain.
Oh. Okay. What's the most survivable you can make swarms? I think you can go Jormungandr for dense cover.
Jormungandr, and then you throw 5-up Feel No Pain on them, and they'll still die.
Or you can go Mini Transhuman from Leviathan. You pop the 5-up invuln once a game off of Zoanthropes, and then every turn afterwards you cast a spell to give them a 5-up invuln and Catalyst. So they always have a 5-up invuln, 5-up mods, 5-up. They can be -1 to hit because of defensive auras from other units that are coming up.
You can make
They can be tough.
But you're putting a bunch of durability onto a frame that is not durable, so what you'll end up with is something that still dies.
Dies slower, but instead of putting it on something that now will not die.
Yeah. And a lot of that's single target, so you just target something else. Like a 30-man Jormungandr squad with -1 to hit and 5-up Feel No Pain is still going to die.
Yep.
It just is. Yeah, pretty much.
Yes, the Tox Green does still activate the Biomorph to fall back if they try. Yeah, you can put that on Tox Green because they're both when a unit is selected to fall back. So you can just do the mortals.
It says they cannot fall back.
Correct. It's when a unit is selected to fall back, and the other one is when a unit is selected to fall back. So both are when you select to fall back. You do this. One is a mortal wound. The second one is, oops, now you are not falling back and you changed remain stationary.
I kind of actually like that on a Toxicrin.
It's adorable.
Just because...
It's like, don't even try.
Don't even try. I don't want to roll the 1.
Yeah, I don't want to roll a 1. And like, you'll take damage if you try. What I do hate is that the D3 mortals might accidentally kill the guys in combat.
Not even accidentally. I won't make that happen.
No.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, never mind. Don't include it because that is a serious. Well, it's a selection, right? You can choose not to do the D3 mortals.
Maybe. I'd have to
if it isn't, then I wouldn't take it. If it is, then you could. If you have some points, it's cute.
Bring it down will be common here.
Yes.
Yep. Tyrant Guard. Awesome. They are T6, 4 wounds, 2-up save, 40 points base.
Yeah.
Tough.
The question is how many of those points you're going to get when they run you over with big monsters.
Yeah, and they are bodyguards.
Yes, they are
hive tyrants.
Tough as hell, and they are bodyguards.
120, they're more than most bodyguard units, but they are worth it.
Yes, they are almost impossible to kill, and unlike bodyguarding like a captain on an objective, you're bodyguarding a hive tyrant. A hive tyrant that can shoot you with a fantastic gun and is brutal in combat.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not an interaction the game is really able to handle.
You don't want that.
No.
A lot of good things here. They're also +1 attack while within 3 inches of a hive tyrant, and they don't take up a slot if you have a hive tyrant. They can take a bunch of weapons. They have bone cleavers, which are they're just strength 5, AP 1, damage 2, or they can buy crushing claws, which you probably don't do because it's 10 points a model on a bodyguard unit. Or you just take rending claws and scything talons that you just have a bunch of attacks.
Yeah, that feels better.
Feels better.
Yep.
I actually like the Lash Whip and Bone Sword because it does give you the reroll 1s to hit, and then you get and you're gonna be +1 attacks. You're always near your hive tyrant, and then you just hit them a bunch with the damage 2 attacks. But either way, there's just good things here.
Yeah. So Gavin, yes, Tyrant Guard will go down to Plasma Inceptors, but
screens are easy.
It's super easy to keep your Tyrant Guard safe from the Plasma Inceptor menace.
Yep.
And the other thing is if you blow a lot of your damage to kill the Tyrant Guard, which by the way are going to be behind a wall, behind a Hive Tyrant you can't shoot. You have no damage left over for the Hive Tyrant.
Is there anyone standing at that door? Oh, there's Dog. Okay,
yes.
Cool. All right. Next up, more elites. Lictors. Lictors are cool. 70 points for a non-character infantry single model unit.
So you can still try to rods, but if you don't roll a 1, you won't get it.
They're really cool. Move 10, weapon skill 2, T5, strength 7, 4-up save, AP 3 damage 2 in combat. They have flesh hooks built in, which is adorable. They're -1 to hit all the time. You cannot target them with a ranged attack from more than 12 inches away, and they have a 5-up invuln. They always fight first, and they can deep strike. Or when they deep strike, they can be set up. So it's not a normal deep strike. It's set up wholly within 6 inches of any battlefield edge or any terrain feature, more than 9 inches away from any enemy models. Or if this happens to be in your deployment zone, you can set up more than 6 inches away from enemy models. And you can reroll charges on the turn to deep strike. It's cute. 70 points for a non-character lictor makes me a little less excited.
I do like having it just in the back holding an objective, but that's not really a thing that you need.
Yeah.
Scringly. Yeah, bodyguarded Shard Gullet Tyrant is pretty egregious. 3 bodyguarded Hive Tyrants is
that's a lot. It's a lot.
Incoming. Let me put it that way.
But there's Death Leaper.
There is Leaper of Death.
Death Leaper invalidates lictors, unfortunately.
He is much better.
25 points more, he is a character. And I don't want a lictor that's not a character when there's a character on the same page. Does everything a lictor does for 25 more points. He gets +2 wounds, +1 attack, a 4-up invuln.
His weapon is the same.
His weapon is the same, but it's just the +1 attack. He's the same move, same as everything else. What he gains, and Lictors lost their shooting attack, by the way, but no one cares because it was 6 inches.
Yeah, it was.
Whatever. No one cares. What he gains, so 25 points for +1 invuln, +1 attack, +2 wounds, and Fear of the Unseen.
And also, it's out there.
And also, it's out there.
The aura. 6-inch aura of your opponent can't perform actions. Woo.
We forgot about that.
Yeah.
Fear of the Unseen. While an enemy unit is within engagement range of this model, that unit cannot be selected for stratagems used by your opponent, and cannot be affected by stratagems used by your opponent when the unit is selected to shoot or fight.
Yep, that is huge.
Yep.
So this is essentially a fight last
because he turns off interrupt.
Because he turns off interrupt. You can't CP reroll. You can't use any abilities.
Can't Hammer of Wrath him.
Can't Hammer of Wrath him. You can't
pop defensive strats.
Can't pop transhuman.
No rerolls.
No rerolls. This guy, it
slaps.
Anytime your opponent wants to do anything, they can't. And
Death Leaper's awesome.
Baharoth died, couldn't res because he was near Death Leaper. Couldn't bring him back. So yep. It's super strong. The ability to just say nothing in engagement range of me can use
amazing.
Strats.
Yep.
It's real good. No interrupt is like it's just the start of the fun.
Death Leaper is just fun. And he has the Lictor keyword, so he does all the Lictor things. That's good enough for me.
He's just better.
Maleceptor. What a guy. My favorite unit from the old book, or one of them, and he got so much better.
Okay, so here's where we talk about the Maleceptor, boys.
Let me just...
And girls.
Take it top down, and Gene's Third Cultist of all ages. T8, 15 wounds, 3 up save, leadership 10, whatever, moves 8. 4 up invuln. It's basically a venom throw, or a toxic screen with a 4 up invuln.
Yeah.
Defensively. So that's good. It's 170.
15 wounds.
He replaces all of the tentacles and shooting and doodads with being a good psyker. He knows 2 spells. He casts 2 spells. He denies 1. He lost +1 to cast.
Oh, okay. I was talking about that earlier. He does not have +1 to cast.
Does not have +1 to cast. He used to. He no longer does.
He will have it because
the Neurothrope once a game thing will give him +1 to cast.
Not once. Sorry, no, the Neurothrope. Oh, the 3d6 one.
Yep, he'll give him that.
Give him the 3d6, which is much better than +1 to cast.
Which is much better. What he does is his stratagem is gone, in case you didn't notice, and it's replaced with a psychic action he may attempt to cast. Remember that when you have the aura thing up, or the synaptic imperative for the Maleceptor up, you can cast psychic actions and spells at the same time.
Yep, technically, not even technically. Rules is written, you can do psychic action, and then as many psychic powers as you can normally complete. The psychic action does not consume a slot. I assume that that's going to get ruled in a different way, because otherwise,
it's a reasonable way
even
to play.
More, oh my god, from the Maleceptor.
Yep.
But continue, please. You can do a psychic action, please.
Yep.
Let us know.
So, the psychic action is a diffusion field. 6-inch aura from this Warp Charge 6 spell is each time a range attack is made against a unit within 6 inches of the psyker, subtract 1 from the strength characteristic. So when he casts his action, he's a 6-inch aura of -1 strength to all incoming weapons at range. Amazing. It's amazing.
Amazing is an understatement. You know how all of these monsters are toughness 8? This is essentially an aura of -1 to wound against them.
Yep. Strength 8, 9, and 5 weapons are -1 to wound against them.
And your anti-tank weapons are almost all strength 8 and 9.
Yeah, this is fantastic. This is a great rule. Super strong. He gained death throws. He now explodes on death. He still has a 4-up invuln, and he has 1 more rule to vomit mortals.
Does he?
So, whenever he completes a psychic test or action, if the psychic test was 7 or more, after resolving the psychic power, the closest enemy unit within 12 inches suffers...
By the way, not unmodified, so...
Yeah. Suffers a number of mortal wounds equal to the table below. If he has 8 wounds left, so his top profile, take 3 mortal wounds. If he has 5 or 7 wounds left, take 2 mortal wounds. If he has 1 to 4 wounds left, take 1 mortal wound. Yes, if you have 2 Maleceptors, you can do it twice. You can cast 2 of the same psychic action in a turn as Grey Knights. So, he's a good caster.
Wait, so you can do that twice and be minus... No, auras don't stack.
They don't stack.
It's an aura.
It's just if you wanted in 2 different spots.
Yeah. Auras specifically don't stack in the main rulebook, so if you're thinking about that.
Tom Allen, thoughts on the 100,000 mobile infantry we lost on Clendathu? I think the bugs were right. I find the thought of a bug that can think offensive. Maleceptor is amazing. Good defensive buffs, good support roll, great mortal wound output up close.
Okay.
He's a lot of mortals.
So,
Yep, Jack's gonna... Go ahead.
All right. So, first off, he's 170 points, which is offensive to me. He's toughness 8.
That's not the problem.
Well, he has a lot of good rules that are cheap. Mm-hmm. That's the part that's annoying to me. So he is toughness 8 with 15 wounds and a 4-up save.
Yep.
So he does not die easily at all, and
Yep.
he's cheap. So you can just take multiple of him if you want. The psychic action for -1 strength is going to gut your ability to kill any monster in their army. So that would be, he would be good enough at 170, even if he didn't have Psychic Overload, the mortal wound shenanigan.
Psychic Overload was literally 1 mortal wound.
If it was 0, if he didn't have it, the Maliceptor would be great. Because all of your bugs would be -1 strength against. Strength 8 would wound them on 5s, which is not okay, and Strength 9 would wound them on 4s, similarly not okay. Strength 16 also wounds them on 3s now, but sure.
I mean, they're transhuman, so...
Oh, yeah, all right. So in Leviathan, they're transhuman. So So all of your salvo launchers and whatnot are wounding you on 5s. Any, like, lance weapons are wounding you on 5s. It's very bad in terms of damage output. Everybody has an invuln, so they're also going to bounce all that nonsense. The Maliceptor's an invuln, so putting him down is going to be very difficult. And then on top of that, just in case you're worried that he's just a support piece, where he's just going to, hunker down behind the army, and then the rest of the army is going to punch you in the face. Well, yes, that will happen. But on top of that, if he gets within 12 inches of your army, you're tabled.
He does a lot of mortals than 12.
He does 12 very easily.
Yeah. If you can cast a psychic action and do that. So you have the Maliceptor Synaptic Imperative up. Then he casts his action. Then he casts 2. Then you spend a command point and he casts 1 more. Puts 4 casts out at 3d6, take the 2 highest, plus 1 if the Neurothrope. Well, you won't ever have both. You will never have plus 1 to cast from the Neurothrope and do psychic action.
But still, 3d6.
3d6 take the highest means that if you do 4 casts, you probably get 3 of them off and do 9 mortals to the closest target.
Outside of line of sight.
12 inches, but yes, ignores line of sight. And then you also do your normal smites and casts and other stuff.
Yeah. I had, when I played against John, one of these did 19 mortal wounds to me, and then the rest of his army dumped mortal wounds on me.
Correct.
Yes. The damage output is one of the highest in the game for 170, and it's also has one of the best defensive buffs in the book. I don't know why it's 170 and got way tougher.
Feel good.
Well, Strength 9 then goes down to wounding on 4s.
Yeah, with Levy you can, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no, because you did do that to me.
Yes, yeah.
So then you use the Levy power and it dumps 12 mortal wounds plus 4 casts on you.
Yep.
So Smite, so it's going to be 12 plus
D3
you do plus the other one plus Psychic Scream plus it's very easy to get up to 19, 20 mortal wounds off one of the guys, and a lot of that's out of line of sight, so you can't even hide from it. Yeah.
It's really good damage output.
Yep.
Maliceptor slap.
Maliceptor at 170. I don't think there is a price point where a Maliceptor would be okay. It'd have to be like 300. I'm not even kidding. I think at 300, it's like, all right, fine. 170, you take 2 or 3 of them in your army, and you just
make it the same points as Trajan, folks. Let's see that. Yes. It should cost more than 10 more than Trajan.
It also kills Calexis with their psychic powers.
It does, yeah. Yes. Although it's a lot harder to do it because of the -2, because it is not unmodified.
Sure.
But still, it's very good. More elites. We've got the Pyrovore. Pyrovores are cheap. 30 points for a T5 5 wound dude with a 3-up armor save. This has been the laughing stock of 4 consecutive codexes, and it is no longer.
No. Now it is a very good unit.
Yep. So it has Acid Blood keyword, it has Acid Maw keyword, and it has a good flamer, and it's durable for the points. It's slow. It moves 5. But it does put out 2d6 shots at strength 4 AP1 at 18-inch range, that auto hit, or d6 shots at strength 6 AP2 damage 2. I think that the Pyrovore is just a very efficient data sheet that is not that expensive, and I'm totally okay tossing them in a list.
5 wounds, 3-up save with infantry means small arms fire just bounces off.
Yep.
And 5 wounds means almost nothing is efficient into it, especially if you have Transhuman and Leviathan. These things for 90 points for 3 are insanely hard to kill.
Yep.
Like just super hard to kill.
Yeah. Will I Really Am is saying, calling it next big tournament, Triple Maliceptor. I don't think you actually want that.
I don't think so. I think you take 2 because you just run out of physical spells you can cast.
Yeah.
I think you're going to see 9 Pyrovores. I think you're going to see like 12 Warriors. I think you're going to see 2 Maleceptors, like 2 Tyrants, and
yeah. Pyrovore is like, be careful of who you made fun of in high school. Yep, the Pyrovore is all grown up and finally using an awesome model for good.
Yeah, and it has, well, I don't, no, that is pretty cool.
This is a dope model. I like the Pyrovore.
It is assault, so you can advance and shoot.
Yeah.
And its guns are real good.
Yeah, they're flamers, so they auto hit. It's cheap. It is everything you would ask for.
And you choose between either 2d6, it's per guy at strength 4 AP1.
Read it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I was lost in the haze.
You were literally lost in the sauce.
Yes.
Yeah, Pyrovore is very strong. Horror specs. T8, 15 wounds, 2 up save, 170 points. Another durable monster. This one is more of a combat guy. All he does is combat, and you can't stop him. So, what does the horror specs do?
I wouldn't dream of it.
5 attacks base. He has a 1-shot gun at strength 6, AP 3, damage 3 that targets characters, but is only 12-inch range, so that's adorable. The big thing is that he either makes a 3 hit roll sweep attack, so 15 attacks at strength 7, AP 1, damage 2, or he makes his normal attacks, so 5 of them, at strength 14, AP 3, damage D3 plus 3. So he hits hard, and every time you kill a model with any of his attacks, you heal one wound to a max of 3.
Oh my god, they're calling it Think City.
Think City is pretty good.
That's a good
That's pretty good.
That's
Think City. Name. Yeah. Guard will obliterate Tyranids. All right. Finally, Gorilla. Okay. There's a lot of hyperbole in the chat.
Yes.
Horror specs is cool. I like that it hits hard. It's a 6-inch aura of -2 leadership. Adorable. And has the normal auto explode. That's all it is. It's a combat monster that rumbles up 8 inches a turn, is a -2 leadership aura, and it pummels people and it heals a wound every time it kills a model. Really cool.
Yeah.
Doesn't do anything besides what it does. It's not a support piece, but it rumbles forward and you kind of have to deal with it.
Yep. Pretty durable for 170. So, yeah.
Okay with that. Venomthropes. Oh, the lovely Venomthrope. They are toxic lashes and they're feeder tendrils. Not many of those. They're spore casters. They're not acid blood. Who has acid blood? I need to figure that out. Anyways, Venomthropes. Movement 8.
The hair specs.
Also, move 8.
But is
acid blood. Good for him.
Yeah.
Go hair specs.
What a guy.
Hungry hair specs. Exactly. Venomthropes, though, are +1 toughness, +1 wound, +1 save from where they were before. So they're a lot tougher at T5, 4 wounds, 4 up armor save. Move 8, they're faster than they were before. Their combat is 5 attacks, weapon skill 3 that wounds on a 2+ poison, and is AP 1, damage 1.
It's a lot of attacks.
It's a surprising amount of attacks. What they're there for is a 6-inch aura, boink, of -1 to hit.
Yes.
And once per turn, when you try to fall back, on a 4+, they can't fall back.
Yep. Yeah.
And at the start of the fight phase, pick an enemy unit within 3. On a 3+, they take a mortal and fight last.
Pyrovores are power level 2.
Yep, you can outflank them relatively easily.
Yeah, he was just asking for Crusades.
For Crusades, got it. Harrisbeck's Pyrovore Tox Screen are the acid blood units. Good to know.
And it does go up to 4, 6 as you include more Pyrovores in the unit.
Yep.
Venomthropes for, you're going to take a unit of 3 for, or you can take a unit of 3 for 105.
There's no buff for being big, you just can.
Yeah, you can. I think 105 and you trundle them up. And then you make all your big monsters -1 to hit.
Yep.
And it's going to be...
And then late game, they're kind of useful because they do random mortals, random no fallbacks, and random fight lasts.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Venomthropes are stable.
Great.
Yeah, they're real good.
Love Venomthropes.
Yeah.
Zonethropes. Another great thrope because almost all of these are good. The strat to make them a 12-inch bubble is a thing they can do, but it hinges on 1 CP, remain stationary, get +6 inches to their auras because they're spore casters.
So they can either move 8 inches... and have a 6-inch aura, or they can stand still and get a 12-inch aura for 1 CP.
I can see scenarios where I do need to just spread the bubble. I'm already in the middle of the army. I just need to be bigger. I get it. Super good you.
Yeah.
Super good use.
Not bad.
Zonethropes. They gained a toughness. They gained a wound. They lost a point on their invul. So they stayed the same points. They went to T5, 4 wounds from T4 and 3 wounds. But they went to a 4-up invul, not a 3-up. But they're much better casters than before.
Yes.
They, no matter how large the unit is, because it's a 3 to 6 man, it knows 1 spell, casts 1 spell, denies 1 spell. But what it gets.
Yes, what does it get, John?
It gets add 1 to the psychic test for each model in the unit. Each time this unit manifests the Smite Psychic power, add
or
one.
Witchfire.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's +1 to cast for Smite or Witchfire.
The +1 damage is only to Smite.
Yeah, +1 damage is for
spell
Smite.
you cast, it's going to be Smite.
So you just literally walk around as Smite, because you only cast one.
Yeah.
But if you have a Neurothrope, a Zoanthrope unit doesn't take up a slot, and you just add one to the number of mortals to max of 3 every time you cast Smite. So a 3-man walks around and casts Smite, and if you roll Snake Eyes, you still pass, lol, because double ones doesn't auto-fail. But...
A unit of 3, you said?
Unit of 3.
So that's +3?
Yeah.
And you give it... How do you get plus... Oh, an additional +1 for the once a game
from the Neurothrope for +4.
And you select the unit for 3d6, pick the 2 highest.
And it only casts 1. I wouldn't pick it for that. But if you want to do a super smite,
it makes a super smite very
It does
reliable.
make a super smite very good.
Like a 3-man unit can do d6 plus 3 mortal wounds fairly reliably, and otherwise does 3 plus d3 mortal wounds.
You can take a 4, 5, or 6-man unit to get more pluses to cast, but you won't get the pluses to mortals.
It's mostly so if you lose one model, you don't lose the mortal wounds, but
yeah.
Honestly, I would just take multiple units.
I really just like them for the splash the 5-up invuln. I think if they didn't have that, I wouldn't take 150 points just for a good smite. But it is a very good smite.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, Neurothropes, Zoanthropes. I don't care if your Emperor's Chosen with a 4 at Feel No Pain, you will collapse under the mortal wounds.
It's a lot of mortals.
Yes.
Keep an Neurothrope handy and you can heal the perils damage. Also true.
I mean, yes.
Gene Stealers, like Pure Strains, but worse. They're 16 points, so 2 more than a Pure Strain Gene Stealer. They lost Advance and Charge. They gained Forward Deploy. They have a 5-up invuln in shooting and a 4-up invuln in combat.
Sure.
They are still weapon skill 3. So compared to a Pure Strain, they are less weapon skill, 1 less leadership. Don't ask
2
me
more
why.
points.
2 more points, lost Advance and Charge, don't have a 4-up invuln in shooting.
Yeah.
They do Forward Deploy. They also went from a 20-man to a 10-man cap, and they went from troops to elites. I think Gene Stealers are a massive miss.
Yeah, they got way worse.
They do still hit hard. They went to 4 attacks flat instead of 3 attacks plus 1 attack in a 10-man. They're not bad. I'm so not excited about them.
Yeah.
The 16 points for a 1 wound model is just hard to justify. They do get access to 1 Acid Maw or Flesh Hook per 4-man unit, but that's not actually that helpful because of the way all the rules work. You have a 20-point node you can place a marker down that disappears if anyone gets near it, and then if you're near it, you can heal D3 models. But like you have to pay 20 points to try and heal models if they shoot you without killing you or coming near the node. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
It's fine, but like I'm not excited about Gene Stealers at all. It's a pity. I am excited about Raveners.
Yes, Raveners, quite good.
Raveners got a
They
stat
are
buff.
4 wounds.
They're the 4 wound one. Sorry. I messed that up. But they're T5, 4 wounds, 4-up save. So +1 toughness as well as strength and wounds and save. They move 12 with weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 3, which is nice. They used to be ballistic skill 4. And they're 30 points, no change. So no matter what weapons you put on them, they are 30 points.
I really like a Death Spitter. Yeah, they have no upgrades, so they're 30 points with a Death Spitter and like Rending Claws or Scything Talons or whatever.
So they're 5 attacks base. They make those 5 attacks with Ravener Claws. Strength user, AP 2, damage 1. You then either have 2 Scything Talons, so you make 7 total attacks and 2 of them are AP 1. Or you go Rending Claws, at which point all 5 of your attacks are Strength 6, AP 4, damage 1. That's just a meta call. Honestly, 7 attacks is amazing. 5 attacks, Strength 6, AP 4 is amazing. 5 attacks, just so good, and they move fast. Then, if they don't take a gun, you roll hits in combat of 1. I don't care, you take the gun.
Yeah, so every model can have a Death Spitter?
Yep, and it's 0 points.
Yep, so a unit of 9 for 270 has 1,000,000 attacks and also fires 27 shots.
Yeah, I honestly, you can either have 24 inches assault 3, strength 5, AP 2, damage 1. Or you can have 18 inches assault 5, strength 4, AP dash, damage 1. Or, hear me out here, you can have 12 inches, 2 shots, strength 5.
Yeah, AP 1. So no.
Yeah, Shackleton, bad news, not soon. Or ever.
Probably.
Yeah, no Crusade campaign. But Ravener's amazing. You take a Death Spitter, you take your choice of Scything Talons or Rending Claws, kind of just a meta call.
They're -1 to hit. And they're
-1 to hit in combat, and they're burrowers, so they can deep strike with death from below, and they can go in, charge, and leave.
I don't even think Raveners will low-key be one of the best units. I think they just are one of the best units in the book.
They're great. They're super duper strong.
Yes.
Raveners, love them.
Yeah, they're cool. They're gonna get their time in the sun for sure.
Yeah, they are. They've been very bad for a very long time, and they are not anymore.
No, sir.
Ripper Swarms. This is a unit that just got worse. They went up 3 points a model.
Ripper Infantry?
Gained a wound, which is weird, and they are no longer troops.
Yes.
They deep strike still. They just don't do anything.
Yeah.
It's an elite swarm. It's a fast attack swarm that deep strikes, doesn't fill a compulsory battlefield role, so no cheap outriders. And they're +1 save while receiving the benefits of cover, so they have a 4-up in light cover instead of a 5-up. They are A-okay. They are totally fine.
Yes.
They don't do anything at all.
They don't do a single thing.
Nope, and you can spend 10 points to get Spine Mods on the unit, which is 4 shots at strength 2, ballistic skill 5.
But if you take Behemoth, you get strength 4 on your AP0 attacks.
Combat,
that hit on 5s.
Yeah, Rippers do nothing. They have just literally been removed from the book. But there's plenty of other good options now. Like the Parasite of Mortrex. We're not done with fast attacks yet. The Parasite is an 80-point tiny little psyker. He's not a psyker, I'm sorry. He's a Synapse unit who moves 16 and is at 80 points. He does not do much, but he has very complicated rules for the little bit he does. So if he hits you with this Barbed Ovipositor, which is a single attack, if he hits and wounds with it, you take a mortal and are infested with parasites. His weapon skill 2, strength 5, goes to strength 6 with the weapon.
Right.
So it's 1 weapon skill 2, strength 6 attack. If he gets a successful wound roll with that, then you take a mortal, and now it's the you're infested.
Yeah, and you can also fly over enemy units for 1 CP, drop D3 mortals on them, and make them infested automatically when you need it.
Yeah, people are talking about Gorgon Rippers, still ballistic skill 5. Let's comment on that.
I think they're ballistic skill 4.
They're ballistic skill 5.
Never mind.
Yep, they're not good, and that's okay. It's totally okay.
It wouldn't have been good if they were ballistic skill 4.
Nope,
trust me.
But this is okay. When you become infested with parasites, which is adorable. While
the unit is infested with parasites, it loses OBSEC, which is big for taking objectives.
Yep. But here's the thing with it. If at the start of your opponent's command phase, before they score objectives, roll a d6. On a 1 through 3, they take d3 mortals and are no longer infested, so they're now OBSEC at the end of their command phase when they score objectives. Okay.
So it's a 50-50 chance to turn off an OBSEC
if
for
you
the following turn.
Yeah.
If you hit and wound. And you can fly over to auto-proc it.
Yep. Well, it's a 2+ procket.
It's not a 2+?
It's a 2+. Little bit. It's 1 CP. On a 4+, they take the D3 mortals and are still infected and therefore lose OBSEC. If any enemy unit suffers 2 or more mortal wounds as a result of this ability in a phase, set up a new Ripper Swarm with 1 model. And doesn't cost any points.
So you unfortunately have to do it, which means if your opponent is if you're playing any mission that's kill points, like
there's just a 1-man Ripper now.
Yeah, if you're playing on anything that if your opponent takes no prisoners, which they
probably will.
If is no prisoners conflict with bring it down?
No.
So your opponent's just take both of those. It will give up points on no prisoners. It gives up points on kill points, any mission that's a kill points mission. And Rippers don't do anything, so the fact that you get Rippers is like fluffy, but I don't think particularly good for you. You have to do it, too. You're not allowed to not summon the Ripper.
Yeah. So it is -1 to hit. It's only 6 wounds with a 4-up save, T5. You can never reroll hits against it, shooting or combat, but it doesn't have an invuln. I think the Parasite is super cool and is not quite going to make it, but I like that with Relics and Warlord traits, you can put a situational use in. It's very cool.
It is a character, so you do get cool stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I think, I'm very happy with how they made the Parasite. Like, it does cool things.
Anytime I take it, I'm going to have a lot of fun. I think it's not going to make the tournament list, but I'm totally going to play it on stream.
Yeah, for sure. And you're going to do ruinous things to Nick as the unit just takes D3 into D3 into D3 into D3.
Yep.
Yeah. And just starts spawning Rippers left and right.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
It's adorable. Let's talk about the Malok. The Malok is the highest attacks characteristic in the book at 16. It's a 14 wound T7 monster with a 3-up save, so it's like a Trigon profile. Same thing, it's -1 hit in combat like a Trigon. However, it is...
You can also take the Biostatic Rattle.
You can also take a Biostatic Rattle. It is a 16 attack weapon skill 3 monster at strength 7 AP 1 damage 1. It can take the Biostatic Rattle or the Toxin Spike or the Prehensile Pincher Tail. You can take Adrenal Glands, the Toxin Sacs, blah, 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 blah. Here's what happens. In your command phase, if you have a Moloch unit underground, see the death from below ability that it also has. Pick a point on the table. If you do so, the model cannot be set up using its death from below ability this turn. At the start of the reinforcement step of your next movement phase. So turn 1 command phase, I place the marker. Turn 2 movement phase, it comes in. Roll 1d6 for each enemy unit within 6 inches of the center of the marker, plus 1 for being a 6 to 10 man, plus 2 if it's an 11 man unit. On a 3+, take D3 mortals. On a 7+, take D3 plus 3 mortals. Then set the Moloch up anywhere within 12 inches of the center of the marker, not within engagement range. If the Moloch is set up within 9 inches, it cannot declare a charge.
Okay. So if you completely block out 12 inches of that marker, it does die. That's almost impossible to do, but it is a big base.
It's a big base.
Actually, it's not that impossible. It's actually not that hard.
Yeah.
No, it has to be wholly within or just within? Anyone on the battlefield is within 12 inches.
It's hard to do.
That's hard to do. But if it had to be entirely within 12 inches, it's a lot easier.
It's a free orbital that you just kind of pay 125 points for and attach a monster to, and they get to back up the same way as an orbital if they want to.
Yeah, it's like cool. This ain't no Eldritch Storm.
It's cool, but it's like not insane or anything.
No. 125, it's not toughness 8. It does not have a 2-up, so it's not that stacking toughness 8, 15 wounds, 2-up save that every model has in your army.
Is there an ability that I can't place 2 or 3 of these close to each other?
No.
Oh, you can select one of these models, select 1 point. So you can literally never drop 2 of them at the same time. In your command phase, if any are underground, you select 2. 1.
Yeah,
you can never drop 2 orbitals at the same time.
Yeah, you can't just go bip, 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 and then like bracket your opponent's army.
This is fine.
It's fine.
It also appears to have lost the ability to go back into reserves. Although it's a burrower, so you can spend a CP on it.
Yeah, you can. No, it kept the ability to go back in reserves.
Yeah, but it's a CP. You used to do it for free
now. Yeah, fair enough.
It's fine. I don't really care.
It's no longer the large blast template and just nukes everything under it that it used to be.
Trigon, 145 points for exactly what you'd think. It's the same stats as a Moloch. It's 12 attacks, so same stats as a Trigon Prime in combat with the normal sizing talons. And it's -1 to hit. And it has
still take biostatic rattle.
Yep, still has the pulse, still has the biostatic rattle. It's just a combat monster that debuffs a little bit and is hard to deal with, but is not that hard to deal with.
145, it's very reasonable.
Very respectable. Yeah. Not insane, but very respectable.
Yeah. Hard to deal with in combat is the annoying part.
Yep.
Because biostatic rattle plus -1 to hit is just, you're not doing it. You're not doing it.
It's a pain in the butt.
For sure.
It's cool. It's cool. It's not a character, so it doesn't get any of the buffs, but it's not a character, so it can buy the other things.
Yeah. And toughness 7 with -1 strength on incoming weapons is actually very, very good. Or toughness, it's not a synapse creature, so it only gets mini transhuman, which doesn't matter on a monster.
Unless I pay 10 points.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, that would be pretty good.
Yeah. Mucilid spores and spore mines. They're 20 points and 10 points. Spore mines in general, they no longer count as a model for blocking your opponent. Kelstrago, no. You put the marker down and deep strike it the next turn, not the same turn. It's very specific on that, unfortunately. Select one of those models and select 1 point on the battlefield. That model cannot be set up in this turn.
Yep, and it also says in the reinforcement step of your next turn's movement phase. Unlike Eldritch Storm, which just says your next phase, which happens immediately.
Yeah. They've already mentioned that they would just take a Trigon Prime over a Trigon. Let's just compare the points. I think it's 30 points off. So a Trigon Prime pays 30 points for Synapse, Shadows, and and I'm sorry, the Bio Impulse of the Trigon Prime, I didn't even mention this. Pick a unit, it gets +1 advance in charge.
It's pretty good. I would probably, I could see taking both. I would probably take the Trigon Prime. It's an HQ though.
It's an HQ and this is a fast attack.
Right. Fast attacks can be cluttered with Raveners. Yep. HQ's going to be cluttered with Tyrants
and Neurothropes. It's all the slots are crowded because they have a ton of data sheets.
Yeah, they have a ton of data sheets and a lot of them are
good. Spore Mines do mortals when you move near them, but they got better because now they choose to pop when your opponent moves within 3, not in the charge phase. So they don't get to shoot them first. If they move over them, pop the balloons. It's just a party balloon.
Yeah.
They're really cool. They can't action. They don't score points. They don't get trades.
They don't
get
do anything.
They just, you put them down, people can move through or around them if they want, but if they do, surprise mortals.
They can't declare a charge and they move 4 inches.
Yep. You never want to buy them, but there are many ways to add them, and that is what matters.
Yes, they're very annoying, because you just put them down in front of your army, and then if you want to go out and do anything, mortals.
Exocrine. T8, 15 wounds, 2-up save. It's tougher than before.
Yep, T8,
still 170.
15, 2-up save.
It's ballistic skill 3. Its gun no longer shoots twice, but is instead D3 plus 6 shots blast. Honestly, I hate that because it's a blast weapon now, even though it's D3 plus 6 shots.
God, it's min 3. Oh, wait, I'm plus 6.
Yeah. Okay. Strength 8 AP 4 damage 3. If it moves half distance, it moves 8. So if it moves 4 inches, it ignores cover. Yep. Okay. So that kind of makes the strat a little weird. Because like you can spend a CP to ignore cover if you moved it 5 inches.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's like a perfectly respectable thing, but it's just not exciting.
It shoots good.
It shoots good.
Can you give it +1 to hit?
No.
Okay, so it just shoots good.
Just shoots good.
It's fine.
You can ignore dense cover, and you can 1 CP. Or if you're like Leviathan, you can reroll hit, or if you're Gorgon, you can reroll wound.
170 is like very respectable for what it gives you.
Yeah. Gavin, can Spore Mines move in the turn they are created? My read on that is no. Also because of most of
it's out of the movement phase.
No, harpies are in movement phase. I think it is reasonable to say no. You cannot move on a turn you're deep struck, created / thing. That is not a strict rules as written thing, but also like I don't know.
Yeah,
I would say no just to keep it safe. Miss Wubwub, yeah, the harpy is the only way to do it, I think. And maybe the spore is sized, but I don't even know what that does. Biomorphologies is good. 45 points for T5, 4 wounds, 4 up save. It's a relatively durable. It shoots D3 shots out of line of sight, but the out of line of sight can target units that are not visible to the bear as long as they are visible to a hive fleet synapse model. Each time you hit with a spore mine launcher, deal 1 mortal. Stop. That is cool.
Yeah, they just shoot you with a spore mine.
Yep. 3 of them are just 3d3 shots that hit on 4s. They're not core, so they do not get rerolls or buffs.
Or you can set up spore mines anywhere on the board you want. D3 per guy.
You can seed spore mines as an action.
Yep.
So just place D3 spore mines per Biovore that performs this action, more than 6 inches away from enemy units, wholly within 48 of this unit.
So ordinarily that is instead of shooting. But you can. How do you do actions? I know you were doing this to me. How do you do actions?
The Malice Scepter in Synaptic Imperative is that all units within 6 of a Synapse creature can action and shoot without the action failing.
So you can shoot the spore mines and summon spore mines
once
as well.
per game, or when you put the Leviathan.
Or when you put the Leviathan spell.
You've heard us say or put the Leviathan spell like 17 times.
Leviathan good.
Leviathan good. The spell is the best part. The big thing is that you cannot do that on all of the things we said in the same turn because you can only cast a spell once.
Right. But any unit that you do it to, it's real good.
Yep.
But you can shoot with the Biovores, and then you can summon spore mines with it.
Yeah, it's really. I think one unit
once a game you can just do that because Synaptic.
And other than that, you then choose to either shoot or pop mines, whatever you want.
Yeah,
it's really cool. Carnifexes. Carnifexes are dope.
Oh yes, we got through all this book without even getting to them.
They're core. We haven't even gotten Hive Guard yet, buddy.
Good.
They're T7.
Hive Guard's downfall.
T7. You can't. Yeah, correct. You cannot move block.
But you can kind of pseudo move block by if your opponent moves out, they just placing. So first off, you can say you take a bunch more wounds if you move here. But really, what it happens if your opponent has a base, they can't land on top of the spore mines, so you can just block them that way.
Yep. Carnifexes 2 up save, toughness 7, -1 damage, good defense, 9 wounds. They move 8, weapon skill 3, BS 4. They have a ton of weapon options. Like just a million weapon options and a bunch of war gear options because the kit is super packed. If it charges, it's +1 attack. It's a unit of 3 that splits up into single model units. You can give them Scything Talons that are cool. Let me read them. Carnifex Scything Talon is user AP 3 damage 3 +1 attack, so it's better than a monstrous one. And they are just a lot of attacks, a lot of weapon options. They're generically good. They're a 2 up save. You can buy them Spore Cysts to give them light cover. They can take a heavy venom cannon or a Stranglethorn cannon.
And those are the good guns.
Those are the good guns. You can pay 10 points for Enhanced Senses, which is +1 ballistic skill.
So you have 3s.
So for 125, you get a Carnifex that is ballistic skill 3 and has a venom cannon.
Yeah,
it's good. There's
125.
125.
So it's just a Ravager with close combat profiles.
Yeah. Good.
That's
really good.
Because you can do that and have combat weapons, right?
Yeah. You can. That's one set of pair of arms. So you can also put 2 Scything Talons on it for free, and then he makes 7 attacks on the charge at damage 3.
So for 125 points, you get the damage output of a Ravager.
Mm-hmm.
You get the durability of a Dreadnought.
Mm-hmm.
You have good movement. You can advance and charge, and you have great damage output in combat.
All correct. Carnifexes are really strong. And they're core.
Carry on.
And
my man.
they're core.
Yep.
Okay. Screamer Killers.
I have heard a lot of things about this. I don't know what they do.
All right. A Screamer Killer is 115, so 15 more than Carnifex. But it comes with weapons baked in. So it comes with Screamer Killer talons, which are they're literally just Carnifex talons that don't give +1 attack. Instead, they baked it in. It is 10 attacks. Still +1 on the charge for 11 attacks. Weapon skill 3 moves 10. It has Bioplasmic Scream built in, which is Assault D6, Strength 8, AP 4, Damage 1. Let me just tell you what this means. Take a Carnifex with 4 Scything Talons.
Apparently, Fex Venom Cannons are 10 points.
Oh, even better. 120. That's solid. Really good. Carnifex is great. Love Carnifexes. If you take Screamer Killers, and you just take a Carnifex and give it all the weapons this has, it would be 110. For 115, it is +2 attacks, +2 move.
It's pretty good. I would take that.
And it's got the +1 to that. Every time it kills a model, subtract 1 from leadership to a max of -4.
You are right, William Crookshanks. At least the Carnifex isn't dumping mortals on me from out of line of sight. So,
yeah, one effects can advance and charge. Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
But like when they hit this hard, one effects is
important.
Still scary.
Screamer Killers are amazing. I do agree. I think I would rather have.
Yeah, everyone's talking about the Screamer Killers. I would just rather have a regular Carnifex, honestly.
Yep. I think for 110, 120, you take the Venom Cannon, Scything Talons, and
+1 to hit.
+1 to hit.
Yeah. So you take 9 of those for around 1,000 points. A little more. It's like 1080.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1080. Mm-hmm. They have 27 Darkland shots.
Yeah.
And they're good in combat, and they're durable and tough.
Yep. Yes, all of their core buffs target a single unit. Yeah, there are no core auras, so you're not just going to give all of your Carnifex a buff, which is honestly fine.
But you would take the reroll a hit.
Yeah, if you're Leviathan.
Yeah. Leviathan, you just take that and then
just reroll a hit. Badunk.
Yeah, the heavy venom cannon spam is like legit in this book.
Yep. There is finally the Thornback, which is the shooty Carnifex.
Oh, that we haven't even gotten to the shooty Carnifex yet.
This one cannot take heavy venom cannons.
Oh, never mind.
It also moves 6. So Thornback moves 6, Carnifex moves 8, Screamer Killer moves 10.
Okay.
Thornback is it comes with 2 Devours, which you can replace with Death Spitters. It has 2 Scything Talons that can replace with a Stranglethorn only, not the Venom Cannon. Stranglethorn Cannon is good.
It is good.
-1 damage, same as before. +1 attack, same as before. All those normal rules.
And it has 2
It ignores
basically. At 18-inch range.
Yeah, you usually, I think you replace those with the Death Spitters, but Strength 7 AP, 3 damage, 1 is still 18-inch. I'll take that
6 of those, and then you get a Stranglethorn Cannon as well.
So what it does different is that it is +1 to all of its melee attacks because of Kite and Thorns, which are free here. You have to pay for them on the normal effects. And it is ignore light cover. And it has an unmodified wound roll of 6, improve the AP of your attacks by 1.
That's pretty good. Like you take 2 Death Spitters and a Stranglethorn Cannon, and that is
a lot of mid-range shots.
A lot of mid-range shots, and it's only 125 with that loadout. Yep. I believe
it's 115 base plus 10 for the Stranglethorn.
So 125 for 6 shots of Strength 7, AP 3, 1 damage, or you could take 12 shots for a little cheaper. Yeah. Or no, for the same points cost. You can take 12 shots, Strength 6, AP 0, 1 damage at 18 inches. And you take a Stranglethorn Cannon on top of that. That's a lot of shooting.
Yeah.
That's a lot of shots.
Yep. It's quite cool.
I think you mix that and the Heavy Venom Cannon and you just kill everything.
Yeah. Yes, you can Deep Strike Jormungandr. I think I'm content running across the table and shooting people.
Yes.
I don't know what the best hive fleet for Carnifex is. That is something we will definitely need to work on. Yeah, Nids are good at everything.
Yes.
Yep.
And there's no reason you can't, because they're good at combat and they're good at shooting, and then you can just side in all the good at psychic power stuff, and then
that's what you need.
You just be better. Yeah, you just kill them.
Just be better.
Yeah, just be better.
Correct. It's hard to fit everything in at 2K. There's a lot to watch in here.
9 Carnifexes and all the psychic stuff, and Tyrants and Tyrant Guard and Pyrovores is probably not.
But they do enough that you don't want to be cheaper.
Yes.
Hive Guard. Hive Guard got a nerf. No way around it. But they gained a toughness, a wound, and a save. And they gained 1 move as well. They moved 6 instead of 5.
The Impaler Cannon dropped off a cliff.
Yep, it went down 12 inches. It gained a shot, but it went to Strength 6, AP 2, Damage 2. And it needs a Synaptic creature to see it, the target, for it to be able to shoot it. So the indirect You can go Kronos, so it's 28-inch range, but it's still not the 36 of before, and you need someone to see it.
John,
go ahead.
This entire codex was worth it. Just so Hive Guard are gone. I never have to play against
that is not
them
true.
Ever again.
They're actually kind of good in Kronos.
All right, fine. I don't have to play against the same type of Hive Guard ever again. The one that sits in the back of the army with the entire rest of the army is just body blocking and buying time, and Hive Guard just crank the Hive Guard lever until you're dead. I never have to play against that ever again. Ever again. And I cannot tell you how happy I am right now.
I'm happy for you. The rules that they have is that they have an action, which is weird, where they count as 3 models on objective instead of 1. It's completed before you shoot, so you get to do that. But basically, if Hive Guard don't move, they count as 3 models on an objective instead of 1.
That's cute.
It's cute.
It's cute. They're 50 points. You can take a shot cannon, which gained the 36-inch. I think they swapped.
They did. And it's
strength 7, 2 shots, strength 7, AP 2, 3 damage, and wound rolls of 4, auto wound, and do a mortal wound addition.
Yep.
Which is fine.
Yep. So 50 points is the shot cannon version. They also ignore hit and ballistic skill modifiers if a Synapse creature can see the target. Honestly, I don't hate them with just Kronos. You make the shot cannon strength 8. You give it exploding 6s. You step out there ignoring all hit and ballistic skill modifiers. You just drop a bunch of strength at AP 2, 3 damage shooting on people. But venom cannons exist, so yeah. Next up is the Tyranid effects. I think we get to the chat questions at the end, unless people have some super chats. Always love those. The Tyranid effects, another 17 wound T8 monster with a 2-up save.
Yep. Very durable.
Yep. They're awesome. They can take one of 3 guns. They're 170 base. They'll go anywhere up to like 190 depending on the gun. The acid spray is a D6 plus 6 flamer that auto hits in a strength 6 AP 3 damage 2 at 18-inch range.
Yep.
Fleshbore Hive is the free one.
Good.
It's strength 5 AP 1 damage 1 at 30 shots at 24 inches.
How are there so many high wound, toughness 8, 2-up armor save monsters, and none of them are over 200 points?
They can be if you buy the upgrades, but Hive Tyrants are over 200.
No, they're not. Not start.
Not to start,
175 for a walk ramp, my man.
Yeah.
Like,
they're all right up on 200. Yeah, they're all like Trajan cost.
And wildly better.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
No, in terms of stats, they are. In terms of stats,
I would rather have Trajan than any monster in this book.
Right, instead of 1. I don't think you would take Trajan. I don't think you would take Trajan instead of all of them.
No. No, I'd rather have access to all.
All right, yeah, that was a little.
Yeah. And then the Rupture Cannon is 3 shots, strength 14, AP 4, damage D6 plus 4. Slaps, but 3 shots. It's not core.
Hitting on 3s. It can, I think in a shooting list, you want the reroll to hit across the board. I think that's real strong. I mean, Rupture Cannon will rupture some people, for sure. How many points is that?
190.
190? Probably not, but it's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
It's not bad at all. 3 shots is much nicer. Fleshbore Hive shoots real hard up close, like really hard. And not even that up close. You can extend its range by 6 inches to up to 30 inches.
Yeah.
Like, that's a real
anti-horde, yeah.
Anti-horde.
Tyranid effects is good.
And it's 170 for that. I mean, that's real good.
I think 175 with the flamer is what I like the best.
Really?
You just go aggressive. You're not trying to sit back and snipe. And 3 shots with no rerolls inherent is not reliable.
I don't think you take a Rupture Cannon. I think the Fleshbore Hive. You just rock up and drop 30 shots on them.
Yeah, but strength 5 AP 1.
It depends on the meta.
The strat is 2 CP.
That's true. Oh, it is 2 CP.
I just want to
Acid
not miss and put AP 3 damage 2 on people and just go.
Yeah. Acid spray good. I could get behind that.
Yeah.
It's 175, but that does a lot of damage.
It does. Here's a Tyrannocyte. It's 100 points clean for this drop pod. It has all the rules of a drop pod, but it moves 8 inches and flies. And it is 15 wounds T7 4-up, so it is an expensive drop pod that is much tougher. It does have guns, but it is ballistic skill 5. And other than that, it is a drop pod.
Yep.
I like it better than a drop pod. I just don't think I need a drop pod.
Does it move?
Yeah, it moves 8.
Yep, it's way better than a drop pod. That's for sure. Drop pods don't move, and that's the worst part.
Yep. I think this is like totally fine. I like having a transport option. I don't really care enough to take it. Like, you can take 20 infantry models, but if they're a multi-wound characteristic, they take up a spot of 3, or you can take 1 monster with a wounded characteristic of 16 or less. Yeah. It's like totally fine. 17. What you thinking?
I was just seeing if there was a extended carapace option or something.
No, you can't make it any tougher than that. Hive Crone. We're getting to the flyers. We're almost through the dad sheets, folks. The Hive Crone is super duper solid. It moves 40, has a 3-up save. It's 13 wounds, T7. It's a little more defensive than before. All of these things are now actually like a flyer. It has all the rules of a flyer. So it is now -1 to hit. It's now can't be charged. It can hover mode. It's maneuverable, hard to hit. It's like an Archaeopter where it gets to rotate twice. It gets a 90-degree pivot, move, 90-degree pivot, move. Yeah. So, and it shoots a little bit. It's decent in combat. It's 4 attacks, but like weapon skill 3, 2 damage. Like no one really cares. It shoots a 2d6 flamer that's damage 1 and 18-inch range, which is awesome, but it's not that scary. And then it has 4 shots at strength 7, AP3 damage 2, +6 heal 3. It's fine. I just don't think the Crone does that much.
It is.
It's good.
It
against
isn't that
aircraft.
expensive.
Mm-hmm. It's not that expensive.
It's not that expensive.
No, it's not bad.
Not bad. It's fine. I don't. Yeah, whatever.
I don't hate it. I don't love it. We do have 2 super chats back to back. Thank you so much, Gavin Thompson. Oh, 3. Thank you so much. Gavin, we'll start with you. £5 super chat. You're the best. What do you think about the idea that we're getting so much power creep because of every powerful new codex gets nerfed before the new one gets out? Yeah, I would love to see everything get hit at the same time so that the overall field is lowered. I don't want them to nerf Harlequins, not nerf Nids. Then they nerf Tyranids and don't nerf Chaos Knights. Then they nerf Chaos Knights but don't nerf Guard. Then they nerf Guard but they don't nerf Chaos Space Marines. I don't actually know the order here, people. I'm just speculating.
Yeah.
I don't like that. But also the books getting released make the year ago plus books look real bad. Like Sisters of Battle compared to Tyranids is laughable.
It's insane.
Death Guard compared to Tyranids and Harlequins, laughable. But Space Marines, Necrons.
Here's the thing. Those books, I mean, they've been nerfed a little, but on release those books are way less powerful than this.
Correct.
This is more powerful than Custodes before any nerfs that they potentially take. This book is better than Tau.
Yeah.
This book potentially better than Harlequins. Like, it's not even that the books are getting nerfed, so the next one that comes out is the same power level, but now it's oppressive. This one is stronger than them on release.
Yep. And Harlequins were stronger than Tau and Custodes on release.
On release, before any nerfs or buffs. Like, a lot of... I think pre-nerf Drukhari with all the liquefier spam is probably better than Custodes, but it's not better than Tau. It's definitely not better than Harlequins. It's definitely not better than this. So it doesn't even matter that it's being nerfed. Like, that's not the point.
No, I think it's just getting stronger and stronger.
They're just getting stronger.
For Clown Mode, thank you so much for your support. How do you think Nids will play and how can they be countered? I think that the competitive Nid builds are going to be very strong castles that launch out attacks that are very difficult to interact with.
Yeah.
They launch out attacks, have a great psychic phase, a solid shooting phase, very solid combat, and then you can't really hit back. They do that 2 or 3 times before they just break you and overwhelm you while they play the mission well.
Yeah.
And I really would like them to just remove the hard to interact part of that. Ideally for me, that would look like making some of the go back and reserve strats cost 1 more. Like, I think if it's 2 CP to put a monster back in reserve, 1 CP for non-monster, I'd be happier with that. And you change...
I think it has to be non-monster.
Maybe.
The Hive Tyrant, I would pay 2 for that, and then it would still feel super uninteractive.
But you'll run out of it. And you won't use other things. I'm also not saying just that. I'm saying that I always prefer, rather than just remove that strat, I say you do a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here. Also tone down the Maliceptor. Also tone down a little bit of the output elsewhere. Also, do a lot of little things.
If the Maliceptor has to see you and actions don't take up the psychic slot,
it's a little better.
And I think something about that, because the thing is, you could take away that mortal wound thing, and the aura would still be worthwhile. So, we'll see. We'll see what they can do. We'll have to play with the book to see what.
Exactly. We've had 1 practice game in the house with it so far. Hopefully, we'll get some more today.
We'll have to see what is the. This does feel like Drukhari, where you nerf one thing and something else is then
absolutely
amazing.
This is a
you nerf another thing.
Book.
Like, you're going to be playing whack-a-mole quite a while with the rules.
That's why I think you just take a lot of things off the top a little bit. Just raise the entire book, take it all down a notch instead of finding the best thing and killing it.
Yeah.
Because there'll be another thing.
Alhart.
So much good stuff here, but do Nids have mobility speed issues now? If they do they care? Or do they just play objectives? Thanks for the review. No, they do not have speed issues. The army is faster. No one unit is as fast.
They also have access to 8-inch advance and advance in charge very reliably.
Yep.
And
that's only Kraken, which I think we've already discussed.
Oh, is that only
the 8-inch advance is only Kraken.
Okay, but you have access to advance in charge.
Yep.
So you still can be very, very fast.
Absolutely.
And
you got a lot of buffs.
And the army plays very differently now.
It does.
The army is just insanely durable in the center of the table. It has a shooting phase and a psychic phase from hell. And at that point, why would I need to go into your deployment zone to kill you? Like, I'll kill you, but like I don't need to do it right away.
Tom Crayford, thank you so much for that 18-pound super chat. You're a hero. Jack, you say stronger, and we didn't even get to the harpy yet. Oh, the harpy's the best thing. I love the harpy.
John keeps talking about the harpy, but I don't actually know what it does. So let's go to it.
We'll get there soon. I will real quick acknowledge Exquisite Corpse. I would honestly disagree with you. I don't think the problem is that playtesters want broken things. I really don't think it's that.
We do not want broken things.
We are not playtesters.
We're not playtesters.
But competitive players do not want the game to be broken because people who like competing, at least me and Jack, we like to win games because of us, I don't want to win a game because I walked up with Tyranids and it didn't matter what my opponent could do.
Yes.
At that point, why am I here?
And I don't want to lose because I rocked up to a table and my opponent is taking the broken thing.
Exactly. And I don't want to change my army.
And it's also not fun in a metagame where there are things that are broken.
So
neither of us, which by the way, not playtesters, but any competitive playtesters do not want broken armies. Promise you.
We do. Competitive players do not want that, I promise.
All
right, let's talk about the Harpy. Harpy, it's a flyer. It has all the things that make it a flyer, like flyers, blah, 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 blah. T7, 13 wounds, 3-up save, a little tougher than before. It can have 2 guns, so 2 Stranglethorn cannons or 2 Venom cannons. It costs 160 or 170, depending on what guns it has.
Okay.
So, again, we compare it to a Carnifex. It's not as durable, but it is -1 to hit, but it's 2 Venom cannons for 170.
2 heavy venom cannons.
2 heavy venom cannons.
Strength 9, AP3, damage 4, 3 shot.
Yep, version. So 6 shots. Good output on there. And it moves like a flyer, but it moves like an Archaeopter, where again it gets 2 pivots, not 1. The big thing is that it has Spore Mine Cysts, so it has 2 options every time it moves. One, if I move over an enemy unit, I can roll up to 10 dice, 6 per monster, 1 for non-monster vehicle. Every 4+ is a mortal wound. So it's like an Archaeopter bombing.
Yep.
It's literally, or instead I can place a unit of 3 Spore Mines within 6 inches of enemy units, not, more than 6 inches from enemies within 1 inch of a spot that I passed over. So it's an Archaeopter that is not -1 damage, costs more points, and has 6 heavy venom cannon shots blasted on.
Yeah, that is, so it flies over, does a ton of mortal wounds, has a ton of shooting, and then is,
Yep, I don't like that it lost some of its cool rules. It used to have utility as a piece that would charge in and do debuff. It used to be a unit that charged and debuffed.
It would like scream at you.
Yeah, it would scream. It was like it had a piercing shriek. It lost that, but they ramped its damage output and its mortal wound output up a lot.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of heavy venom cannons on the table. So vehicles, anything durable is going to disappear.
Yep.
So fast.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Spore Assist is the last data sheet in the book. Fortification. God bless them. These fortifications. It's T7, 10 wounds, a 4-up save. Don't ask me why a Spore Assist is, I'm not even kidding you, 5 wounds less than a Tyrannocyte, which is the same kit.
By the way, about the Harpy, I don't even know if you really take it.
No.
And that's crazy to say.
Super good.
Because it is insanely good.
Yeah.
But I think the reason you don't take it is because you don't have to. Why would I take a one-shot weapon that I can throw in my opponent's deployment zone to get angles? Why would I do that?
Yeah.
I'm just going to take a 170-point model that'll be under my Maleceptor Aura, is toughness 8 with a 2-up, and stacks with all my other toughness 8 with a 2-up guys, and you can't do a thing about it. Like, I don't need to go for the turn 1 getcha. I don't need that.
No, you really don't.
Don't need it.
Yeah. The Spore Assist is adorable. I don't get why it's 5 points less than a Tyrannocyte. I really don't get this unit at all, honestly. It's 10 wounds less than a Tyrannocyte. It's the same kit. It's only 5 points less. For that, it doesn't deep strike, doesn't transport. What it does do is it can be set up anywhere on the battlefield more than 12 inches away from the enemy deployment zone and enemy models. Because even though it's a fort slot, it is not a building. It's just a forward deploying unit that happens to have a movement of 0. So it doesn't worry about terrain. It can be deployed in terrain. It doesn't care.
Yep.
While it's within 12 inches of a Synapse creature, it gains the Synapse creature. Keyword and ability. So it basically is a Synaptic relay. It's not Synapse itself, but as soon as a Synapse creature can reach it, it can change through it like it was Synapse.
That's pretty cool.
That's really cool. It has death throws like normal. And it can seed spores. It can perform the following action. At the start of your movement phase. Lol, it can't move. Don't worry about it. One spore set model from your army can start to perform this action. The action is completed at the end of the phase.
Which you will just do because it can't move.
Yep. Set up a new friendly spore mines unit containing 6 models or a 1 mucilid spore within 6 inches away from any models within 18 of this model. The unit does not cost reserve points. So it literally just sits there with being a 10 wound idiot behind a wall, probably.
For 95 points?
For 95 points, it launches 6 spore mines within 18 every turn. It's like kind of cool.
Okay.
That's all it does.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And it has 5 Death Spitters, but it hits on a 5.
But it's +6 skill 5.
But just summons spores every turn.
Yep. It can't move, so people can tag it. Just doing its thing.
I think it's fine. I don't think it's great. I think it's just... It would fall into perfectly average if we did a tier list.
Yeah. I like spore mines.
I think if you're taking spore mines, you just don't. You take a spore assist.
Yeah, you don't. I don't think you ever buy spore mines. The data sheet has a points cost because it has to. But like, it's literally the data sheet is there to be created by
the spore assist summons 300 points of spore mines in a game.
Yeah, they're 10 points. It makes 6, so it makes 30 of them. Yeah, makes 300 points of spore mines.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think spore mines are at all worth 10
They're
points.
not worth 10 points.
But it's cool.
But what I'm just saying, so I'm not saying they're broken because they summon 300 points. I'm saying do not take spore mines. Take the spore assist instead. I think the spore assist is actually really, really good because the spore mines will just add up over the course of the game. Not really, really good. I think good.
Yeah.
I think good is where I'm going to land.
We're done with the book. That's it.
All right.
Wowzers. This book is insane.
It's thick. It's got a lot of rules.
Thick. It's deep. It's tall. It's spiky. It does mortals in every possible phase. I think we saw ways to do mortals in the movement phase, the psychic phase, the charge phase,
not the morale.
shooting phase, the fight phase. And there are no ways to do mortals in the morale phase, but there are several ways to make your opponent worse, and there were ways to do mortals in the command phase.
Sisters can do mortal wounds in the morale phase.
How?
You can use the 1 CP auto power at the start of any phase.
Right. Okay. Sure. This book is amazing for Tyranid players. It is very flavorful.
Yes.
It is very strong.
It's very strong.
This is the most internally balanced Tyranid codex we have ever had. I've been playing Tyranids for more than 14 years. They always have, this unit's good, these 5 are garbage. For once, we have these 5 are good, this 1 is garbage.
Yes.
In every slot.
Yes.
So they flipped it. There's a ton of good options in here. Tyranid players will love this book. I think it's too strong.
I think it is. Honestly, after reading through it, I think it's the best army in the game.
I would agree.
Yeah, I think it's better than Harlequins.
Yep. I agree. This book is crazy good. I would expect it's going to do well in tournaments. I am planning to take it to tournaments because I love Tyranids. I love Tyranids so much. I love the models. I love the lore. I love painting them. I love playing them.
They're cool as hell.
They're cool as hell. I am very happy about that. The internal balance and the design are 10 out of 10. The external balance, I'm going to give this a 3 out of 10.
I mean...
Maybe a 2.
I think a 1 would be Iron Hands. Pre-nerf 8th edition Iron Hands. I think this is a 2. I think 3 is Harlequins.
Sure. Yeah. This book is really, really good. I'll put it on the line. This is an amazing codex that will do extremely well.
Yes.
We've got a balance up data slate coming soon. We don't know what's going to be in it.
We do not.
So its place in the meta is hard to call, but it's very unlikely that it gets worse.
Yes. I doubt it has anything in it for NIDS.
Yeah.
Because they haven't come out yet.
Stacking all the morale stuff is cool. There's a lot of great combos in here. There's a lot of awesome rules. There's a lot of cool stratagems. There's a lot of great units. I could argue for 95% of these units to make one of my lists. I could argue for it.
Yes. Which makes Will's super chat there very difficult.
Yeah, call the list everyone will jump to. I mean, okay, the obvious thing is you go Leviathan, Psychic, Mortal Wound, Think City.
Yep. And
you go Durability, Mortal Wound, and a couple tech choices, and you have a really solid army that will win games.
And you have a really good shooting phase. Like, I think you go Incidental Melee, Durability, a lot of Mortal Wounds, a lot of Heavy Venom Cannons.
Yep.
Next.
Yeah. Yep. This book is crazy good and fun, and I think it can take a nerf and still be very fun for Tyranid players.
I think it's
I hope it does, honestly.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. Will.am, thank you so much, by the way, for that super chat. We really appreciate that.
we'll see them on the table.
Yeah.
We're going to be playing them next week, I believe.
Yeah, we're going to be playing them next week. I am very excited. I've been painting Tyranids and building Tyranids for like 2 weeks straight, as people know. We'll see. We'll really just see what happens. We're going to be playing games, though. You should tune into our YouTube channel here, of course, and check out the War Room. Again, we don't know about Leviathan. We don't know about Crusher Stampede.
Yes. And by the way, our review is assuming that those all go away.
They're gone.
If those are included...
It doesn't get worse.
It gets...
better.
Way better.
We don't need that. So, we're going to call it here. Thank you so much for tuning in on your Saturday, everyone. I'm going to send you off the commercial for the War Room. We're going to have games with the new Tyranids in the War Room this week. We're going to have games on our YouTube channel this week. Stay tuned and stay gribbly. And it's time to learn about your bug overlords. Bye-bye.
There's so many rules in 40K, hundreds of events, and constant updates. Skip the learning curve of Warhammer and join the pros. Art of War is led by multiple world champions with decades of success. We teach clinics, stream games, and inspire you to succeed at your favorite hobby. Join our global community of gamers just like you.